starting as the hand behind the scenes in Naruto. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 401. How could a Navy Admiral be a spy for you? Akatsuki. Finger gun. Aokiji's finger was about to penetrate Uehara Naraku's body. However, Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly disappeared in front of Aokiji, leaving Aokiji's finger gun in the air. Aokiji's eyes tightened at this moment. Uehara Naraku's figure appeared beside Aokiji, and his finger also fell on Aokiji's head. He squinted his eyes and smiled. It just so happens that I also know a similar trick. Would you like to try it, Mr. Kuzan? Although Uehara Naraku seemed to be asking for Aokiji's opinion, his actions were not hesitant at all. At Uehara Naraku's fingertips, a splash of water splashed. This splash of water suddenly shot through Aokiji's head, and the body of the Admiral of the Navy headquarters turned into a ball of ice and fell to the ground. The next moment, Aokiji's body slowly recovered from the ice. The rest area of the duel arena, while Uehara Naraku and Admiral Aokiji were fighting fiercely, or rather, Uehara Naraku was suppressing Aokiji unilaterally. Hashiga Kikisame was drinking juice slowly. Nico Robin's face was full of surprise. Although she knew that Uehara Naraku had enough strength to fight Aokiji, now she only saw Uehara Naraku completely suppressing the Admiral of the Navy headquarters. Or, Aokiji had almost no power to fight back. At least from the current point of view, Aokiji has been in a state of being beaten, and even when Uehara Naraku was walking in the garden, Aokiji looked a little embarrassed. Mr. Kisame. Nico Robin looked at the two people fighting in the duel arena in the distance, and couldn't help asking, what exactly is Mr. Naraku's ability? Who knows? Hashiga Kikisame thought for a while, grinned and chuckled. If you really have to say it, just treat him as a god walking in the world. God. Nico Robin's eyes flashed. In the duel arena, Aokiji was completely crushed in the battle. Because the only way for him to defeat Uehara Naraku was to use his rich combat experience and find an opportunity to defeat Uehara Naraku in a split second. But Uehara Naraku never gave him a chance. This battle was undoubtedly the most frustrating one for Aokiji. No matter what enemy he faced, he had never felt so powerless as he did now. Boring battle. Uehara Naraku grabbed Kuzan's throat with his palm. The next moment, Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly turned into the natural reincarnation eyes, and he quickly extracted the armed color domineering in Kuzan's body. Just when Kuzan thought that Uehara Naraku was going to kill him, and hurriedly prepared to elementalize to escape, he felt that the domineering in his body was quickly lost. This guy was actually absorbing his domineering. After Aokiji temporarily lost his domineering in his body, he completely became a large sandbag and could no longer put up any effective resistance. Mr. Kuzan, you've already lost. Uehara Naraku's hand was filled with a ball of armament haki, and he punched Aokiji in the face, knocking the tall man to the ground. Aokiji lay on the ground with his face up. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters was in an unprecedented state of embarrassment. Let's go. Uehara Naraku grabbed his collar, dragged the scarred Admiral to their rest area. Aokiji didn't care about his image, just looked up at Uehara and asked, hey, Uehara Naraku, what is the real purpose of you guys? Why did you take Robin into your organization? Anyway, he couldn't resist now. And whether he lived or died, it was not up to him for the time being. In this case, it would be better to go back to the starting point and see if he could find out some truth before he died. By the way, also see if this is Robin's destination. The only troublesome thing is that, even if this is no longer Nico Robin's home, and even if someone wants to use her to do something dangerous, Aokiji can't help her. Aokiji did not hear Uehara Naraku's answer, so he could only continue to ask, hey, Uehara Naraku, you don't know Nico Robin's past, right? So far, all organizations on the sea that had something to do with Nico Robin have been destroyed, and she is the only one who survived. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but turned back and said, Mr. Kuzan, those organizations that Nico Robin once joined, didn't you really destroy them secretly? Part of them, right? Aokiji scratched his head and responded in a low voice, anyway, that woman was born lonely, and no one will have a good ending if they have anything to do with her. Uehara is like this, Zoro is like this, and you will be no exception. After Aokiji said this, he continued in a muffled voice. Since she was 8 years old, Nico Robin has used her clever mind to infiltrate some organizations as her hiding place, and personally pushed for the destruction of those organizations. Although her strength is not as good as yours, her brain is very smart. No matter what your purpose is, she will definitely mess up your plan. I think you should drive her out, and let that woman fend for herself on the sea. Oh. Uehara Naraku nodded casually, and suddenly touched his chin. Join an organization, then mess up the organization's plan, and finally destroy the organization. Uehara Naraku thought for a while, then nodded slowly and said, why do I feel that this approach is a bit familiar? As for the danger that Aokiji said, where is Nicole Robin dangerous? To be honest, the members of the Akatsuki organization are much more dangerous than Nicole Robin, a woman. It happened that they also arrived at the rest area. Uehara Naraku threw Kyuzen in his hand to the ground and sat on the stone chair. Nicole Robin naturally heard their conversation. Her face was pale and there was a trace of horror in her eyes. Just when Nicole Robin looked nervous, Uehara Naraku asked calmly, hey, Robin, is your past really like what he said? After a long silence, Nicole Robin finally nodded slowly. Yes. HMM. Uehara Naraku touched his chin and suddenly said, then when I come in the future, if I want to send you to join a pirate group to go undercover, are you willing to go? Nicole Robin was silent for a while. The woman finally nodded slowly and said, if it is the order of Lord Naraku, I will carry it out seriously. Very good. Uehara Naraku patted her shoulder, with a smile in his eyes. Then, how about I give you a reward now? HMM. Nicole Robin raised her head in confusion. Uehara Naraku suddenly had an ice knife in his hand, and the ice knife in his hand was placed on Nicole Robin's shoulder, only an inch away from her neck. Kyuzen's eyes suddenly tightened. He didn't expect Uehara Naraku to kill so brazenly. Mr. Naraku. Nicole Robin's eyes were flustered for a second, and then she regained her composure. What do you mean? Nothing. Uehara Naraku slowly melted the ice knife into steam. He sat calmly on his chair, crossed his legs on the table, and said slowly, when I wanted to kill you just now, didn't you notice Mr. Kyuzen's expression? Nicole Robin turned around with lingering fear, but only saw that the Admiral's face was slightly complicated. 17 years ago, she was still living in her hometown of Uehara, and her only friend at that time was a Vice Admiral named Zoro. Unfortunately, Uehara was ordered to kill demons by the world government because of studying the forbidden historical texts and suffered a catastrophe. One of the leaders was Aokiji in front of him. However, after killing her friend Zoro, Aokiji respected Zoro's wishes and agreed to let Nicole Robin go. The relationship between the two people is actually quite complicated, with hatred and gratitude. Uehara Naraku calmly spread out his palms and whispered, okay, Mr. Kyuzen, stop acting in front of me. Why are there always people performing in front of him? Don't these people know that he is the real actor? Uehara Naraku reached out and took out his juice, waved his hand and said, forget it, you can solve your own problems later. Anyway, some members of our organization like to watch dramas the most, especially the more bloody the story, the more they like it. Mr. Naraku, what do you mean? Nicole Robin opened her mouth in surprise. She couldn't help but look down at Kyuzen on the ground and whispered, you don't want a Navy Admiral to defect? How could such a thing be possible? How could it be? Uehara Naraku shook his head and said with a smile, this is a Navy Admiral. How much information can he provide us in the future? It would be too wasteful to let him defect. Nicole Robin's expression changed from astonishment to subtlety. At this moment, she looked at Uehara Naraku with a hint of rudeness. This guy. How whimsical is he? How could a Navy Admiral be a spy for Akatsuki? Aokiji heard what Uehara Naraku said nearby, and suddenly said slowly, as long as you are willing to believe me, of course you can. Nicole Robin's eyelids trembled. Although Aokiji's lies sounded perfunctory, you, as an admiral, should at least be stubborn. This is too spineless. After all, how could an admiral of the Navy headquarters be a spy for a small organization? Or he wanted to take the opportunity to be a double agent and wait for an opportunity to obtain information about Akatsuki for the Navy. Nicole Robin immediately found an opportunity to fight back against Aokiji. This Navy admiral had been deliberately poking at her scars for the past 17 years. Now it is really the wheel of fate. Nico Robin is even a little glad that she joined Akatsuki. Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku and said softly, "Mr. Naraku, Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters was born in the Navy training camp. Moreover, Admiral Aokiji is a disciple of former Admiral Zifa. It is said that he is most likely to succeed the next Navy Admiral and is somewhat foolishly loyal to the world government. Such a person would never sincerely agree to be our spy. I guess he wants to take the opportunity to escape back and get our information." After that, Nico Robin slowly stretched out her finger, and a hint of coldness flashed across her face. "Mr. Naraku, why don't you let me kill him?" Aokiji's expression was subtle. In the Uehara incident, he let this woman go, but now he is going to die in the hands of this woman. It seems it's acceptable. 400 chapters, and there is one more to make trouble. Everyone go to bed early. You can read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 402. General Aokiji was forced to surrender. It's really depressing. The stories in this world are also bloody. Aokiji, the Admiral of the Navy, has always wanted Nico Robin to follow the wishes of her old friend, find a partner to rely on, and live well, but Nico Robin wants to kill Aokiji now to avenge Zoro. Nico Robin stared at Aokiji. Her expression was slightly excited. Her eyes gradually accumulated mist, and tears fell down her cheeks little by little. "Zoro is my only friend." The woman wiped the tears from her face fiercely, and her voice gradually became a little gloomy. "Admiral Aokiji, I never dared to think about this idea. Today I actually have the opportunity to kill you, the demon who killed Zoro. Yes, I never dared to think about it." Nico Robin knew that she could never be Aokiji's opponent, so she never dared to think about revenge, and could only live like a mouse. Once she found someone chasing her, she would run away directly. "Very good." Aokiji looked up at the azure sky and said slowly, "I really didn't expect that you still remember Zoro. Then kill me now, and you won't have to bear hatred anymore in the future, right?" After saying this, Aokiji suddenly looked at Uehara Naraku and said, "Hey, Uehara Naraku, you won't let me go, right? This is the tomb prepared for me, right? Before I die, can I have a few words with Nico Robin alone?" "Okay." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, and when he took a Shigeki Kisame away temporarily, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. After the two of them left, Aokiji slowly sat up, looked at Nico Robin who looked nervous for a moment, and said softly, "Don't be nervous, I won't do it. Now I'm defeated, and the only thing left is death. It's better to die in your hands than to die in their hands. What do you want to tell me?" The expression on Nico Robin's face was still very alert. Aokiji raised his head and looked at Nico Robin, and his voice suddenly lowered. "The giant who fought for Uehara 17 years ago, Hagavadi Zoro, is my good friend." "What?" Nico Robin's expression changed. She saw Aokiji kill Zoro with her own eyes that year. At this moment, Nico Robin suddenly understood why Aokiji let her go from Uehara. Aokiji's expression was still indifferent, and his voice became lower and lower. "I obeyed his will and let you go from Uehara's island. I also had the obligation to keep an eye on your life. I have been observing you all these years. 17 years have passed, and you have not changed much. You have never thought about finding a place to live. Instead, after hearing that someone was chasing you, you would betray your companions and escape. I thought that, after you saw me this time, you would also betray them and escape alone. Now you didn't run away. Maybe you have seen their powerful strength, or maybe you have really found a place to live. I should be happy for you. But that Uehara Naraku is very dangerous." When he said this, Aokiji suddenly rubbed his head and interrupted himself. "Well, forget it. At least you have found a place, so don't let Zoro down, and live well on your own. As long as you are alive, Uehara will not perish." After he finished speaking, Aokiji, who was sitting on the ground, hunched his back slightly, and his head slowly drooped. "I have finished what I want to say, now kill me." This was Aokiji's last words. For so many years, he has been paying attention to Nico Robin, fearing that the little girl he had let go would die at sea. Perhaps, he treated Nico Robin as his daughter in his heart, right? Or, he was also atonement for the sins of the Navy in Uehara. Who knows? This is the guy who wants to give warmth to others the most in the world, but he got the coldest fruit in the world. This is really a great irony. Aokiji. After listening to Aokiji's last words, Nicole Robin slowly clenched her fists, and a layer of mist appeared in her eyes again. Nico Robin shook her head violently, and said in a deep voice, I can't betray Akatsuki. Aokiji, surrender to us. Nico Robin looked at Aokiji and continued, what Uehara Naraku said just now about asking you to be a naval spy was a joke on you. He will never let you go back and leak the news. But as long as you are willing to surrender and stay in Akatsuki with me, Uehara Naraku will definitely not kill you. Everyone in this organization regards him as a god. Uehara Naraku also thinks that he is a real god, manipulating this world. He is such a proud person. As long as you are willing to surrender, he will definitely accept you as the Admiral of the Navy, because this is a toy that he can show off. The Admiral of the Navy headquarters will never surrender. Aokiji lowered his head and rejected Robin's proposal. His voice had a hint of stubbornness and coldness. When I'm defeated, I'm prepared to die here. Go ahead, Nico Robin, at least let me leave with peace of mind. Nico Robin was silent. Nico Robin suddenly knelt down in front of him, looking up at Kuzan. Her voice suddenly became excited, tears streaming down her cheeks. Don't say you're dead so easily. For 17 years, I've been worried about being hunted down every day, but I've been trying hard to stay alive. What a naughty little girl. Aokiji stretched out his hand and stroked Nico Robin's hair. On his always cold face, a relieved smile appeared. I haven't been able to take good care of you. Now you've grown up, so don't act like a child anymore. Nico Robin lowered her head and wiped her tears. At this moment, the grudges of 17 years were all eliminated here. Nico Robin knew everything the man in front of her had done for her. Now she just wanted Aokiji to survive, even if she had to live, like she did in the past. Nico Robin could understand the pride of the Admiral of the Navy, but she still wanted Aokiji to survive, even if it was humiliating. Just when Aokiji wanted to say something, he saw Uehara Naraku in the distance looking at them with a mysterious smile. No, there's something wrong with that guy. Aokiji's expression suddenly changed, and he regained his indifference. Nicole Robin, hurry up. I have no strength in my body now, and I can't commit suicide at all. Don't be in a hurry to die. Uehara Naraku's palm fell on Nicole Robin's shoulder, and a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Aokiji and said, actually, you two are wrong. What I said is true. As long as you agree to be my spy, I will let you go. After saying this, Uehara Naraku ignored the astonishment of Nicole Robin and Aokiji, and rubbed his forehead with his hand. It's really a headache. If I want to threaten you to be loyal to me, I can't find anyone to be a hostage. After Uehara Naraku said this, he looked at Aokiji, and suddenly a strange smile appeared on his face. Should I use your teacher Zifa to threaten you? You must know that Admiral Zifa will definitely not be my opponent. And what about Smoker, the one you guard in Rogue Town? He is your friend, right? But I don't think a cold guy like you would care about them. Aokiji's expression did not change. In fact, he was a little panicked, because the two people that Uehara Naraku mentioned were indeed among the people he cared about the most, especially his teacher, Admiral Zephyr. After Uehara Naraku lowered his head and thought for a while, he suddenly stretched out his hand towards a Shigeki Kisame, and a ball of dark green energy was pulled out from a Shigeki Kisame's body. That was the soul contract he had signed with a Shigeki Kisame. Although the call of fate had been exchanged by him for chakra energy, the soul contract was still on him and Kisame. Uehara Naraku waved his hand and threw the ball of dark green energy on the ground. A green short spear fell in front of Aokiji. If you don't want them to die with you, pick up this dark spear. Dark spear. Provide a cooperation agreement to others through the dark spear. If they accept the agreement, the dark spear will enter their bodies and bind their souls. If they betray the contract, the betrayer's soul will be collected in the dark spear to strengthen its power. Only one person can be bound, and it can be removed actively. Aokiji fell into silence. Her Shigeki Kisame sighed faintly. Nico Robin whispered beside him and persuaded Aokiji, obey his orders first. No one in Akatsuki will resist his orders. If he is angry, he will definitely do what he says. Aokiji slowly stretched out his palm. Nico Robin was right. No matter what, He had to find a way to stabilize Uehara Naraku first. The next moment, he slowly grasped the dark spear composed of dark green energy on the ground. When Aokiji grasped the spear of darkness, a faint green energy wrapped around their bodies, and a sigh of God appeared in their ears. The oath has been signed. Even if you are an admiral of the navy, if you betray our agreement, you will die immediately, and your soul will not rest in peace. Uehara Naraku waved his hand to heal Aokiji's body, and then he continued softly, in this way, even if you betray me, you will not have the opportunity to leak my information. After that, Uehara Naraku looked at Aokiji, and a smile appeared on his face again. Don't be so cold on your face, be happy. At least in this way, you can also take this opportunity to monitor me, and even persuade me to give up some wrong ideas. What Uehara Naraku said does make sense. At least after becoming this guy's man, I can monitor his every move, and prevent his dangerous actions. Aokiji's expression eased a little. He raised his head and asked, now can you tell me your true identity and real purpose? Our true identity is Akatsuki, which means to bring hope of dawn to this world. Uehara Naraku introduced his identity with a serious expression, spread out his palm and continued, of course, our surface identity is an employee of Baroque Works, and our main purpose is to let the world know the horror of Mr. Crocodile. We want the whole world to know that Mr. Crocodile is the most terrible pirate in the world, and he is the man most likely to become the pirate king. Sorry, stop for a moment. Aokiji couldn't help scratching his head, looking at Uehara Naraku and asked, well, can I ask, do you have a grudge against that guy Crocodile? Is this going to kill Crocodile? This method of spreading terror and fear is something that some small pirates who want to become famous and die will do. Crocodile, a pirate who was canonized as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and has a great reputation. If he dares to do this, he will definitely provoke a group of powerful enemies. Why are these two people so powerful, but they are really hiding in a small place like Baroque Works to harm Crocodile? What is the purpose of doing this? If there is a grudge, can't they just kill him secretly? There should be no grudge, right? Uehara Naraku turned his head and glanced at Nico Robin. Hey, Robin, did Mr. Crocodile say anything bad about me? For example, he treated me as an experiment or something? Nico Robin thought for a while, shook her head and said, no, Crocodile just said that he treats you employees as disposable tools. Then there is a grudge between him and me now. The 5th update is finished. I will continue tomorrow. I just watched the encounter between Robin and Aokiji at the end of episode 315. I wanted to use Robin to threaten Aokiji, but I felt that Aokiji would definitely not agree, so I could only let Kisame. Chapter 403 Another injured general. Uehara Naraku is a man without moral integrity. He joined Baroque Works just to harm Crocodile, but now he is talking as if he and Crocodile have just made enemies. And this man is too narrow-minded. Well, let's just treat Crocodile's matter as your bad taste. Aokiji rubbed his forehead and continued to ask helplessly, so what do you want me to provide? I'm executing lazy justice, and I don't know much about the navy. The headquarters of Marineford doesn't seem to value you. Uehara Naraku thought for a while and shook his head. At least now it seems that he really doesn't need this admiral to do anything. After all, they are just a dormant small organization now. Even if Kabuto Yakushi secretly joins the navy, there is no need to use Aokiji for the time being, because Kabuto Yakushi is only a 3rd-class soldier now. It is estimated that when Kabuto Yakushi is promoted to the position of Vice Admiral in the future, he will need Aokiji's help. Aokiji, this chess piece. Now all he needs is to hide. Maybe if a Akainu is manipulated in the future, this chess piece can become a Navy Admiral. Lie dormant for now. Uehara turned his head and looked at the black wall painted with red clouds, waved his hand casually and said, a general of the Navy headquarters naturally cannot be used for trivial matters. When I need you, I will send someone to find you. HMM. Aokiji scratched his head and sighed casually. It seems that, when you come to me, it may be a big trouble. Maybe. After saying that, Uehara Naraku slowly stretched out his palm, and a golden light flew out from his fingertips, suddenly shooting through the other white wall painted with peaceful seagulls. Uehara Naraku suddenly showed a smile on his face. Mr. Kuzan, in order to prevent you from being too lonely in the Navy, I will try my best to find more companions for you in the Navy. Aokiji raised his head in confusion. The admiral thought for a second and immediately understood what Uehara Naraku meant. Was this guy going to continue to attack the vice admirals or even the admirals? And looking at Uehara Naraku's actions just now, his next target, wouldn't it be Admiral Kizaru? To be honest, Aokiji suddenly felt that Kizaru, the guy who was ambiguous about everything, really had the possibility of playing both sides. After all, Kizaru has never had any moral integrity. If 2 of the 3 admirals of the Navy headquarters in the future are spies of Uehara Naraku, their Marshal Sengoku and colleague Akainu will go crazy, right? Boo 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 boo. Boo boo boo. Just when Aokiji wanted to say something, the dendenmashi on his body suddenly rang. Under Uehara Naraku's playful gaze, Aokiji reached out and connected his dendenmashi. This was a call from the Navy Marshal Sengoku. Kuzan, where are you now? There was a hint of anxiety in the voice of Admiral Sengoku. Port Gustiace rejected the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea. When Borsalino rushed to Shabaodi to capture him, Ace was rescued by a pirate named Uchiha Sasuke. That bastard pirate named Uchiha Sasuke actually blew up a small island in Shabaodi. Borsalino was seriously injured to protect 3 celestial dragons. That pirate named Uchiha Sasuke is a member of the Spade Pirates. You rush back to Marineford immediately. We need to reformulate a plan to capture the entire Spade Pirates. It's no wonder Sengoku is anxious. Originally, Sengoku's plan was well prepared. As long as Port Gustiace accepted the invitation of the 7 warlords of the sea, then naturally nothing would happen. But if that guy refused the invitation, it would be fine. Then send an admiral and vice admiral Garp to capture him and put him in the underwater prison. Now, not only has the person not been caught, but even an admiral of the Navy has been injured. What's more important is that the pirate who injured the admiral has joined the Spade Pirates. Well, I see. Aokiji hung up the dendenmashi and frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with this sea? He was just beaten by Uehara Naraku and had no chance to fight back. On the other side, Admiral Kizaru was also injured. Aokiji turned his head and glanced at the people present. He saw that after Uehara Naraku and the other 2 listened to his dendenmashi, their expressions seemed a little strange. The situation seems to be a little wrong. Bilu-gilu. Bilu-gilu. Uehara Naraku put his hand on his forehead, as if he wanted to say something to Aokiji, when the dendenmashi on his body also rang. It was Uchiha Sasuke calling. Hey, Uehara, under the arrangement of Black Zetsu, I have successfully joined the Spade Pirates. These guys are not very smart, and don't doubt me at all. Uchiha Sasuke seemed to be in a bad mood. When he talked about the Spade Pirates, his voice sounded full of disgust, because I joined as a ninja and a swordsman. The guy named Ace seemed to be very interested in ninjutsu, and kept pestering me. I really didn't have time to contact you guys. People on this sea are always interested in new things. Ace certainly would not give up a ninja like Uchiha Sasuke, and Sasuke was also warmly welcomed when he joined the Spade Pirates. Uehara Naraku was silent for a while, then spoke softly, but I just heard that you injured Admiral Kizaru of the Marine Headquarters, and even nearly killed 3 celestial dragons. Doesn't anyone in the Spade Pirates suspect you yet? Don't worry. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was a little more cold. It's been only 2 days since I joined the Spade Pirates, and I've become the vice captain of this ship. I can make decisions on most things on this ship. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was filled with more disgust, and these guys' brains, do they really have doubts? Now they pester me to learn ninjutsu every day. Do I have to lurk among these idiots? The IQ of these guys is not as good as that idiot Naruto. To be honest, Uchiha Sasuke is really disgusted now. Although there are many funny members of the Akatsuki organization, most of them have high IQs. The members of the Spade Pirates have no IQ at all. They had clearly fled when they saw a Navy ship before. They even fled when they saw a female lieutenant chasing them. But when faced with the attack of Admiral Kizaru of the Navy headquarters in Shampoo, those guys actually encouraged their captain to challenge the admiral. After all, they were all users of the nature type fruit ability. Damn, They didn't know the intelligence between each other and had no idea of the enemy's strength, but they directly challenged the admiral. As a result, if it weren't for the deputy captain's emergency action and using the admiral's protection of the celestial dragons to stop the pursuit, the Spade Pirates might have been forced to disband today. A bunch of idiots. Among this group of idiots, Uchiha Sasuke, who is obviously reliable, seems to stand out a bit. He is called the deputy captain, but is actually the nanny of the pirate group. Uehara and Naraku fell into silence. Some people in this world are indeed more innocent than imagined. They will never doubt their companions, so they are easily used by others. However, Uchiha Sasuke is more capable than he imagined. Why did this guy become the vice captain within a few days of joining the Spade Pirates? But he is still just a mid-level agent after joining Baroque Works. Crocodile, this bastard. Can't he learn from Ace? At least give Uehara Naraku the position of vice president of Baroque Works. Although Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, is his person now. Uehara Naraku said faintly, okay, then just lurk by Ace's side. Don't be too out of line. The power of this world is beyond your imagination. I know. Uchiha Sasuke nodded and said in a deep voice, the storm release bloodline of that admiral is indeed very strange, and he is a very sinister guy in character. But this time he was just lucky. I already know his ability, and the next time I meet him, I will definitely kill him. Uchiha Sasuke already knew the ability of the Pikachu fruit, but he still stubbornly believed that Admiral Kizaru only had an ordinary storm release bloodline in his body. Oh, there's no need to kill Kizaru. Uehara Naraku shook his head in boredom and said, maybe the next time we meet, he will be our companion. After that, Uehara Naraku glanced at Aokiji standing next to him, and continued, by the way, there may be a general named Aokiji who will hunt you down. Your ability is very restrained. Remember to show mercy to him, because he is one of us now. Uchiha Sasuke fell into silence. After a long time, Uchiha Sasuke spoke gloomily, Uehara Naraku, are you going to manipulate everyone in the world as your pawns again? No. Uehara Naraku shook his head, sighed faintly, and said, how can you have such a dangerous idea? I'm a righteous person. Uchiha Sasuke was so angry that he hung up the Dendenmushi directly. We are all on the same side. Why is this guy Uehara Naraku acting again? Really? Uehara Naraku listened to the sound of Dendenmushi hanging up and couldn't help but sigh again. We are all companions. Why don't you believe me? Everyone had a frown on their foreheads. Aokiji stood by and listened to all the conversations between Uehara Naraku and Uchiha Sasuke. He couldn't help scratching his hair and couldn't help but say, the one who injured Borsalino, is he also your subordinate? Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded and didn't deny it. He is considered a junior in the family. Children are a little ignorant, and they insist on joining a pirate group to go out to sea to be pirates. When you go to chase him, be gentle. Aokiji fell into deep thought. To be honest, if he hadn't heard it just now, he really wouldn't think about it and directly believed Uehara's nonsense. Obviously, he didn't want to stay in the Spade Pirates at all, and you insisted on planting him in as an undercover. Uehara Naraku is not a good person. Okay, let's say goodbye here. Uehara Naraku glanced at Aokiji, then at Nico Robin, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. Robin, then the task of contacting Admiral Aokiji in the future will be handed over to you. Yes. Nico Robin nodded. When they parted, Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kasame stepped onto their boat. Nico Robin went to say goodbye to Aokiji alone. She raised her head and looked at the tall admiral of the navy and persuaded in a deep voice, Aokiji, don't do stupid things in the future. No matter what happens, you must live well. Once Aokiji does something stupid, he will definitely die. Nico Robin thinks he has understood Uehara Naraku. Such a proud person will never let go of those who betray him, as long as Aokiji really dares to betray the agreement between him and Uehara Naraku. Even if the result is not as terrible as Uehara said, he will definitely be killed by Uehara. And Nico Robin also saw it. Aokiji had no power to resist in Uehara Naraku's hands. Well, forget it. Aokiji wanted to say something, but when he saw Nico Robin's expression, he shook his head. The two talked about the past. The relationship seemed to become more and more subtle. The next moment, Aokiji stretched out his palm and covered Nico Robin's hair with his big palm. The man who was not good at expressing his feelings patted Robin on the head. I understand. You have to live well in the future. Also, don't do too many dangerous things with them. The first update, I got up late again. I will continue to work hard to pay off my debts. I calculated that a total of 55 chapters need to be added this month. 40 chapters have been added, and there are still 15 chapters owed. I will definitely pay it off before the end of the month, and I can even have a few days of rest. Chapter 404, Your warship has been requisitioned by our Baroque works. Aokiji was just overthinking. What Uehara Naraku did next was really not dangerous. Not only that, it was even a bit leisurely. What danger could there be in visiting a novice village? After they separated, they each continued to run to their own destinations. Uehara Naraku also checked his reward for defeating Aokiji. Side quest, defeat the Admiral Aokiji of the Navy headquarters, 1/1. Mission completed. Reward: 150,000 points of life energy, 150,000 points of armament haki, and 150,000 points of observation haki. Side quest, subdue a subordinate of the Admiral level, 1/1. Mission completed. Reward: 100,000 points of life energy, 100,000 points of armament haki, and 100,000 points of observation haki. The feeling of cheating is indeed comfortable. Uehara Naraku slowly glanced at his doubled attributes before looking at the next somewhat strange task. Hidden quest, let the coldest person in the world feel warm, 1/1. Quest completed. Fixed reward, summoning contract Ice Phoenix Anivia. Summoning contract Ice Phoenix, summon Anivia to participate in the battle, consuming 10,000 life energy points. This system is something. It can also come up with such a thing as a fixed reward. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but want to praise his own system. Is it because Aokiji is a bird that he rewarded this ice bird's psychic contract? Anyway, he didn't lose anything anyway. Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Nico Robin. She seemed to be very worried and didn't know what she had brought to her boss. Because of the existence of Uehara Naraku, the navigator, they didn't need to avoid any unfavorable weather at all and quickly reached the end of their voyage. Whiskey Peak. There used to be many bounty hunters here, most of whom worked under the control of Baroque works, but they encountered a powerful pirate not long ago, and many people were driven away and dispersed. However, with the departure of the pirate, the bounty hunters returned here and continued their previous work, which was to deceive the new pirates who had just entered the Grand Line. Cheat those pirates. Uehara Naraku looked at the town under the Whiskey Mountain and couldn't help but feel a little fascinated. Speaking of which, we are all the same. I also like to deceive pirates. There are so many like-minded people here, and life in the future must be very interesting. Nico Robin's eyes trembled. No, you are different from them. These guys only deceived the pirates who had a bounty of at most a few million or tens of millions of berries, but you directly deceived the 7 warlords of the sea. Moreover, these bounty hunters deceived the pirates simply because they wanted to kill them quickly. Uehara Naraku deceived Crocodile simply because he was afraid that Crocodile would die too easily. From now on, this is where we will make a living. Uehara Naraku's eyes became a little gloomy again, and he continued faintly, if we want to leave here in the future, we will probably have to wait until Mr. Crocodile transfers us back. This sounded a little resentful. Hashigaki Kisame and Nico Robin couldn't help but want to write a miserable word for Crocodile in advance. That. Nico Robin lifted her hair and said softly, Mr. Naraku and Mr. Kisame can also act freely, because I'm basically in charge of the affairs of Baroque works, and Crocodile rarely asks. Before she finished speaking, Nico Robin felt a little regretful. Can't we induce these two people to stay at Whiskey Peak peacefully? Whiskey Peak is so small, what trouble can Uehara Naraku cause here? If they are allowed to move freely, God knows how much trouble they can cause in the sea. Then why are we still here? After hearing that he didn't have to stay here to gain Crocodile's trust, Uehara Naraku immediately changed his face. These bounty hunters are too unskilled to cheat people. I'm too lazy to be with them. Set sail for Upside Down Mountain immediately. We are going to the East China Sea. Really ruthless. Nico Robin couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Didn't she want to get along well with this group of bounty hunters just now? Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help but sighed. Mr. Naraku, but if you want to go to the Four Seas from the Grand Line, you don't have to go through Upside Down Mountain because of the effect of ocean currents. If you want to return to the Four Seas from the Grand Line, in addition to abandoning the ship and climbing the Red Earth continent, you have to find a way to pass through the dangerous Calm Belt. This danger is relative. The most dangerous in the Calm Belt are the Sea Kings. These monsters are hundreds of meters or even thousands of meters long and can easily tear apart any ship. For Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame, encountering Sea Kings is not a big problem for them. Unless they encounter a Sea King that is several thousand meters long, other Sea Kings are not a threat to them. Of course, even a Sea King that is several thousand meters long is just an extra dish for Uehara Naraku, who has a complete Susanoo. They stayed at Whiskey Peak for a day. Nico Robin dealt with the things here and rearranged several former Baroque Works employees. The three of them left here and rushed to the Calm Belt. Calm Belt area. A Navy warship was sailing slowly because there was no sea breeze in the Calm Belt area and it could only move forward with the warship's own power. For the Navy, crossing the Calm Belt is not dangerous because the Navy's warship is placed with sea stone under it. This stone can make the entire warship no different from the sea and will not attract the attention of the Sea King. The Navy on these warships did not dare to be careless. After all, the existence of sea stone would not attract the attention of Sea Kings, but it did not mean that they would not encounter wandering Sea Kings. Therefore, a Navy sentry was on the ship, watching and observing, alert to the appearance of Sea Kings. Just when it was hot, the Navy soldier suddenly felt a breeze blowing across his cheek from behind. He could not help but wondered, hey, is it windy? The next moment, he reacted suddenly. This is a Calm Belt, how could it be windy? When the Navy soldier turned his head suddenly, he saw a small boat sailing with its sails spread. The boat was sailing fast with the wind. Colonel Tina, the wind is blowing. Colonel Tina, there is a boat. The Navy soldiers on the entire warship heard the news and stood on the deck, watching the boat moving faster and faster, and finally gradually approaching them. The highest officer of this warship was a colonel of the Navy headquarters named Tina, who was also a superhuman type, Kanken fruit ability user. A sexy woman with long pink hair came out. It was the captain of the warship, Colonel Tina. The beautiful colonel pushed open her sunglasses and felt the sea breeze with some surprise. The doldrums. How can there be wind? Tina has never seen such a situation. Maybe the people on that small boat are doing something. A Navy soldier stood beside her and pointed at the small boat that was getting closer and closer to the warship. Colonel Tina, what kind of devil fruit ability is this? Tina, I don't know. The beautiful colonel hesitated and shook her head. Her eyes slowly fell on the small boat. She also saw three people on the small boat. A woman, a man, a fishman. Colonel Tina. The people around him also saw the three people, and he immediately remembered the wanted order issued not long ago. Nico Robin, the son of the devil with a bounty of 80 million berries, the shark man Hoshigaki Kisame with a bounty of 15 million berries, and the pirate with a bounty of 8 million berries. Tina saw the weakest little pirate on the boat squinting and smiling at her and waving to say hello, and the beautiful colonel's face suddenly showed a touch of irritability. Tina immediately gave the order to attack the boat, catch them. Although they don't look like bad guys, they did violate the law. This Colonel Tina must not know that the Navy Admiral Aokiji had just been beaten to a pulp by someone she thought was the weakest not long ago. Even if this Colonel Tina knew, she would still attack without hesitation. On the boat, Nico Robin was sitting on a chair reading a book, while Uehara Naraku and Hoshigaki Kisame were leisurely holding juice in their mouths. It was the strong wind he created that drove the boat forward in the calm belt. When passing by the Navy warship, Uehara Naraku also saw the sexy colonel with long pink hair on the warship, and he showed a sunny and cheerful smile to the beautiful colonel. Just when they thought that this encounter was about to end, a bunch of black spears suddenly attacked the small boat that was created by the ability of the superhuman Kanken fruit. These black spears were all as hard as steel and fired from cannons, enough to easily penetrate the small boat. Hoshigaki Kisame instantly put down his juice, put his palms together and quickly formed seals, trying to prevent their small boat from being destroyed. Oh, forget it. Naraku grabbed Kisame's arm, shook his head and said, "It's not worth it for this small boat. Since they are going to give us a boat, let's change it." Naraku happened to be preparing a large ship to plunder the East China Sea, but this ship was indeed too small, and it might not even be able to fit Nami's orange tree. After hearing Naraku speak, Nico Robin subconsciously raised her head with a string of question marks on her face. What kind of inhuman words are these? The next moment, the small boat was instantly pierced by black iron spears. The warships chasing the small boat also took this opportunity to catch up. Captain Tina of the Navy headquarters bit a cigarette and was about to announce that Naraku and his gang were arrested. Tina announces that "You pirates are. Your warships have been requisitioned by our Baroque works." Naraku on the boat interrupted Tina's words. He took a sip of the juice in his hand and looked at the Navy colonel with a gloomy face. "I really didn't expect that there would be someone in this sea who dared to attack our Baroque works. And if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels." Chapter 405. We have arrived at Rogue Town. Please take your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner. Tina was a little confused. Naraku's aura was so confusing that she couldn't help but feel that Baroque Works was really an incredible organization. The beautiful Navy colonel frowned and turned her head subconsciously and asked, "Baroque Works?" Tina seems to have heard of it. The Navy soldier next to her answered cautiously, "Colonel Tina, Baroque Works is a criminal company with many wanted criminals. It was very active in the first half of the Grand Line. We have caught one before. Because Baroque Works is especially active in the route around Alabasta, and that route happens to have a sea area under the jurisdiction of Colonel Tina. The Navy soldiers on this warship really remember it." After Tina was silent for a second, a flash of irritability flashed across her face. She stepped on the guardrail of the warship and rushed towards Naraku and others. "Tina is very angry." The beautiful colonel instantly felt that Naraku was teasing her and she was going to personally catch this daring guy. Naraku looked at the daring beautiful colonel, kicked her on the waist, and kicked the devil fruit user directly into the sea. The battle ended so hastily. A devil fruit user who is kicked into the sea will instantly lose all his strength under the wrapping of the sea water. Isn't this just at the mercy of others? 1 minute later, Naraku sat on the warship, respectfully moved her chair to the deck, and invited Nico Robin to sit on the chair. Her sugar Kisame also stood beside Robin with a faint smile on his face. In front of them was the beautiful Navy Colonel Tina lying on the deck with her face up, looking at the blue sky of the calm belt with a little despair on her face. This scene made Nico Robin's eyes twitch. At this moment, Robin felt as if she had to take the blame too. Naraku glared at the group of trembling Navy soldiers and said with a serious face, "We are members of Baroque Works, and this is Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works." A drop of cold sweat appeared on Nico Robin's face. Well, there is no doubt now. It is estimated that after a period of time, her 80 million Bailey reward will definitely increase. I really don't know what Aokiji's expression is. Compared with Aokiji, the Navy Admiral, as a member of Akatsuki, after the bounty on him has increased, it seems that he should be more worried about the man named Kakuzu. Naraku did not even look at Robin's expression, and continued in a deep voice, "From now on, your Navy warship has been requisitioned by our Baroque Works. If you want to save your colonel's life, immediately change your course and rush to Rogue Town in the East China Sea." A Navy soldier with a little more courage stood up and said hesitantly, "We are also going to Rogue Town." "Very good." Naraku patted his palms and smiled. "This is really a fateful encounter." "Hey, are you unhappy?" "Applaud for our fateful encounter." A group of Navy looked at each other. There were question marks on the foreheads of each Navy. The next moment, they saw the tall fishman of Baroque Works showing a ferocious expression, holding a strange knife, and falling on Colonel Tina. Papa papa. The applause spread throughout the warship. Nicole Robin looked at this scene and her eyelids couldn't help but tremble. These Navy must have hated Baroque Works. Uehara Naraku spread his hands with satisfaction, signaling everyone to be quiet. In the next period of time, I hope we can get along well. When we arrive at Rogue Town, you will take your gifts and get off the ship. All the Navy looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. This is as if it was his ship. It's okay for you to take the ship, but you really want to rob their warship. This is very bad. It is more likely to arouse the hostility of the Navy than killing the king of the magnetic drum country. You will definitely be hunted by the Navy in the future. Uehara Naraku looked at the speechless Navy one by one, and his face gradually became serious. He continued in a deep voice, I hope you remember the lesson today. In the future, you will never provoke Baroque works. You really won't be so lucky next time. The beautiful Navy colonel lying on the ground bit her lips. At this moment, Colonel Tina remembered her humiliation. Whether it was that Nico Robin, the Uehara Naraku, or the entire Baroque works, Tina would not let them go. Sooner or later, all members of the Baroque works will be arrested and thrown into the underwater prison in Pelton. Definitely, no one will be spared. Unfortunately, Colonel Tina only persisted with this idea for one day, and she planned to save the guy named Uehara Naraku first. Because Colonel Tina saw that when the fishman named Hoshigaki Kisame wanted to kill a Navy soldier, Uehara Naraku stopped Kisame. 10 days later, the Navy warship sailed out of the doldrums. During these days, Uehara Naraku became the most respected person on the warship. He always persuaded Hoshigaki Kisame to put down his butcher knife and save those Navy soldiers when Hoshigaki Kisame wanted to kill. He is really a good person. Even Navy Colonel Tina couldn't help but feel that this person seemed to have strayed into the wrong organization and wanted to try to save him. At this moment, Uehara Naraku sat on the guardrail of the warship, sipped the juice, and took a look at the mission reward he got. Side quest, crossing the calm belt, 1/1. Quest completed, rewards 10,000 life energy, 10,000 armament haki, 10,000 observation haki. This is just his starting point. Next is the real novice village welfare. Uehara Naraku slowly opened the map of the East China Sea and planned to plan a quest route when a clear female voice fell into his ears. Hey, Tina doesn't understand why someone like you would join that kind of criminal company. You look very sunny, and although you have a bad personality, you are undoubtedly a good person. The beautiful Navy colonel stood beside Uehara Naraku and continued, Tina has secretly seen these days that you have been protecting ordinary Navy soldiers on the ship from the hands of that terrifying fishman and the devil's son Nico Robin. After saying this, the beautiful colonel said in a deep voice, as long as you are willing to join the Navy, Tina can guarantee that you will not be held accountable. Sorry, I can't agree to this. Uehara Naraku shook his head, with a hint of apology on his face. He whispered, since I joined Baroque Works, I can never look back. When Uehara Naraku said this, his face gradually became a little afraid. You are just a Navy colonel. You don't know how terrible the boss of our Baroque Works is. If I dare to betray Baroque Works, I will definitely be killed by the boss. Don't say that you are just an ordinary Navy colonel. Even the admiral or even the marshal is not the opponent of the boss of Baroque Works. Colonel Tina showed a trace of doubt on her face. Just when she wanted to continue asking questions, she saw Nico Robin coming over. The Navy colonel closed his mouth in a sullen manner. You can start to prepare to pack your things. Nico Robin felt bitter in her heart, but she looked at Colonel Tina with a smile on her face. We will soon arrive at Rogue Town, and you Navy can leave this ship. Vice President Uehara Naraku stood up and looked at Nico Robin respectfully. I will take care of this. You go and rest. Okay. Nico Robin nodded in a trance. Don't do this. I'm a little scared. I really don't know why Uehara Naraku wants to show off his acting skills in front of an ordinary Navy colonel. I don't understand. I don't understand. If Uehara Naraku knew why Robin had this question, he would tell Robin directly, because this Colonel Tina will definitely spread the threat of Baroque Works and Crocodile in the Navy in the future. After this warship robbery incident, she will definitely keep a close eye on Baroque Works. The most important thing is that this beautiful colonel seems to be a little soft-hearted. Facing some pirates and prisoners who are not a big threat, the beautiful colonel doesn't seem to care about their past, and even directly accepts them into the Navy. This can be regarded as a way for Uehara Naraku to pave the way for himself to clean up his name and sneak into the Navy in the future. It is not certain whether he will join the Navy in the future. Anyway, it is always good to have one more way in life. At this moment, Uehara Naraku is a person who has strayed into Baroque works and gone astray, but still has a trace of conscience and wants to turn back. After Nicole Robin left gracefully, Colonel Tina clenched her palms, looked at Uehara Naraku, and whispered to him, "Hey, Mr. Uehara, don't do too many bad things with Baroque works, otherwise Tina won't be able to protect you in the future. And no matter who the boss behind this criminal company is, Tina will definitely put him in Impelton prison." Impossible. Uehara Naraku shook his head and whispered, "The strength and identity of the boss of Baroque works are beyond your imagination. When we arrive in Rogue Town, I hope you can forget what happened today. Tina will definitely do it." Colonel Tina was still a little indignant. After the warship left the doldrums, the speed of travel suddenly increased a lot, and they soon arrived at their destination this time. Rogue Town. The town of beginning and end. Because this is the hometown of the pirate king Goldie Roger, and it is also the place where Goldie Roger was executed and killed, and it is also the starting point of the entire great pirate era. Want my treasure? If so, go to the sea and look for it. I've put everything there. Because Goldie Roger shouted this sentence before his execution, the wildness of this world was completely awakened. From then on, many people rushed to the sea to become pirates, looking for the treasure one piece left at the destination, Raftel. People with weak strength think that there are countless treasures stored there. People with strong strength think that there is the truth of the world stored there. The warship slowly stopped at the dock. We have arrived at Rogue Town. Uehara Naraku squinted his eyes and smiled, looking very sunny. He whispered, "Please take your luggage and disembark in an orderly manner." The third update. I plan to take a break after finishing the 4th chapter and adjust my work and rest schedule. Chapter 406. How can the domineering power of the king compare to the pleasure of being the mastermind? The navy left their warships with ugly expressions. The mood of these navy was really not good. Every navy remembered the name of Baroque works with hatred in their hearts. Just before Tina got off the ship, she stopped in front of Uehara Naraku and tried to save Uehara Naraku again. "Hey, don't do those dangerous things. Tina must." "Colonel Tina." Uehara Naraku interrupted Tina and said softly, "Baroque works left the Grand Line this time to take the opportunity to plunder the richest places in the East China Sea. If there is time, please rush to the naval base in this town and tell Colonel Smoker here to be careful. Because we have received orders from the boss. Colonel Smoker is the strongest among the naval commanders in the East China Sea. If you want to plunder the East China Sea, you must get rid of Colonel Smoker first. So we have prepared a secret weapon to deal with him." Tina's expression suddenly became serious. The next moment, Tina nodded slowly and left her warship, intending to go to the Rogue Town naval base immediately to find her friend Smoker, who was stationed here. Smoker is a natural smoke fruit ability user. These members of Baroque works really prepared means to deal with Smoker, which is really not good, and Smoker must be notified as soon as possible. If Smoker is solved, even if reinforcement arrive, it will be too late to stop Baroque works from looting the East China Sea. Tina knows. Colonel Tina frowned, left a word and hurried away. "Uehara Naraku, you must be careful not to be discovered by them." If Uehara Naraku said it, he must prepare in advance. If Uehara Naraku said it was false, it didn't matter. But according to Tina's observation, she thought Uehara Naraku had no need to lie to her. Perhaps because of these days of getting along, this person called Uehara Naraku actually had the intention to turn back, but he was still afraid of the boss of Baroque works. After watching this beautiful colonel hurriedly leave, Hashiga Kikisame came over with Samehada on his back and couldn't help grinning. "Lord Uehara, are the IQs of the navy so low? She hasn't realized for so many days that Lord Uehara is the most terrifying one among us." Kisame. Uehara Naraku sighed faintly. "Isn't it because of my superb performance?" "Okay." Hashiga Kikisame shook his head helplessly. Nico Robin walked out slowly, looked at Uehara Naraku and whispered, "Are we really going to plunder the East China Sea?" "Of course." Uehara Naraku nodded and continued, "I have made the route map. The first stop is Rogue Town. The second stop is Berity, the Sea Restaurant. The third stop is Orange Village. The fourth stop is Windmill Village." Nico Robin's eyelids twitched. What kind of route map did Uehara Naraku make? Except for Rogue Town, which is a little better. The rest are small villages that I have never heard of. And why is there a sea restaurant in it? You are so powerful, can't you be a little more generous? I really don't understand how much money this kind of place can have. Okay. Uehara Naraku glanced at Hashiga Kikisame next to him, chuckled and said, then let's go and see the execution place of the Pirate King. Huh. Hashiga Kikisame looked at Uehara Naraku in surprise, and couldn't help asking curiously, Lord Uehara, don't you say hello to Rogue Town first? This is the tradition of Akatsuki. No, or it should be said, that it is a tradition created by Uehara Naraku. No matter where you want to attack, you must first say hello with a powerful spell. Forget it. Uehara Naraku patted his forehead, shook his head and said, now I'm a good person. Wait until we get to the execution platform of the Pirate King, then you can say hello to this town. Oh. Hashiga Kikisame's face suddenly showed strong interest. Rogue Town, Naval Base. Smoker, the captain of the Navy headquarters, lives here. This town is also his hometown. He witnessed the execution of the Pirate King Goldie Roger many years ago. While others went out to sea frantically to find treasure, Smoker vowed to stop the great pirate era created by his fellow countryman Goldie Roger. This is really an admirable upright outlook. I have to say that Smoker did a good job. It is precisely because he was stationed in Rogue Town and captured many pirates who wanted to enter the Grand Line that the Navy's top brass loved and hated him. Because people criticized that Smoker rarely obeyed the orders of his superiors and always attacked rashly, so he is still a colonel. Now Smoker is walking slowly on the streets of Rogue Town with a cigar in his mouth. He looks like he is not easy to mess with, and he does look very difficult to mess with. To be honest, in the eyes of many Rogue Town residents, this Navy captain named Smoker is more like a gangster boss than the gangster boss Bartolomea in this town. Smoker's favorite thing is to hold a cigar in his mouth, walk on the streets of Rogue Town and inspect this town, this peaceful town, because this is the result of his years of hard work. Just when Smoker was slowly preparing to have 2 more cigars, he saw a figure running over hurriedly, and his eyelids couldn't help but jump. Hey, Tina, why are you in Rogue Town? Tina is Smoker's good friend. The two of them studied under the former Navy Admiral Zephyr and came from the same training camp, so the relationship between the two of them is really good. Smoker. Colonel Tina did not hesitate at all and introduced all the situations. Several powerful pirates have entered Rogue Town. They are here to target you. Tina immediately told Smoker everything she had encountered in the car belt and also told him the news that Baroque Works wanted to rob the East China Sea. After saying all the things, the beautiful Navy colonel frowned slightly, lowered her head and sighed. Tina is ashamed. It seems that the enemy is indeed very strong. Smoker exhaled a thick smoke ring and said in a muffled voice, I will send warships to surround them. I will get rid of those guys and take back your warships. No matter how strong the pirates are, the Navy must never retreat. Just when the two Navy colonels met, the square of Rogue Town. It is also the most lively place in the entire Rogue Town. The execution platform that once executed Goldie Roger is still preserved. The world government uses this execution platform as a warning to the world. It seems that no one is guarding it. Uehara Naraku glanced around and walked up to the execution platform. He whispered, wait for me here, I'll go up and take a look. Yes. Hashiga Kikisame nodded. Nico Robin's expression was a little subtle. This execution platform is not auspicious, because it was once the place where the most terrible pirate in the world was executed. Uehara Naraku walked up step by step. The townspeople in the square noticed this scene, and their expressions changed slightly. Some people seemed to be unable to stop themselves from speaking to stop Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku turned a deaf ear to it, and walked up to the execution platform step by step, as if he was walking up to a throne that was once the highest. He finally stood on the execution platform. This was the last scenery that a generation of Pirate King saw before his death. Side quest. Standing on the Pirate King's execution platform in Rogue Town. Feel the will that the Pirate King once left behind. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and you will be rewarded with 100,000 points of life energy, 100,000 points of armed color domineering, and 100,000 points of observation color domineering. Hidden quest. Awakening the domineering color domineering. 1/1. The quest has been completed, and you will be rewarded with the skills of using the domineering color and synchronized mental energy to increase the level of the domineering color. Domineering Conqueror's Haki. Only 1 in a million people has natural Haki, which can intimidate and shock opponents without taking action, and can even be used to attack directly. This is what a novice village should look like. Just walking on this execution platform can get such a high reward. Sometimes it's really not the system's fault. It gave a way to become a god, but Uehara Naraku inexplicably chose the hell start. Uehara Naraku, regular form, world power. 5,200,000 life energy. 583,900 Conqueror's Haki, Advanced Armament Haki. 583,900 Observation Haki. 583,900 Life Energy Recovery. 1296/Second Armament Haki. 648/Second Observation Haki. 648/Second Remaining Gold Coins. 13,020. Uehara Naraku glanced at his attribute panel. At this moment, he also got the 3 color Haki, and he didn't have to worry about being suppressed by the enemy with Conqueror's Haki in the future. Moreover, as a leader who wants to lead the Akatsuki organization to the top of the world, it always feels weird that he has no Conqueror's Haki. No, this is not right either. As a person who always likes to control everything behind the scenes, it seems even weirder that he can get Conqueror's Haki. Uehara Naraku flew to the side of Hoshigaki Kisame and Nico Robin and said with a smile on his face, "I have got what I want. Let's go." It seems that Lord Uehara is in a good mood. Hoshigaki Kisame grinned, and a smile appeared on his face. "So are we leaving Rogue Town? Don't we say hello to this town? HMM. Uehara Naraku's eyes fell on Smoker and Tina, who were rushing over from a street, and his brows frowned slightly. Even if he has already obtained Conqueror's Haki, his first thought is to show off his acting skills in front of Colonel Tina. Sure enough, being a mastermind is more suitable for him. What's the use of Conqueror's Haki? No matter how strong you are, you can only make the enemy amazed for a moment. If you have been hiding your identity in front of the enemy, when your true identity is revealed, not only will the enemy be shocked twice, but the joy you will feel in your heart will also be super doubled. It will just leave a psychological shadow on the enemy. Of course, if you jump back and forth, it will double the area of the psychological shadow. Uehara Naraku's steps were slightly wrong, and he stopped in front of Colonel Smoker and Colonel Tina. With a hint of anxiety on his face, he winked at the two of them. "Hey, didn't I say it? Don't mess with Baroque works. It's time to perform again. Sleep, your life is important." I thought I could post it quickly, but this chapter feels awkward, no matter how I write it, and I deleted a lot. I must adjust my schedule tomorrow. Chapter 407. You guys just acted out? Don't block the way. Smoker looked at Uehara Naraku angrily and didn't bother to pay attention to this little character. Is this the guy who Tina said had turned back from his wrong path? Smoker's lower body suddenly turned into a puff of white smoke, driving his body into the air, passing Uehara Naraku and rushing towards Hoshigaki Kisame and Nico Robin. Uehara Naraku looked at Smoker and rushed over, and then looked at Tina nervously. "Hey, Colonel Tina, what's wrong with you?" That's Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, who is definitely not someone he can deal with. Smoker doesn't think so. Colonel Tina clenched her fists and said in a deep voice, "I have told Smoker everything. He will definitely." Before Colonel Tina finished speaking, she saw Smoker being picked up and thrown away by the fishman, named Hoshigaki Kisame, waving his sword. What kind of pirate with a bounty of 15 million bales is this? Colonel Tina stared at the Samehada sword in Hoshigaki Kisame's hand, which had turned pitch black, in disbelief. It was that sword that hit Smoker, and a look of astonishment appeared on her face. "That's armament Haki. What Haki?" Uehara Naraku was like a little newbie. After asking this question, Uehara Naraku asked again and again, "Why did you have to come here?" knowing that Baroque Works' target was Colonel Smoker, and that guy named Kisame could deal with a vice admiral of the navy. "Sorry, Tina is going to let you down." Colonel Tina lowered her head, and a layer of black appeared on her fist. The next moment, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes slowly moved, and fell on the fishman who was ravaging Smoker. "The navy can't retreat. The next moment, Colonel Tina flew towards Ashigaki Kisame. The two captains of the Navy headquarters attacked Kisame at the same time. As Zephyr students, they also listened to the teacher's teachings and were good at color domineering. Unfortunately, Ashigaki Kisame was more powerful. Ashigaki Kisame kicked Tina away, waved Samehada to force Smoker back, quickly raised his fingers to seal, and opened his mouth to spray out a huge stream of water. Water style, exploding water wave. The wave surged around in an instant, and the entire square turned into a lake in an instant, drowning the two Navy captains. A water-style ninjutsu made them lose their resistance. Ashigaki Kisame was as free in the water as on land, and flew onto Smoker's body. The Samehada sword in his hand suddenly expanded, biting Smoker's body, trying his best to absorb the domineering and physical strength in his body. You lost, Mr. Navy. Ashigaki Kisame grinned, with a hint of pride on his face. Is there anyone in the world who is as vulnerable as you? Arsehole. Smoker raised his head exhausted. Just when the captain of the Navy headquarters was still trying to be tough, Ashigaki Kisame casually picked up his Samehada and said contemptuously, "Humph, if I kill a waste like you, I feel that my Samehada sword is dirty." Ashigaki Kisame slowly left the square, and the cold voice of this powerful fishman spread throughout the square. "Let's go, Miss Robin. Mr. Uehara Naraku, this is up to you. Kill these two Navy colonels." "Yes, Mr. Kisame." Uehara Naraku agreed respectfully. Nico Robin reluctantly stretched out her palm, covered her forehead, and followed Ashigaki Kisame out of the square of Rogue Town. Is this acting? Also, why are Ashigaki Kisame and Uehara Naraku so skilled in cooperation? It seems as if Uehara Naraku is really a small fry. After they left, the water surface receded around like a tide. Uehara Naraku walked towards the square with an ugly face. He took off Smoker's weapon, the 10 hands, and raised the 10 hands with trembling body to aim at Smoker. "Sorry." Uehara Naraku gritted his teeth, and an ugly expression flashed across his face. "Colonel Smoker, I have to follow the orders of Baroque Works now. I can only blame you for not listening to my advice." "Hey, Uehara." Colonel Tina watched this scene, and a trace of panic flashed across her face. The next moment she saw Uehara Naraku waving the 10 hands and chopping Smoker's body. Under the effect of the C-ston at the top, Smoker's body could not be atomized at all, and the whole person was directly knocked out by the 10 hands. He suddenly opened his mouth in the air and sprayed a string of blood beads. Smoker fainted immediately after landing, and it was unknown whether he was alive or dead. "Smoker." Colonel Tina's voice was a little panicked, but the next moment, she had to slowly turn her head and watch Uehara Naraku walking towards her holding his hands, with a bitter smile on her face. "Colonel Tina." Uehara Naraku lowered his voice and explained in a low voice, "I only knocked Colonel Smoker unconscious. If he was rescued in time, he should still be saved. I'm sorry, Colonel Tina, I can't disobey the orders of Baroque Works. Now that Mr. Kisame has gone far away, I should be able to let you survive safely." "Tina, I know." Colonel Tina slowly closed her eyes, then suddenly opened them and whispered, "Tina will remember this day. When we meet again next time, Tina will never let you down. It's useless." Uehara Naraku shook his head, and a trace of fear slowly appeared in his eyes. "You Navy will never know the horror of Baroque Works. The boss of Baroque Works is a man who is only one step away from the pinnacle of the world." Uehara Naraku clenched his 10 hands tightly, as if trying to draw a trace of courage to speak from the weapons in his hands. He continued in a low voice, "Even you Navy have to compromise with him. He is the real devil in this world." After finishing speaking, Uehara Naraku waved his 10 hands fiercely and said in a deep voice, "Don't expect to deal with Baroque Works anymore. The people of Baroque Works are a group of real monsters." Uehara Naraku suddenly inserted his 10 hands into Colonel Tina's head. He stared at Colonel Tina's face, and there was a trace of regret in his voice. "Colonel Tina, remember in the future, stay away from the vortex of Baroque Works. Absolutely, absolutely don't come to die again. The high-ranking Navy will never let you provoke the boss of Baroque Works." Colonel Tina watched Uehara Naraku leave here in silence. There was a trace of confusion in her eyes, which turned into determination in the blink of an eye. The port of Rogue Town. Uehara Naraku stepped onto the warship and took a glass of juice from Ashigaki Kisame. He sighed and said, "It's been a long time since I performed so hard. My acting in front of Admiral Aokiji last time was too exaggerated. Will they believe Lord Uehara?" Hashiga Kikisane grinned and asked with a smile, "If they don't believe it, it would be a waste of our energy." Uehara Naraku glanced at Nico Robin and said with a smile, "Whether the Navy will believe it or not, let's find a chance in a few days and let Miss Robin ask Admiral Aokiji, and we'll know, right?" Nico Robin held her forehead with a helpless smile on her face. "If Aokiji knew what happened in the past few days, he would definitely scold me." Since following Uehara Naraku, her market as the vice president of Baroque Works is bullish. It is estimated that it will not be long before her bounty will exceed 100 million. Uehara Naraku patted his palms and said softly, "Okay, let's go to the sea restaurant Berity first." After the warship took them away, the Navy soldiers rescued Smoker and Tina. After Colonel Tina arrived at the naval base, she immediately reported to Vice Admiral Churu about the Baroque Works. Vice Admiral Churu immediately realized the seriousness of the matter, but the Navy was too short of information about Baroque Works, so he could only decide to find a way to send someone to contact the member of Baroque Works who might become their Navy spy. By the way, find out the details of Baroque Works. That little member, it seems to be called Uehara Naraku. Navy Headquarters, Marineford. Navy Admiral Aokiji and Navy Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp chased the Spade Pirates to no avail and had to return to the Navy headquarters in a hurry. I don't know what Navy Marshal Sengoku was thinking, but he actually sent 2 actors to chase the Spade Pirates, so they definitely couldn't catch up. Monkey D. Garp is a grandfather who can't be harsh on his grandson. Aokiji had already obtained some information about Sasuke from Uehara Naraku. In fact, Uehara Naraku was not wrong. Uchiha Sasuke, the vice captain of the Spade Pirates, was indeed very restrained in his ability. If Sasuke had not shown mercy, Aokiji might not have been able to come back. Even though the two of them were restraining each other in the fight, he still had a burn on his arm. The members of Akatsuki were really terrifying. Monkey D. Garp slowly stepped onto Marineford, holding a donut in his mouth, and muttered, "I don't know if I'm thinking too much. I always feel that the kid named Uchiha Sasuke looks a bit like that bastard Rayleigh. Ace, that bastard kid, won't really become the Pirate King, except for his arrogant temperament. In other aspects, Uchiha Sasuke, the vice captain of the Spade Pirates, seems to be really similar to Rayleigh, the vice captain of the previous Pirate King Goldie Roger. The relationship between Uchiha Sasuke and Portgas the Ace is also very similar to that between Roger and Rayleigh. As long as Sasuke opens his mouth to say something, even if he curses his captain, Ace will never refute or retort. However, once Ace decides something, even if it is a wrong order, Uchiha Sasuke will only curse a few idiots and directly execute it. The most important point is still Uchiha Sasuke's strength. Uchiha Sasuke not only masters many strange ninjutsu, but is also very good at swordsmanship, and Uchiha Sasuke actually masters the more skilled conqueror's haki. That Sasuke's mental power is simply unbelievably strong. Erudite. Very strong. Very flexible in battle. No matter who sees Uchiha Sasuke, they will subconsciously think that this vice captain will definitely become a powerful arm for Portgas the Ace to become the Pirate King. Then a nearly perfect vice captain, an idiot, can become the Pirate King. Goldie Roger and Portgas the Ace, the father and son, are their instincts in finding the vice captain too accurate? It's really outrageous. When Admiral Aokiji and Vice Admiral Garp walked into Sengoku's office, the expression of the Navy Admiral seemed to be even uglier than they imagined. "Hey, Sengoku." Garp sat down in front of Sengoku with a swagger and said nonchalantly, "When we went to chase Ace, weren't we already prepared for the failure of the pursuit? After all, Ace found a perfect vice captain." "Shut up." Sengoku shook his head with a gloomy face, and a flash of rage flashed in his eyes. "Since Portgas the Ace has gone to the new world, let him survive from those villains first." After that, Sengoku looked up at Garp in front of him and said in a deep voice, "Now there is another thing I want to talk about. There was a big mess in the first half in the East China Sea. Have you heard of the organization Baroque Works?" Sengoku looked at Garp in front of him, who was still unmoved, and continued, "According to the information we got from the intelligence personnel stationed in Baroque Works, This criminal company is about to plunder the entire East China Sea. Now they have defeated Smoker stationed in Rogue Town and Tina who went on patrol. The first update, and there is. Chapter 408 Kakuzu, Sasuke, Kisame, Robin, are you there? Your bounties have increased. Hearing the news from his hometown East Sea, Vice Admiral Garp was a little restless. Just when he was about to leave Marineford in a hurry and rush back to East Sea, Sengoku stopped him. Hey, Garp, don't hurt one of the little guys named Uehara Naraku. When the time comes, we may be able to get information from him. Aokiji's eyelids beside him couldn't help but twitch. Wait, how did that Uehara Naraku get here? It's only been a few days, how come his reputation has spread here? Huh, Uehara Naraku? Garp scratched his head when he heard this slightly familiar name, thought for a while and suddenly said, isn't this the very dangerous little guy? Aokiji's face flashed with a sigh. As expected of Vice Admiral Garp, he has grasped the key point. Unfortunately, this time it was Marshal Sengoku who dragged Garp down. But Admiral Sengoku shook his head violently and said in a deep voice, Colonel Tina has reported that the little guy seemed to be afraid of the boss behind the Baroque works, so he had to do bad things under coercion. In fact, according to what we know, he has saved many lives of the Navy in private. Anyway, you should catch him first. Maybe we can get the true identity of the boss behind the Baroque works from him. At this stage, the Navy received basically bad news. The only news that made the Navy a little relieved was that there was another bounty hunter named Kakuzu on the sea, who was very powerful. Moreover, he was very friendly to the Navy and extremely bad to pirates. He had killed many pirates with super high bounties and exchanged their bodies for money at the naval base. There are many such bounty hunters on this sea. In order to use these bounty hunters, the Navy simply issued a large number of new bounty orders. The bounty amount would definitely tempt anyone who saw it. For example, the two captains of the Spade Pirates, because Uchiha Sasuke defeated the Admiral and even sank a small island in Shampoo, directly led to a surge in bounties for the two. Portgusty Ace, the captain of the Spade Pirates, has a bounty of 950 million baileys. Uchiha Sasuke, the vice captain of the Spade Pirates, has a bounty of 920 million baileys. Ace and Sasuke, who have just set sail this year, have become the most powerful supernovas of this era and have attracted the attention of the entire ocean. Even the four emperors of the New World have become interested in them. The Spade Pirates. Portgusty Ace, who is only 17 years old this year, saw his super high bounty order and his face smiled like a flower. Ace turned around and shouted to Sasuke standing on the bow, hey, Sasuke, let's have a party. Celebrate our bounty exceeding 900 million. Idiot. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but hold his forehead and cursed inwardly. The higher the bounty the Navy gives us, the more dangerous we will be. Those bastards who take risks for money will not let us newcomers go. Don't say that. Ace flew to his side, grabbed the shoulders of this peer, and said with a chuckle, haha, anyway, the situation has become like this, and there is no way to change it, haha haha. Let's have a party to celebrate. Then go prepare it. Uchiha Sasuke nodded slowly. After hearing that their vice captain agreed to hold a banquet, the entire Spade Pirates cheered instantly. Ace flew to the deck and shouted loudly for the chef on the ship to prepare the banquet, and he and others went to move the wine. Uchiha Sasuke looked at the pirate group that was in joy and couldn't help but smile. The sound of a denden mushi disturbed his mood. Pulu pulu. Pulu pulu. Uchiha Sasuke took out his denden mushi and looking at the image on the denden mushi, he couldn't help but want to crush the denden mushi in his hand to death. This bastard, he's not targeting me now. After Uchiha Sasuke dialed the denden mushi, a gloomy look appeared on his face and he asked in a deep voice, hey, Kakuzu, why are you contacting me? I remember that you can only contact me unless something important happens, right? Now is the time to contact. Kakuzu was still calm when he spoke, and his voice still sounded indifferent. Sasuke, I haven't seen you for a while. I want to go see you. Asshole. Uchiha Sasuke hung up the denden mushi directly. Damn, he knew it. This bastard saw that the bounties on him and Ace were both over 900 million baileys, and he would definitely want to capture them and send them to the Navy, or at least want to capture an Ace. That guy only cares about making money. On the other side, Kakuzu looked at the dendenmushi that was hung up in his hand and couldn't help frowning. Is it inconvenient to talk to Uchiha Sasuke? Kakuzu shook his head and looked through the bounty in his hand. In addition to the bounties on Uchiha Sasuke and Portgas d'Ace, there are many new bounties, including several people that Kakuzu knows. Baroque Works Vice President, Devil's Child Nico Robin, bounty of 120 million berries, regardless of life or death. Baroque Works, Sharkman Ashigaki Kisame, bounty of 115 million berries, regardless of life or death. Baroque Works, Intermediate Agent Uehara Naraku, bounty of 30 million berries, can only be captured alive. After thinking for a while, Kakuzu dialed another person's dendenmushi and asked, Nicole Robin, where are you now? Are Uehara and Ashigaki Kisame also with you? We want to see you for something. Near the Berity restaurant on the sea, Nico Robin sat on the railing of the warship, hung up the dendenmushi in her hand, and couldn't help rubbing her forehead. Mr. Kakuzu said that he hopes to meet us. He will send us to the Navy, and then let us escape. Don't pay attention to him. Uehara Naraku took a sip of juice. Ashigaki Kisame looked at his bounty order, and couldn't help grinning, revealing a mouthful of shark teeth. For us, the higher the bounty, the more trouble. The main thing is to be careful of Kakuzu. This guy really does everything to make money. Bloopers, 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 bloopers. Just at this moment, the dendenmushi in Nico Robin's hand rang again, and Crocodile, the president of Baroque Works, finally came over. Nicole Robin, are you alone here? Yeah. Nico Robin glanced at Naraku Uehara and Kisame Ashigaki who were present, and responded slowly, does the president have any orders? Crocodile's voice suddenly became louder, and there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his voice. You seem to have made quite a stir. The Navy is searching for members of Baroque Works everywhere. What's the situation now? There's a small problem. What's the problem? There was a hint of coldness in Crocodile's voice. Our plan to annex Alabasta has not yet begun, and Baroque Works has now been exposed. Nico Robin, what is going on? After a moment of silence, Nico Robin glanced at Naraku Uehara and Kisame Ashigaki, and whispered, it was my mistake this time. I recruited a member with some problems in his thinking, which led to this situation. After finishing speaking, Nico Robin thought for a while and explained softly, the Ashigaki Kisame who was recruited by us was not satisfied with staying in Whiskey Peak. What he wanted to do was to become a big pirate and make a name for himself. I think he probably thinks that Baroque Works is very powerful and wants to use the power of Baroque Works to return to Fishman Island and compete with another Shichibukai Jinbei for the leader of the Fishman Pirates in the future. I have found him and have been waiting for an opportunity to get rid of him. Crocodile was silent for a while and suddenly smiled grimly. It looks like we really caught a big fish by accident. Crocodile smiled and then said in a cold voice, there is no need to get rid of him. If he really has the power to overthrow Jinbei, I can even secretly help him succeed Jinbei's position as Shichibukai. Nico Robin was surprised for a while and hurriedly persuaded, this is not in line with our plan. That Ashigaki Kisame is too active, and it is easy to attract the attention of the Navy to us. Now my bounty has been updated twice by the Navy. It doesn't matter. Crocodile interrupted Nico Robin coldly and continued in a deep voice. I said, the people of Baroque Works are just disposable tools for us to use. As long as my identity is not leaked, nothing else matters. Mr. Crocodile. Nico Robin's voice slowly lowered, and there was a hint of temptation in her voice. Don't you want to get Pluto? If the Navy notices, only children will make choices. There was a hint of impatience in Crocodile's voice, and now Baroque Works has attracted the attention of the Navy because of that bastard. This matter has become a foregone conclusion, so we must find a way to create a more eye-catching event. Crocodile's voice gradually became confident again. When we implement the plan in the future, as long as that guy named Ashigaki Kisame challenges and overthrows Jinbei, he will attract the attention of the entire Grand Line for us. When everyone was paying attention to the replacement of the 7 warlords of the sea, I had already obtained the Pluto hidden in Alabasta. Crocodile hung up the dendenmushi heroically. Nico Robin fell silent. Ashigaki Kisame and Uehara Naraku looked at each other. as expected of the insidious sand crocodile. They didn't expect that crocodile was so smart that he could plan to use kiss aim in this situation. But all this is fake. All of this was made up by Nico Robin to deceive him. I really envy Mr. Crocodile's confidence. Uehara Naraku took a sip from the straw, sighed quietly and said, as the mastermind, I'm walking on thin ice and trembling with fear almost every day. Nicole Robin was silent. Excuse me for being frank, but she really didn't realize this. Uehara Naraku took a sip of juice and continued, every day I'm afraid that I will reveal a flaw and be forced to rule the world. Nicole Robin was even more silent. Others become masterminds in order to rule the world. Why do you give up ruling the world just to be a mastermind? Did you get the order wrong? Chapter 409. We, the Baroque Workshop, eat at your restaurant, so don't you have to pay us? Berity, the restaurant on the sea. This is a restaurant built on the sea. The entire restaurant was transformed from a huge sea ship. The chef of the restaurant was once a pirate who had sailed in the Grand Line for a year. A warship slowly stopped at the entrance of the restaurant. Just when everyone in the restaurant on the sea thought that some big figure from the navy had come, 3 figures walked down from the warship, and everyone's eyes tightened instantly. A bounty of 120 million for the son of the devil. A bounty of 115 million for the shark man. And a bounty of 30 million for Uehara Naraku. When Uehara Naraku and his group walked in, they immediately attracted everyone's attention because their bounty order was just delivered to the restaurant on the sea yesterday. Everyone's eyes fell on them involuntarily. Even the weakest Uehara Naraku here had a higher bounty than the most terrible pirate bounty in the entire East China Sea. To be honest, few people in the whole East Sea have seen pirates with hundreds of millions of bounties. The strongest pirate they have seen in their lives may be the chef of this sea restaurant Berity, Redfoot Zeph, who only has a bounty of 74 million baileys. Even though many waiters and chefs in this restaurant were once villains, they dare not imagine that a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions of baileys would appear here. We are from Baroque Works. Uehara Naraku introduced himself to everyone he met. He sat down slowly, looked at a waiter with a vigilant look, and said with a smile on his face, we heard that the sea restaurant Berity is the best restaurant in the East Sea. That's right. The waiter nodded in a trembling voice. Don't be nervous. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, showing a sunny smile on his face, and gently comforted the waiter. If you cook well, we won't pay. If you don't cook to our taste, we will tear down this restaurant. Understand? The waiter was frightened. Is this fucking human language? They are definitely looking for trouble, aren't they? If it weren't for the fact that these 3 people were really hard to deal with, the waiter at the Berity restaurant really wanted to teach them a lesson and let them know how to talk properly. Unfortunately, he didn't have the courage now. Oh, by the way, Uehara Naraku still had a smile on his face. He raised a finger and said something creepy. Please prepare as soon as possible, because our Baroque Works can make millions of baileys every minute. For every minute we wait for the food to be served, you have to pay us Baroque Works 1 million baileys. Do you understand? The waiter's expression changed slightly. They are definitely looking for trouble. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, squinted his eyes and smiled warmly. Your expression, does it mean you have any opinion on what I said? The waiter rushed to the kitchen. Such a powerful pirate is not something he can deal with. Now he can only ask their chef, Zipu, in the kitchen. Hashiga Kikisame looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help but grinned and said, how terrible. Even any restaurant can't meet this condition. Really? Uehara Naraku tapped his fingers lightly on the table, looked at the clock in the restaurant, and said slowly, maybe they can really meet this condition. In less than a minute, waiters came out one after another, each holding a plate in their hands, and placed it on their table. Most of these dishes were cold dishes. A young man with blonde hair came over, holding a cigarette in his mouth, and took out a bottle of red wine, and placed it on the table. This bottle of wine is for you guys. After taking a puff of his cigarette, the blonde young man looked at the 3 people present and said, I'm Sanji, the sous chef of this restaurant. These dishes were made by me. If you are not satisfied with the dishes, you can come to me. You have strict parents and can't drink. Uehara Naraku looked up at Sanji and said slowly, because you served a bottle of wine and ruined our mood, the entire Berity restaurant will be ruined by our Baroque Works. TSK. Sanji, who was only 16 years old this year, took a puff of his cigarette slowly, sighed and said, "You bunch of pirates, you are here to cause trouble." "Yeah." Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, stretched out a palm, and fanned his nose, smiled and continued, "Now because you smoked in front of me, someone has to die for this cigarette, but you can freely choose one person's life." Uehara Naraku tilted his head, looked at Sanji leisurely and continued, Let me think about who we are going to kill. One candidate is the chef of this restaurant, Red-Legged Zeph, and as for the other candidate." After Sanji heard the name of Red-Legged Zeph, his pupils shrank slightly, because it was Red-Legged Zeph who raised him. For Sanji, Red-Legged Zeph is like a real father, not only raising him up, but also guiding him to find his own life. Uehara Naraku tilted his head, looked at Sanji and continued, "The second candidate. Let me think about it again." When he said this, Uehara Naraku suddenly smiled. "Hey, Mr. Sous Chef, what do you think about killing that woman Vinsmoke Ryuju? Anyway, it just so happens that our Baroque Works is about to go to war with the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea." Sanji's face changed drastically. How did this guy know his identity? Obviously, he has never mentioned it to anyone in all these years. The Vinsmoke family is the family that Sanji was born into. Although he has long wanted to sever ties with that family in his heart, the only person in the family who still has feelings for him is his sister Vinsmoke Ryuju. This person is too scary. Why can such a thing be found out? Nico Robin's expression is subtle. She doesn't quite understand the relationship between these people. But when will Baroque Works go to war with the Vinsmoke family in the North Sea? How many enemies will Uehara Naraku help Baroque Works to provoke? Will they not stop until the entire sea is surrounded and suppress Baroque Works? Uehara Naraku looked at Sanji's face and became extremely ugly, and then he said with satisfaction, "Okay, I'm hungry. Although this restaurant must be demolished and people must be killed, we still have to eat." Sanji's face was uncertain, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. After all, a chef can't watch someone go hungry. Sanji suddenly put out the cigarette in his hand and said softly, "If the guests are hungry, then I won't disturb you for the time being. We will settle the bill carefully after you finish your meal." This is really polite. This is the education that Redfoot Zepu gave Sanji, making this prince who once had a distinguished family still as elegant and gentlemanly as a prince. Uehara Naraku smiled and nodded, and continued softly, "Oh, by the way, you just told me for a few minutes, remember to prepare millions of baileys, understand?" "Ah, that." Sanji clenched his fists again, and he said softly, "I said, everything will wait until the guests finish their meals, and we will settle the bill together." After Sanji left the table, he slowly walked to the kitchen, saw the worried faces of the people, and frowned slightly. One of the sous chefs who held the same position as him couldn't help but ask, "Hey, Sanji, what's going on now?" "Don't ask me." Sanji couldn't help but rub his brows and whispered, "You guys, while they're still eating, take Zeph with you and run away." "What do you mean?" "Those pirates are going to destroy Berity." Sanji clenched his fists and continued in a deep voice, "Zeph will definitely stay and fight them. But that will only be a waste of life. Those guys are stronger than I thought. Just standing next to him makes me sweat all over. Yes, very strong." Sanji has always pretended to be very calm in front of Uehara Naraku and maintained his demeanor. That's because he has experienced something that makes him more terrified. Originally, Sanji always thought that his father, Vinsmoke Judge, was the coldest and most ruthless person in the world. Unexpectedly, he met an even colder person today. Uehara Naraku. Is that guy's name? Baroque Works. Is this the organization where that guy is? Just as Sanji was sitting on the ground, curled up, sweating all over his face, and thinking about his own death, he suddenly felt someone patting his shoulder. Sanji's face suddenly changed, and he flew up to kick the person in front of him, but unfortunately, the person's kick was faster than his speed. Red-footed Zepu kicked Sanji to the ground and said with an unhappy face, "Sanji, what are you doing again? The guests have expressed great opinions about you." "What?" Sanji raised his head suddenly and looked at red-footed Zepu in front of him. "Hey, why haven't you left yet? Those guys. What a mess. If you are talking about those powerful guests, they left after dinner." Red-footed Zipu's voice was like a bell, holding a piece of paper in front of Sanji, and said angrily, "The guests have expressed great opinions about us Verity. You must not smoke at your age." Sanji grabbed the paper. There were several lines of words written clearly on the paper. "Mr. Sanji, the food you made is delicious. We decided not to punish this restaurant for the time being. Of course, we will not pay the bill, because we want to eat a free meal. Also, talking to you took up 3 minutes of our time, so we took 3 million baileys. Finally, thank you for the hospitality. By the way, your restaurant is really profitable, and people can't help but want to come more times." Baroque Works. This Baroque Works directly became Sanji's #1 enemy. "Arsehole, how dare you play tricks on me?" Sanji held the paper in his palm with force, and anger suddenly filled his face. He walked out of the door step by step. Those pirates actually ate a free meal? Is this still a human being? Go to a restaurant to eat a free meal and rob the restaurant's money. These pirates are really worse than imagined. They are such powerful pirates, but they actually robbed a small restaurant like this. At the same time, on the Navy warship, Naraku was bored and flipping through the rewards he had received. He began to sigh at the beauty of the novice village's start. He was simply getting stronger without doing anything. Side quest: enjoy a delicious meal at the sea restaurant Verity. 1/1. The quest has been completed. Rewards: 500 life energy, 500 armament haki, and 500 observation haki. Side quest: enjoy a delicious meal made by Sanji. 1/1. The quest has been completed. Rewards: 10,000 life energy, 10,000 armament haki, and 10,000 observation haki. Side quest: eat a free meal. 1/1. Rewards: 100 gold coins. It's really a novice village. According to the data, eating a meal can rival a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions. In addition to the Verity quest, there is another quest about Naraku's bounty. After his bounty reached 30 million, he received a new reward. Side quest: the bounty reaches 30 million baileys. 1/1. The quest is completed, and the reward is 3,000 life energy, 3,000 armament haki, and 3,000 observation haki. Naraku held a straw in his mouth, looked at the rewards he had received, and slowly opened the map. Let's go. Before going to Kokoja village, let's pick up a little girl and let her watch us dig up her orange tree. The third update. There is one more M. These foreshadowings will have to wait until Luffy goes out to sea. Chapter 410. If you want to kill Whitebird, you must kill Jinbei first. If you want to kill Jinbei, you must kill Arlong first. East China Sea. On the dock of a small island, a little girl sneaked out from behind a big tree, scratched her head, and looked at the quiet dock curiously. Huh? Didn't they say that there are pirates around here? Am I too late? Her name is Nami, and she is only 15 years old today. Her profession is a thief who specializes in stealing pirates' treasures. After Nami finished talking to herself, she looked up at the sky again. It shouldn't be. Today this sea area is sunny, but it is the most suitable weather for pirates to plunder. At this time, a sound of waves suddenly came from the dock. The sound of the waves soon fell into Nami's ears, and she immediately showed a smile on her face, and carefully retreated behind the big tree. But when Nami secretly wanted to observe which pirate flag it was, she saw a warship coming over, which made her face change drastically, and the expression of this orange-haired little girl suddenly became complicated. So it's the Navy. Nami's face finally drooped slowly, and she looked a little depressed. If that's the case, wouldn't the pirate group active nearby come? Just as Nami was about to leave, a figure suddenly appeared in her eyes. It was a young man with a very sunny smile. That young man looked really a good person. I always feel that something is so familiar. Nami slowly frowned, but suddenly seemed to remember something, and subconsciously looked up her backpack. Soon she turned out a bounty. The great pirate with a bounty of 30 million. Naraku. There is no such a powerful pirate in the entire East China Sea. Perhaps this is the most terrifying pirate that has appeared in the East China Sea in so many years. It is said that he also came from the Grand Line. Is this a pirate who seized the Navy's warship? After a flash of surprise on Nami's face, a light suddenly appeared in her eyes. If it is a pirate of this level, even if he just collects it casually, he must have a lot of treasures around him, right? It's worth the risk. If she could steal the treasure on this warship, she would definitely be able to accumulate 100 million berries faster. What if she really stole some incredible treasure? She could stop after this one job. The question now is, how can she get on the warship occupied by pirates? This is not a problem at all, because the sunny looking Uehara Naraku seemed to have discovered her trail, and he flew over and landed beside Nami. Uehara Naraku squinted his eyes, looked at the 15-year-old girl, and said with a smile, "Little sister, excuse me, we are the Navy. Do you know which direction the Arlong Park is? We are going to destroy the pirate group entrenched there." Nami was strangely silent for a second. Hey, this liar is making up too much lies. You have issued bounties everywhere, and you dare to pretend to be a Navy. Just when Nami was about to say something, Uehara Naraku suddenly pointed to the mark on her shoulder. It was the mark of the Arlong pirates. Uehara Naraku's face suddenly turned cold. "You are a member of the Arlong pirates, so you are also one of them." Hey. Hearing his words, a flash of anger suddenly crossed Nami's face. She took out Uehara Naraku's bounty order with dissatisfaction. "You are obviously a pirate too. You wanted to use the identity of a Navy to deceive people just now. TSK, you exposed me." Uehara Naraku supported his forehead and smiled on his face. "Forget it. Since you know where our destination is, just take us there obediently." After that, Uehara Naraku's eyes suddenly became gloomy. "If you dare to play any tricks on the road, our baroque works will be very cruel." Nami's face showed a hint of hesitation. The next moment, she forced out a fearful smile on her face again. "Well, can I ask why you are going to find Leader Arlong?" I'm worried that you are our enemies." "Oh, you are right to worry. We are your enemies." Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, stretched out his hand to cover the little girl's hair, squinted his eyes, and smiled and said, "Your luck is really bad. We are here to destroy your dragon pirates, and we can't let a little guy like you go." Nami fell into silence again. If it was someone else who destroyed Arlong, she really didn't dare to believe it. But the bounty on the sea is the most intuitive, because Arlong's bounty is only 20 million baileys, but the young man in front of him has 30 million baileys. It is said that there is also a powerful organization behind him. The next moment, Nami suddenly raised her head and looked at Uehara Naraku. Her expression gradually became cold. "Then let's go. If you really have the strength, then kill me and everyone in the dragon pirates." At this moment, she didn't know whether her heart was cold or hot. If this pirate really fights with the dragon pirates, and even if this pirate can kill Arlong, what will he do next? At least it won't be worse than it is now, right? No, that's not right. Maybe the situation will be worse, and the pirate with a high bounty should be more dangerous than Arlong, right? Just as Nami was thinking about it, Uehara Naraku pushed her towards the warship and asked, "Hey, are you still in contact with the 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei?" What? Nami's face showed some confusion. She shook her head slowly and said casually, "I'm just an ordinary little pirate. I don't know those." "Oh, don't you know?" Uehara Naraku's palm fell on her head, and his voice was indifferent. "Arlong and the 7 warlords of the Grand Line are brothers who are closer than brothers. According to the information we got from Baroque Works, Arlong provided a lot of funds for the 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei to expand the pirate group." Nami's face was still confused. She had indeed heard of the name Jinbei occasionally. It seemed that Arlong had mentioned it when he was cursing. Didn't they have a falling out? "Forget it. A little pirate like you probably doesn't know anything." Uehara Naraku tapped the back of Nami's head, squinting his eyes and showing a smile. "As long as you lead us to kill Arlong and eliminate his gang that has been providing funds for the 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei, I will spare your life. How about it?" Nami's eyes widened. Although she didn't know why Uehara Naraku changed his mind and spared her life, it was obvious that the purpose of this pirate seemed to be just to get rid of Arlong. Get rid of the pirate group that provided funds for the 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei. That 7 warlords of the sea Jinbei is he the one who has been letting Arlong extort money in Kokoja village? That bastard. Nami couldn't help but grit her teeth. Uehara Naraku looked at Nami's expression and smiled with satisfaction. He slowly continued, our Baroque works is about to go to war with King Shichibukai Jinbei, so we must eliminate all those who support him. King Shichibukai Jinbei is one of the most powerful people in the entire Grand Line. He is also the subordinate of the strongest man in the world, Whitebird. If our Baroque works wants to destroy the Whitebird pirates, we must first destroy King Shichibukai Jinbei who provides Whitebird with the Fishman army. If we want to destroy Jinbei, we must destroy Arlong who provides him with funds. Arlong, Jinbei, Whitebird. Nami's expression became extremely ugly. She recited these names back and forth in her heart one by one, and secretly memorized these hatreds, but now she just wanted to see the Arlong pirates disappear, and let her village return to peace. Perhaps it was because of the same goal. The atmosphere between Uehara Naraku and Nami became friendly, and the two slowly chatted around Baroque works, King Shichibukai Jinbei, and Whitebird. Hey, is your Baroque works short of people? Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, and then said, by the way, we are not short of weak guys. People like you are not even qualified to be a soldier in our Baroque works. I'm probably the weakest member of our company. Uehara Naraku tapped Nami's head again, chuckled and continued, if you have any special talents, maybe I can introduce you to someone. I can steal things. We all force others to hand them over. Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows, shook his head nonchalantly, and gave an example. For example, if I directly threaten to kill all my companions in your Arlong pirates and force you to hand over your treasure, will you hand it over? Of course not. Nami clenched her fists and said nonchalantly, I have worked hard to save money for 5 years. You might as well kill them all. Uehara Naraku immediately accused, look at you, someone like you who doesn't even care about your own companions. What qualifications do you have to join our Baroque works? Nami was silent for a second again, and cursed dissatisfiedly, they are not my companions. I wish I could kill them all. Uehara Naraku patted her head, and continued to ask, if you don't hand over your treasure, I won't kill them. Will you pay? Nami's expression gradually became subtle. What kind of reason is this? Why does Nami only feel that the guy in front of her just wants to rob her treasure? Let's talk about what happened just now. Nami clenched her fists and said in a deep voice, after I join you, I can be a navigator on the ship. I know the weather very well. Well, Uehara Naraku raised his eyebrows and asked, tell me first, what does a navigator do? Do you eat free meals on the ship? Don't you know about navigators? Nami's face was faintly amazed. She suddenly felt that the pirate in front of her was a little unreliable. Can this guy really kill Aaron? The 4th update. Everyone go to bed early. I must adjust my schedule tomorrow. I still owe 13 updates. Chapter 411. How is our Baroque works? On the warship. Nami immediately saw Hoshigaki Kisame and Miko Robin. Her expression suddenly became extremely complicated, and she couldn't help but frowned. Do you have fishmen in Baroque works? The next moment, Nami's expression changed. Nami suddenly remembered the other 2 bounties, one for Miko Robin with a bounty of 120 million and the other for Hoshigaki Kisame with a bounty of 115 million. These are all pirates with bounties of over 100 million. Mr. Kisame is a mid-level agent of Baroque works. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he patted her little head and continued in a deep voice, you got my bounty, so you should also have Mr. Kisame's bounty, right? Mr. Kisame is a strong man who can easily defeat the Vice Admiral of the Navy. Be careful with your words. He is the strongest force of our Baroque works to attack the 7 warlords of the Sea Jinbei in the future. Nami nodded with a complicated expression. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and continued casually. There is another Miss Miko Robin, who is the vice president of our Baroque works. Don't offend her, otherwise you will die very ugly. Since meeting Uehara, Miko Robin has been silent more and more, and you know who will die more ugly after offending. In fact, the navigator is still a bit useful. After Nami mastered the route of the warship, she took them to avoid reefs everywhere, looking for water suitable for navigation, so that they could rush to the Arlong pirates at the fastest speed. This is to rush to send the Arlong pirates to death. On their way to the Arlong pirates, Uehara Naraku kept mentioning the name of the 7 warlords of the Sea Jinbei, throwing dirty water on Jinbei. At the same time, he casually asked about the story of Nami and the Arlong pirates to instigate her hatred. 5 years ago, the Arlong pirates invaded the Kokoja village where Nami lived, killed Nami's adoptive mother Belmare, and continued to exploit the villagers of Kokoja village. Therefore, Nami made an agreement with Arlong, the leader of the Arlong pirates. Nami would continue to draw sea charts for Arlong, and after collecting 100 million berries, Arlong would set the villagers of Kokoja village free. This agreement was quite ridiculous. Uehara Naraku said slowly, to be honest, if someone can give me 100 million berries, I will ask her to collect another 100 million berries. Then you are really not a human being. After Nami finished speaking, she immediately realized her mistake. As a little thief, he naturally had to be flexible. He quickly nodded and apologized to Uehara Naraku. I'm sorry, brother Uehara, I was wrong. I have a problem with my attitude. Little sister, it's okay. Uehara Naraku patted Nami's head with a smile and said, I'm a kind person. How could I bother with a little girl like you? Yeah. Nami nodded quickly. She was relieved. Really, this is a pirate with a bounty of 30 million. How could he bother with a 15-year-old girl like her? It's impossible to think about it. When their warship slowly passed through the waters of the dragon pirates, because of the sea stun under the navy warship, the sea beast Mu responsible for the outer defense did not realize their arrival, and the ship directly arrived at the nest of the dragon pirates. Uehara Naraku looked at Nami, who was unable to hide her excitement and pain, rubbed her hair, and asked softly, well, how do you want them to die? The more painful their death, the better. Nami clenched her fists suddenly, her fingertips were about to clench her palms deeply, and she continued in a low voice, just like Belmare back then. Oh. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly. If you want them to die painfully, the price is not low. He will waste some time. Forget it. Anyway, now there is another reason, to collect Nami's treasure and orange orchard. This is a fair deal. No one can say that he will bully the little girl later. Dragon Park. There are a lot of fishmen living here. The leader is Arlong, the leader of the dragon pirates. He uses this place as his nest, to rule more than 20 villages around, so as to realize his dream of dominating the East China Sea, and making the fishmen greater step by step. A somewhat rough voice echoed in the dragon park. Hey, Zhao Bei, remember? Next time, be a little harsh on those humans. It doesn't matter if they die. We fishmen are born nobler than humans. Anyway, humans are just inferior creatures. I know, Aaron. Another somewhat stupid fishman responded. After that, the stupid fishman said again, by the way, Aaron, Nami seems to have gone out again. Isn't she in danger? She went to collect treasures. Aaron grinned, revealing a mouthful of real shark teeth. Give her some hope, let her work hard. How can she really collect 100 million Baileys? Even if she really did it, I will never let her go. Ha 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 ha. Boom. While they were still communicating inside, someone punched open the wall of the dragon park and walked into the Aaron park step by step along the water surface. Every fishman couldn't help but stare at this person, because they had never seen anyone who could walk on the water. A group of fishmen. I thought there would be mermaids. Uehara Naraku walked slowly on the water, looking at the many fishmen present, and slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Let me think. The price of fishmen slaves is the lowest. I remember it seems to be 50,000 Baileys each. Uehara Naraku's eyes slowly fell on one of the fishmen. He looked at the red mark on the fishman and suddenly laughed. There is still the logo of the Sun Pirates on their bodies, and they are a group of former escaped slaves, which makes them even less valuable. Arsehole. Sitting in the middle, a fishman with a sawtooth shark nose suddenly crushed the armrest of his chair. It was Arlong, the leader of the dragon pirates. This guy directly exposed the true situation of their fishmen in the Grand Line, and exposed his inferiority complex. Now Arlong leads his pirate group to oppress the humans in many villages in the East China Sea. In fact, mermaids and fishmen on the Grand Line are species discriminated against. Even though Arlong tried his best to instill in himself and the people around him that fishmen are higher creatures and humans are lower creatures, in the Grand Line, it is just the opposite. Fishmen have never been noble. They are still slaves sold in the Sabaody archipelago. Not only Arlong, but the faces of other fishmen became obviously furious. They are not slaves. But Uehara Naraku was right. The dragon pirates did originate from a slave pirate group. That is, the Sun Pirates founded by a great fishman, Fisher Tiger. It's just, most of the people in the Sun Pirates are slaves of the celestial dragons, and the mark of the Sun Pirates is also to cover the hoofprint of the celestial dragon. Arlong took the initiative to join in order to follow Fisher Tiger. That is also a history that makes them feel extremely humiliated. Uehara Naraku's words instantly angered all the fishmen. Nami, who had been hiding on the warship, looked at this scene with astonishment on her face. In 5 years, Nami has never seen these fishmen so angry. The anger in these fishmen now is just like the anger she felt when she witnessed Belma being killed. A fishman suddenly rushed towards Uehara Naraku and said in a furious look, "Arsehole, don't slander Brother Tiger's Sun Pirates." Uehara Naraku suddenly grabbed the fishman's throat and broke his neck expressionlessly. "Then I'll take you to see him." The surrounding fishmen came towards Uehara Naraku one after another and were all kicked away by Uehara Naraku. No one could stop him at all. Uehara Naraku kicked a fishman into the sea with his hand and raised his head nonchalantly to look at Arlong, who was sitting in the middle. "What a pity you only have fishmen here, which are not worth a bit." "Well, Arlong, your body is worth 20 million baileys." After hearing this, Arlong's expression became even uglier. Uehara Naraku looked at Arlong and suddenly smiled and said, "Oh, by the way, your sister Xylee is a mermaid. She should be more valuable than you." When our Baroque Works breaks through Jinbo's Fishman Pirates and enters Fishman Island, guess what I will do to her? Arsehole. Arlong clenched his fists fiercely. He had remembered the wanted poster he had seen and recognized Uehara Naraku in front of him. "Just a small character like you with a reward of 30 million. Dare you say you are going to attack that bastard Jinbo?" Arlong's eyes slowly moved and fell on Nami, who walked down from the warship. His face was full of anger. "Nami, is this the enemy you attracted?" After Nami was silent for a second, a trace of panic and uneasiness appeared on her face and said, "Arlong, I don't know. They just asked me where the Arlong pirates were." At this moment, she was just like a frightened little girl. The next moment, she suddenly became a woman of revenge. Now all the fishmen of the dragon pirates were easily defeated by Uehara Naraku, leaving only Arlong. It was obvious that Uehara Naraku had completely established the victory. When Nami looked at Arlong, a smile suddenly appeared on her face. Her smile was a bit creepy, but I heard them say that they came from the Grand Line to kill you, and then I found the fastest route, picked the most favorable waves, and immediately brought them here. Arlong's face was even more angry, and his figure suddenly rushed towards Uehara Naraku. "Humph, bastard, don't underestimate me." "I didn't underestimate, I overestimated." Uehara Naraku kicked him and kicked him directly into the wall. Just one kick made Arlong seriously injured and dying. Uehara Naraku slowly turned his head and looked at Nami with a devilish smile on his face. "Hey, little Nami, you are responsible for hanging him up and letting him die here?" A drop of cold sweat appeared on Nami's forehead. This guy's strength is indeed 10 times or even 100 times stronger than these fishmen, but his cruelty seems to be more than 10 times or 100 times stronger than these fishmen. "You don't seem to dare?" Uehara Naraku chuckled, slowly stretched out his fingers, and made a shooting gesture, and the armed color domineering instantly shot out from his fingers, directly piercing through Arlong's head. "Forget it. The Fishman Pirates of the former Sun Pirates are a group of slaves who can't be sold at any price, and we Baroque Works are too lazy to waste time." Uehara Naraku spread out his palm and glanced at a bubble at the bottom of the water. There was a fishman he had deliberately let go. That fishman was the stupid Xiaobe, who was also deliberately sent to deliver a letter to Jinbei and the others, just in time to carry out this matter according to Mr. Crocodile's plan. Uehara Naraku continued slowly. "After our Baroque Works breaks through the Fishman Pirates of Shichibukai Jinbei, we can go directly to Fishman Island to catch mermaids with higher prices." Under the water, Xiaobe was horrified when he heard it. "Is it true that the Baroque Works' greater purpose is to attack Jinbei's Fishman Pirate group?" 5 updates today, maybe even 6. I'll sleep a little longer. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 412 5 days. Do you know how I spent these 5 days? Along was killed. Except for Hachi who escaped, the entire Along pirates were wiped out, and the nightmare that had been hanging over Nami's head disappeared overnight. The 15-year-old girl sat down on the ground somewhat powerlessly, lowered her head, and her body and mind finally relaxed. The huge mountain that had been weighing on her head was finally removed. Uehara Naraku stood beside her, looking at Nami quietly, squinting his eyes and smiling, rubbing her hair, and gently soothing her emotions. From now on, you don't have to be afraid of Along. At this moment, Uehara Naraku looked like a righteous person who had just eliminated evil, and was guarding world peace. Nami nodded slowly, took a deep breath, looked up at Uehara Naraku. A trace of gratitude flashed across her face. Anyway, thank you very much. Well, it doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku's smile was unusually sunny. He stretched and slowly began to show his wolf tail. From the Grand Line to the East China Sea, I have been sailing on the sea for a long time recently. I'm worried about getting scurvy. Do you have any fruits here? We want to buy some. Yes. Nami nodded slowly, and a smile appeared on her face. We have a large orange orchard at home. If you want, I will give you a very generous discount as a thank you. Then, Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, looked at this greedy girl, nodded and said, thank you for the discount. Nami, this guy is more greedy than I thought. It's time now, and she still can't figure out the situation. Did this girl get the bad habit of greed because of Aaron, or is she a greedy person by nature? Uehara Naraku smiled as he watched Nami rush into the Along Park and pack out all the money that Along had accumulated over the years. The smile on his face grew deeper and deeper. Nami looked at the huge package and smiled happily. These are all things that Along has taken from everyone in the village over the years. I'll give them back when I get a chance. At this point, Nami couldn't help but frown again. The smile on her face gradually faded. She slowly lowered her head and said, but they probably won't accept me as a cadre of the Along pirates. Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded faintly. Forget it. It doesn't matter. Nami quickly gave up her frustration. At least now the nightmare that had been hovering in her childhood had disappeared, and she could arrange her life calmly in the future. Nami's face showed a playful smile again. Let's go. I'll take you to our house to pick oranges. Our oranges are very sweet. Even if I give you a discount, the price may not be low. Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded with a smile, looked at Nami and said, for me, money is not a problem. I don't have much interest in money. Nami's face showed a hint of curiosity. She couldn't help rubbing her palms and asked, then how much money do you have? Uehara Naraku smiled and stretched out his palms, rubbing Nami's hair kindly. You will know in a while. Nami looked up at Uehara with an expectant look. Half an hour later. Kokoja Village, Nami's orange orchard. Nami knew how much money Uehara Naraku had. 36,530,000 baileys. This number was all the money she had saved from the age of 10 to 15. She had been secretly buried in her own orange orchard. Now all of it was taken away by Uehara Naraku. I'm still too naive. I'm still too young. A series of thoughts passed through Nami's mind. Why did she trust a group of pirates? Because this pirate killed Along and spoke to her in a nice voice. Why did she let a pirate deceive her? After this bastard named Uehara Naraku entered their orange orchard, he did not start picking oranges, but quickly searched for the treasures she had hidden there. Nami bit her lips tightly, watching Uehara Naraku dig out the money and treasures she had hidden from the orange orchard, and slowly packed them up. You guy. Nami's eyes were full of despair. Wait, didn't you say that you have a lot of money, and you are not interested in money? Nami. Uehara Naraku nodded, picked up the package full of money and treasures, sighed softly and said, you said, is there anyone in this world who is not interested in money? Uehara Naraku patted Nami on the shoulder and encouraged her. Come on, you can set a small goal for yourself and earn another 100 million baileys. It took me 5 years to save so much money. Nami clenched her fists tightly, looking at Uehara Naraku holding her money with despair on her face. 5 years. Do you know how I spent these 5 years? Oh. Uehara Naraku turned his head slowly, with an ambiguous smile on his face. Do you know how I spent these 5 days from the time we met you to the time we rushed to the Dragon Park? Naraku spread out his palms and said with a serious face, 5 days. I asked about your preferences every day, trying to get information from you. For 5 days, I had to carefully figure out every day how much money a girl who started collecting Bailey at the age of 10 could save in these 5 years, and where would this girl put the treasures and Bailey she stole. In the end, I determined your family's orange orchard. Nami was dumbfounded after hearing what Naraku said. Originally, she watched Naraku comforting her every day and thought that this guy was at least a good person, but it turned out that this guy was trying to figure out a treasure every day. This bastard liar. How could there be a person like Naraku in this world? The 15-year-old girl felt that she was going to be mad at Naraku. How could this guy have the nerve to do such a thing? Fuck. Nami's sister Najiko originally came to help sell oranges. After seeing this situation, she immediately covered Nami's mouth. This is a pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys, and this guy just killed Arlong and his gang. No matter how you look at it, this is not someone they should provoke right now. Najiko put his arm around Nami's shoulders and comforted her softly. Okay, Nami, at least Arlong's nightmare is over, and there will be Bailey in the future. We can grow oranges at home with peace of mind in the future. Little girl, you think too much. Naraku curled the corners of his mouth, stretched out his hand, and grabbed an orange in the air. He said with a smile on his face, your nightmare has just begun. What else do you want to do? Guess. Naraku slowly peeled the skin, took a bite of the orange, and nodded at Nami with satisfaction. Your oranges are really sweet. The next moment, Naraku's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He stared at Nami and Najiko and said in a deep voice, now go and call all the villagers of Kakoja village to come over and help me load all the oranges in this orange orchard onto our ship. Nami, Najiko, this pirate is mentally ill. Why did they steal the oranges after robbing her treasure? In fact, it proved that the two of them really underestimated Naraku's bottom line. Just when Nakiko was about to stay here and let Nami go to call for help. Wait. Naraku called Nami, took another bite of orange, and stuffed it into his mouth, and smiled again, and added, oh, by the way, let those villagers bring their usual farm tools when they come. Nakiko was still a little surprised, but Nami immediately thought of something, and her mouth couldn't help twitching. Hey, you guys don't want to move the orange trees. Guessed it right. Nami-chan. Naraku nodded and ordered with a serious face, let them come with tools and help me move your orange trees to the ship. Plant as many as you can. Nami. Naraku, you are such a ruthless person. Nami really thinks that Naraku, this pirate, has a problem with his brain. He robbed her so many Baileys, so why can't he buy oranges anywhere else? And you want to steal their orange tree? Are you really not afraid of wasting time? Seeing that Nami seemed to be stunned by his words, Naraku stretched out his finger and made a shooting gesture towards an orange. Bang! The orange was instantly shattered by the armed color domineering. Naraku narrowed his eyes, stretched out his finger with a smile, put his finger on Nakiko's head, and turned to look at Nami. Please be faster. If you are slower, I might kill everyone in the entire Kakoja village. Are you crazy? Nami rushed out frantically in an instant. After watching his sister leave, Nakiko turned to look at Naraku and suddenly laughed. Mr. Uehara is actually a good person, right? But why do you have to bully Nami? Haha, of course I'm a good person. Naraku hugged his arms, looked at Nakiko and laughed coldly, but your sister said bad things about me on our ship. It was obviously me who helped her kill Aaron, but she still wanted to sell me oranges at a high price. Is she still a human being? Nakiko couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Whether it was Naraku or Nami, the actions of both of them seemed to be quite bad. On the other side, after Nami left the orange orchard, she suddenly realized that this village might no longer accept her, so she could only run to the only person who could accept her, the resident policeman in Kakoja village, Aegean. Nami frantically knocked on the door of the uncle who had cheered her up when she was a baby and said in panic, Aegean, hurry up and ask someone to get tools to help pick oranges and dig up our orange trees. Aegean glanced at Nami in confusion and the small windmill on his hat turned straight. Wait. What happened? Listen to me. Nami held his arm tightly and said with a heavy face, a pirate came to our village. He killed Along and his gang, and now he wants to steal our oranges and orange trees. If everyone doesn't help pick oranges, he will kill everyone in the entire Kokoja village. AGN looked at Nami in confusion, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately believed Nami and began to gather people in the village with a loudspeaker. What's wrong with these pirates on the sea? To be honest, this kind of thing sounds quite confusing. What touched Nami's heart a little was, I heard that her family had encountered pirates, and everyone in the village came to help, and even clamored to help her drive away the pirates. Did the people in the village already know the truth about her surrender to Alang? They were not hostile to her, but now is not the time to be moved. Nami couldn't help but support her forehead and persuaded in a deep voice, the problem with the thinking of Naraku Uehara is that he killed Alang. Don't provoke him, just help pick oranges and dig a few orange trees. There are at least 3 more chapters. I hope I can adjust my schedule today. Chapter 413. You have done so much. Have you asked Crocodile for his opinion? The port of Kokoja village. Uehara Naraku's warship was filled with oranges and orange trees. A group of villagers from Kokoja village looked at Uehara Naraku standing on the shore in confusion and complexity. They had learned the truth about Uehara stealing oranges from the Kigo, and they had never seen a pirate with such a bad character. But it was much better than Alang. They didn't kill anyone, and even helped them get rid of the disaster. These villagers also had complicated feelings about the pirate Uehara Naraku. Uehara Naraku looked at the dusty Nami beside him and handed her a tissue with a gentle face, looking like a kind brother. If you ignore his bad behavior just now, their relationship is actually quite normal. What else do you want to do? Nami wiped her face in dissatisfaction and muttered, you took my money, you took away all the oranges in my house, you also dug up a lot of my orange trees. I will pay for the oranges and other things. Uehara Naraku looked very serious. The 15-year-old Nami no longer believed his words and still said angrily, do you have to take away my money? How much money are you going to give me back? That money is all saved by you with great difficulty. Will you give it back to me? A light flashed in Nami's eyes. No. Uehara Naraku rubbed her hair, looked at Nami's demise, and whispered to comfort her, don't worry, I won't let you work in vain. I will spend the 36.53 million baileys you saved. Are you talking like a human being? If she didn't know that she couldn't beat this man. Nami really wanted to fight him to the death now. Uehara Naraku slowly took out a coin and handed it to Nami. You really made a good deal with the money I used to buy the oranges and the orange tree. I can't find a smaller denomination than this. Okay, I'll pay, so it's a fair trade. 50 baileys. Little Nami stared at the coin, slowly raised her head, and stared at Uehara Naraku, sighing softly. Mr. Uehara, 50 baileys are not enough to buy a pound of oranges. How dare you talk about fair trade? I'm a pirate. Uehara Naraku's words choked Nami to death, and she continued with a smile. Then do you still want this coin? Yes. Nami stretched out her hand humiliatingly and took the coin from Uehara Naraku's hand. Her face showed an expression of being played by Uehara. Uehara Naraku patted Nami's little head, lowered his head and hugged her, whispering in her ear, Nami, don't have that expression. You still have these villagers who like you. Will you want to protect them well? Nami, who was originally a little confused about life, was instantly alert. Nami's face suddenly became serious. She grabbed Uehara's arm and whispered, what else do you want to do? It's not what I want to do. Uehara Naraku rubbed her hair, sighed softly and said, remember what I said. Alang is not strong, but he has a high status in the Fishman pirates of the Grand Line. Who knows if they will come for revenge? A trace of uneasiness flashed across Nami's face. Uehara Naraku's words must have scared the girl. Uehara Naraku squatted in front of him and whispered to soothe her emotions. Within 3 years, our Baroque works will launch a war against the Fishman pirates. If we win and eliminate Jinbei, then everything will be fine. If 3 years later, I don't come back to the East China Sea to buy the oranges you planted, you can find a pirate group you like to go to the Grand Line. Do you understand? I believe in your ability as a navigator. In fact, many powerful pirate groups will definitely want to get a talented navigator like you, but you are too young now. Mr. Uehara. Nami's eyes trembled slightly. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes and gave Nami a sunny smile. Okay, I will take your money, but I will definitely do it. I will be stationed at Whiskey Peak and will not let any of Jinbo's men come to the East China Sea. At this moment, Nami's expression was extremely complicated. Nami was a little moved and she suddenly felt that Uehara Naraku in front of her was a good person. Uehara Naraku tapped her forehead with his finger again, chuckled and said, haha, our Baroque Works is the strongest organization in the world. How could we lose to that guy Jinbo? It just so happens that we also want to fight Jinbo, and by the way, we can also use this name to steal some money from you. Anyway, there is nothing you can do to me. Let's go. When you grow up, come to the Grand Line to play with me. At that time, I will introduce you to a guy who loves money as much as his life. After saying that, Uehara Naraku flew onto the warship, waved to the people on the ground, and left Kokoja village. The villagers on the ground also subconsciously waved goodbye to him. To be honest, it is really difficult for the villagers to have any bad feelings towards this pirate. Even Nami's sister Nakiko waved goodbye. Bastard. Nami clenched the coin in her hand, looked at the direction where the warship was going, and her voice gradually became lower. Whiskey Peak in the Grand Line. I will definitely go to see you. I'll leave that guy named Jinbo to you for the time being. Anyway, Nami was suddenly confused. This 15-year-old girl was fooled. On the warship, Uehara Naraku was playing with an orange in his hand, looking through the rewards for the tasks he completed in Kokoja village. Side quest, steal Nami's money. 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is 10,000 life energy, 10,000 armed haki, and 10,000 observation haki. Side quest, plant an orange tree on your own ship. 1/1. The task has been completed, and the reward is 300 gold coins. This is a regular reward of the novice village. In addition to this, there is also a skill reward. Side quest, taste the oranges in Kokoja village. 1/1. The quest has been completed. Fixed reward skill, scurvy cure. Scurvy cure, eat any citrus fruit to remove all control skills and restore 15% of your own life energy, armament haki and observation haki. The skill has no cooldown and requires consuming one citrus fruit. This skill makes it seem like oranges are potions. It's really outrageous. TSK. Uehara Naraku played with the orange in his hand and couldn't help but chuckled. It seems that if I have nothing to do, I should come to Kokoja village more often when I have time. Mr. Naraku, I have a question. Nico Robin frowned and asked softly, are we really going to go to war with Jinbo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea? Of course. Uehara Naraku tossed the orange in his hand and said casually, we all promised Miss Nami and Mr. Crocodile. It's not good to break our promise to them, right? Uehara Naraku threw the orange in his hand to Hoshigaki Kisame and continued, let's get ready. After we return to the Grand Line, we will begin preparing for Baroque Works to attack Jinbo and replace him. Yes, Lord Uehara. Hoshigaki Kisame nodded slowly. Nico Robin spread out her map and whispered, so the next stop is a last stop, the Windmill Village in the East China Sea. Well, let's go to the Windmill Village first. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly. In fact, there is also a place called Westrop Village, but Captain Crow has not yet lurked in. Are we going to listen to Usopp's bragging? There is also a tricky thing here. That is, Usopp has a very strange setting, and almost everything that guy has boasted about will come true one by one. It is better to go directly to the Windmill Village. That is a real novice village. Nico Robin glanced at the map and looked at Uehara Naraku curiously. Mr. Uehara, is there anything special there? Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and said, that is the hometown of Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp, and his grandson is also there. Navy hero Monkey D. Garp. A flash of surprise flashed across Nico Robin's face, and a few drops of cold sweat broke out on her forehead. You are not going to rob the hometown of the Navy hero in the name of Baroque Works? Why do you think I'm going there? Uehara Naraku waved his hand to summon a gust of wind and whispered, I almost forgot to say that Vice Admiral Garp's grandson is also in his hometown. That guy is also the son of Monkey D. Dragon, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Nico Robin was silent for a few seconds. Are you afraid that Crocodile will die too comfortably? According to the current situation, if it is revealed that Crocodile is the mastermind behind the Baroque works, then this crocodile can just give up Pluto and find a luxurious single room in the underwater prison in advance. Just the looting of the hometown of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp can make Crocodile unable to stay in the position of Shichibuke. Not to mention that this matter also involves the world's most vicious criminal dragon. Don't think too much. Uehara Naraku couldn't help but smile and said, the Navy is much darker than you think. It's just looting Windmill Village. The Navy won't care. Really? What a big deal. Nico Robin's mentality is not good. She must learn to relax. Of course, if the Navy doesn't take it seriously, there will definitely be others who will. Uehara Naraku looked at the sunset in the distance, chuckled and continued, as long as the news that our Baroque works looted the hometown of the Navy hero, Windmill Village, gets out, it will definitely shock the whole world and make Mr. Crocodile famous. Uehara Naraku clenched his fists confidently. The matter of Windmill Village is much more interesting than you think. More interesting than you can imagine. As long as we do this big thing, Mr. Crocodile will definitely embark on a road to becoming a king. Although this road may be full of thorns and tribulations. Nico Robin's face was weird. Have you asked Crocodile's opinion? No. Uehara Naraku turned the bow again and whispered, we still have to go to a place with a Navy base. I have to think of a way to pass the news that Baroque Works is going to loot the hometown of the Navy hero to the Navy. Nico Robin didn't know what her expression was. While throwing dirty water on Crocodile, you are also secretly whitewashing yourself? Obviously you did all this. Can't you just be a good person? There are 2 more chapters. I want to sleep now. Chapter 414. Kakuzu's Trouble. Early in the morning, the sun rose again. Most of the naval bases in the East China Sea did not sleep all night, because they received an urgent order from the Navy headquarters. All the Navy near the Kingdom of Goa all went to the Kingdom of Goa to encircle and suppress the Baroque Works. All the Navy must surround or entangle the members of the Baroque Works before Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp arrives in the East China Sea. This is all caused by Uehara Naraku, because when Uehara was having a meal near a naval base, he announced in public that their Baroque Works was going to plunder the hometown of the naval hero Monkey D. Garp as a punishment for the Navy's attack on them in Rogue Town. This is tantamount to a provocation and declaration of war against the Navy. However, in the eyes of Marshal Sengoku and Colonel Tina, this was the member who was most likely to be transformed into a traitor who leaked information to them. Otherwise, why didn't they let the Baroque Works claim responsibility for the incident after plundering Vice Admiral Garp's hometown? Just as these Navy were heading towards the Kingdom of Goa, a warship full of orange trees had already quietly landed on the dock of Windmill Village. 3 figures walked down from the warship. Nico Robin looked at the quiet village, frowned and said, Crocodile knows what we are going to do next. He will definitely not be very happy. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku spread his palms and looked at Kisame with a smile. Didn't he tell us to cooperate with Kisame and do anything? Maybe. Nico Robin pondered for a while and swallowed the words on his mind. Maybe Crocodile just wanted us to do something he could handle? Looting Windmill Village. I feel like Crocodile can't handle it. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm and counted. We robbed Windmill Village. At most Baroque Works would offend a naval hero. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. A commander-in-chief of staff of the Revolutionary Army. And the supernova who has been very popular recently. Uehara Naraku waved his hand, chuckled and said, Mr. Crocodile will definitely not take these little people seriously. He is the man who will become the Pirate King. Nico Robin was silent. How can he talk about such a terrible thing so casually? It feels like any one of them can cause big trouble for Crocodile. Nico Robin frowned and said softly, Mr. Naraku, I think, should I tell Crocodile in advance, now that we are going to attack the hometown of the Navy hero Garp immediately, lest he suspects that we are acting on our own? Whatever. Uehara Naraku glanced at Hoshigaki Kisame beside him and said calmly, after today, let Kakuzu Sr. start cleaning up Baroque Works. The old method, let Mr. Crocodile have no choice but to rely on us. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he continued, by the way, after getting rid of those former members of Baroque Works, spread the news that Crocodile is the president, lest this guy clear himself of his relationship with Baroque Works in advance. After saying this, Uehara Naraku sighed softly and said, if Crocodile is not forced into a desperate situation, he will not realize how powerful he is. Yeah. Hashiga Kikisame also grinned, took out his Dendenmushi, and planned to contact Kakuzu, whom he really didn't like to contact. Grand Line. Gear Island, Mogu Town Bar. This is a paradise for pirates. Most of the people in the town are pirates, and all the business comes from pirates, so it also attracts some bounty hunters. What a paradise town. A figure lifted the door curtain and carried 2 people in, saying slowly, making money here is as easy as picking up money on the ground. No, he is not carrying 2 people. This guy is carrying 2 corpses. Hey, Kakuzu. Another young man followed in, and he was obviously unhappy. We are going to the bar. Can you stop carrying these 2 corpses? Shut up. They are Kakuzu and Hidden of the immortal duo. After Kakuzu interrupted Hidden's words, he reached out and threw the corpse on his shoulder to the ground, looked at the pirates in the bar, and said in a muffled voice, it looks like we can get a few more trophies. The pirates in the Mogu Town bar looked at them. Every pirate was no longer laughing at the pirate hunters as before. Their faces showed fear and uneasiness. These 2 pirate hunters were definitely existences that they could not afford to provoke. Only one pirate sitting in the corner could not help laughing out loud. They are obviously powerful pirate hunters, but they act like garbage pickers. It's really interesting. Arsehole, what did you say? Fiden's face was furious, and he rushed forward waving the sickle in his hand, but before Fidwen could do anything, he was repelled by an invisible shockwave. Silk thread suddenly shot out and stuck to Fidwen's body. The next moment, Fidwen rushed towards Kakuzu waving the sickle in his hand, and he shouted, hey, Kakuzu, I can't control my body. I can see that. After Kakuzu dodged the attack, his fist instantly petrified, and he punched Fidwen's body, knocking his teammate out. Interesting. A tall and thin man walked out slowly with a low laugh. He wore a pair of small sunglasses on his face, a pink feather coat on his body, and a pair of pointed leather shoes on his feet. His walking posture was extremely arrogant. The pirates couldn't help but step aside and make a way for him. One of the pirates stared at the man, and his voice trembled uncontrollably as he called out his identity. One of the 7 warlords of the sea. Doflamingo. There are still quite a few sensible guys. A bright light flashed in Doflamingo's sunglasses, and the next moment a silk thread suddenly flew from his fingertips, and every pirate's throat was cut directly by him. After Doflamingo killed all the pirates, he turned to look at Kakuzu, and spread out his palms with some eagerness on his face, saying, I specially sent people to lure these pirates here as a gift to Mr. Kakuzu. Thank you very much. Kakuzu nodded indifferently, not taking the man in front of him seriously at all. He just continued in a muffled voice, don't worry, we won't touch the 7 warlords of the sea, because there is no bounty for killing you guys. No one has ever dared to say such things in front of me. Doflamingo spread out his palms and laughed wildly for a few times, then suddenly continued, but I forgive you. I came to meet Mr. Kakuzu. I just want to know one thing, why after Mr. Kakuzu killed some people, their hearts are always lost. This reminds me of the ability of a devil fruit that I had always dreamed of. Do you know that? Pulu Pulu. Pulu Pulu. The voice of Dendenmushi rang rapidly. Kakuzu didn't care about Doflamingo in front of him, took out his Dendenmushi, and answered the call calmly. It's not convenient for me here. There is a Shichibuke named Doflamingo next to me. It seems that he wants to find someone from me. Kakuzu said these words, as if no one was around. Doflamingo stood beside him and didn't care. He just laughed a few times in a low voice. It's getting more and more interesting. The other end of the Dendenmushi fell into silence. After a while, a voice came from the other end of the Dendenmushi. Give your Dendenmushi to Doflamingo. Oh. Kakuzu nodded slowly and handed the Dendenmushi in his hand to Doflamingo. Someone wants to talk to you. You'd better answer it. This sentence sounded a bit like a threat. Doflamingo didn't mind, just grinned, slowly stretched out his palm, and took the Dendenmushi in Kakuzu's hand. An arrogant voice came from the other side of the Dendenmushi, sounding extremely overbearing. After the call, stay away from my subordinates. How arrogant. Doflamingo's smile grew bigger and bigger, and he said nonchalantly, if you want to intimidate others, at least say your name first. Don Quixote. Asshole. When Doflamingo heard this name, he immediately showed anger on his face, because this name was his father's name. There is nothing more insulting than this. The voice on the other side of the Dendenmushi didn't care about his attitude at all, but just chuckled. I thought you would always be so calm. People who don't know would think you are more arrogant than me. Doflamingo. Celestial dragon scum. Oh, I was wrong. You are just a pirate now. Even if you want to enter Merijoa with your father's head in your hand, those scum will not let you join. Doflamingo held the Dendenmushi in his hand, and the veins on his face were suddenly revealed. Who is this guy opposite him? He even knows such a thing. What surprised him the most was the arrogant attitude of the guy opposite him. There is no doubt that the guy is also a lawless person, and he is not a small figure. You. Doflamingo grabbed the Dendenmushi in his hand and put it to his mouth with a gloomy face. Who is it? Let me see your power first. The person on the other end of the Dendenmushi continued casually. Oh, by the way, let me tell you in advance that a guy who loves his brother very much has brought a guy who is very loved by his brother into the new world. They will probably give you some gifts in Dressrosa. It's best to go back and save your country quickly. Before you die, if you have time, say a word to your enemy and say that a guy named Uchiha Itachi asked him to spare your life. Uchiha. This surname is very rare. Doflamingo's expression froze instantly. He immediately thought of Uchiha Sasuke, who became a monster as soon as he went to sea. The person on the other end of the Dendenmushi was not aimless. Indeed, once a pirate enters the new world, almost all of them will see the passionate and unrestrained Dressrosa. In previous years, they were just some small characters. But this year, two monsters came in. Even Doflamingo knows how lawless Uchiha Sasuke is. He was the guy who seriously injured the Admiral in Shampoo Land and even nearly killed the Celestial Dragons. Now the person on the other end of the Dendenmushi is right. If the Spade Pirates land on Dressrosa and cause trouble, it will be a bad ending. Doflamingo had anticipated this, so he took the opportunity to sneak out to avoid being too embarrassed if he loses. I'm more interested in you. Doflamingo laughed sinisterly a few times and continued to the Dendenmushi. I'll let your men go today. If I find out that you cheated me, just kowtow to me then. After Doflamingo was almost choked to death by the words of the person on the other end of the Dendenmushi, he continued nonchalantly, go away. If you don't go back to Dressrosa to pick up guests today, there will be no such country in the future. Ah, it's over. I must adjust my schedule tomorrow. Chapter 415. What king do you want to be? Over the years, Doflamingo has become a well-known figure in the sea, and he is also qualified to be arrogant in front of many pirates. But the people in Dendenmushi are more arrogant than him. What is that guy saying? What does it mean to kowtow to him and let it go? Doflamingo's expression is uncertain. He really wants to turn against him, but he is worried that he has really offended some extraordinary person. What if it is a madman like Kaido again? The most frightening thing in this world is the unknown. Compared with the four emperor's monsters in the new world, a person with a hidden identity also makes him a little afraid. Especially this person seems to know everything. And it's not anyone Doflamingo knows. There is no such person in the entire underground world, but this person knows everything about him. But this guy's hiding his identity. Does it mean that his strength is not that strong? Or is it really inconvenient to disclose his identity, which means that this guy can't appear in front of people at all? Doflamingo regained his composure, grinned and said, a guy who hides his head and shows his tail, dares to threaten me? Dendenmushi hung up directly. Kakuzu slowly raised his head, looked at Doflamingo and asked softly, under what circumstances can I go to the navy to redeem the bounty of the 7 warlords of the sea? What? Doflamingo looked at Kakuzu in surprise, then grinned again and said sinisterly, hey, you still treat me as prey? No. Kakuzu shook his head, pointed at the Dendenmushi in his hand, and said calmly, because I know you said something wrong in front of him. I already know your fate, but I don't want to waste the bounty on you. The last person who said the wrong thing. The entire Akatsuki organization knows his fate. Why did Uehara Naraku act so obviously hard to mess with just now, but this Doflamingo is still courting death? Oh. Doflamingo's expression suddenly became subtle. He slowly raised his finger and laughed softly. It seems that Mr. Kakuzu respects him very much. He is the only one who can help me make money. Kakuzu also slowly arched his body, and the tentacles of the earth wrath gradually emerged from the gaps in his body, which made people look extremely terrifying. Even Doflamingo's expression changed. After tightening his brows slightly, he slowly relaxed. Doflamingo looked at Kakuzu's terrifying figure, but smiled softly on his face. Just now it sounded. Mr. Kakuzu seemed to like money very much. Money is the only thing you can believe in. Kakuzu responded in a muffled voice. This is his creed. Doflamingo tapped his arm with his fingers, and continued to laugh. If I give Mr. Kakuzu a large enough sum of money, will you be willing to tell me the identity of that person just now? Sure. Kakuzu nodded and pointed to the dendenmushi in Doflamingo's hand, but I need to report this to him. Kakuzu's face was still very calm. If he doesn't allow us, he will kill us directly, and even our souls will not be free. When he said this, Kakuzu's mentality was still calm. Doflamingo's face became a little ugly. Is this Kakuzu playing tricks on him? How could that person agree to such a thing? Kakuzu stretched out the geocentric Q in his hand, slowly entangled Doflamingo's dendenmushi, and put it away. He slowly took out the bounty order, and began to look through the bodies of the pirates on the ground according to the bounty order. On the other side, East China Sea, Windmill Village. After Uehara Naraku hung up the dendenmushi, he called Uchiha Sasuke's dendenmushi and asked directly, Sasuke, is it convenient for you to go to Dressrosa? After Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, his voice came over hesitantly. We will arrive in Dressrosa soon. What are you going to do? Then let's make a big fuss. After that, Uehara Naraku chuckled and continued, teach Doflamingo a lesson. You should be able to do it, right? But you don't have to kill him. He is a very useful chess piece, and I also gave him an amulet. You guy. Sasuke's voice on the other side of the dendenmushi stopped, and he continued in a deep voice. We have just entered the new world not long ago, and we don't understand the situation in the new world yet. It doesn't matter, just do it. After Uehara Naraku smiled, he suddenly continued, but it sounds like you don't really think of yourself as a member of the Spade Pirates. Who wants to stay with this group of idiots? Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help cursing, and changed the subject. Where are you now? Windmill Village. Uehara Naraku said slowly. Uchiha Sasuke's voice changed, and he asked in a deep voice, Windmill Village? Isn't that the hometown of that idiot Ace? Uchiha Sasuke must have heard of this place name. As the vice captain of Port Gus Ace, Sasuke would definitely listen to his captain talk about his hometown, especially since his captain was an idiot with no bottom line. Yeah. Uehara Naraku continued slowly. There are many people here who watched Ace grow up. His younger brother is also here. Uehara. Uchiha Sasuke was silent for a while, then continued softly. I have completely controlled everything in the Spade Pirates. That idiot Ace has become your pawn. There is no need to use his brother anymore, right? Sasuke. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face was faintly gloomy. It seems that you have also gained new friendships in this world. No. Uchiha Sasuke's voice became unusually cold. The smile on Uehara Naraku's face did not diminish at all, and he continued softly, it doesn't matter. The most important thing in life is to be happy. Uehara Naraku. Uchiha Sasuke's voice was a little cold, and he calmly stated a fact. No one can be happy in a world with you. Nonsense. Uehara Naraku immediately retorted, and gave an example. Look how happy Kakuzu senpai is. And those two guys Deidara and Hidden. Just say it. Uchiha Sasuke brought the subject back. Uehara, what do you want to do in the hometown of that idiot Ace? If he knew, he might do something irrational. Even I might not be able to persuade him. Don't worry. Uehara Naraku continued slowly, as long as you can control the Spade Pirates, to do what I asked you to do, I won't kill anyone. As Uehara Naraku spoke, his eyes fell on a figure that appeared on the street of Windmill Village. It was a young man wearing a straw hat. I'm just here to help you quit your addiction. Uehara Naraku said, and then hung up the dendenmushi in his hand, leaving Uchiha Sasuke on the other side of the dendenmushi with a puzzled look. On the streets of Windmill Village, Monkey D. Luffy also saw the three people walking into Windmill Village, and his first action was to greet them enthusiastically. Good morning, everyone. Morning. Uehara Naraku narrowed his eyes, smiled and greeted, and walked towards Luffy. It seems like there are people I haven't seen before, but it seems like there are also people I have seen before. Luffy frowned slightly, then slowly relaxed his brows, and asked with a smile, did you come to this village from afar? Yeah. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly, spread out his palms, and chuckled. I'm Uehara Naraku, a mid-level agent of Baroque Works, here to purchase shipping supplies. Agent? It sounds very powerful. The Straw Hat Youth didn't realize the danger of the question at all, and even asked with interest, what does an agent do? I have never seen an agent before. Mainly help people quit the king addiction. Uehara Naraku spread his hands indifferently, and continued, anyway, you will know soon. Why don't you introduce yourself? If Nami was here, she would definitely know the evil thoughts of Uehara Naraku. Unfortunately, Monkey D. Luffy's mind was much simpler. He still nodded with a smile on his face. Yes, I should introduce myself. When he said this, Luffy reached out and covered his straw hat. His expression suddenly became serious and determined. A light flashed in Luffy's eyes, and there was a touch of confidence in his voice. I'm Monkey D. Luffy, the man who will become the Pirate King. There was silence in the venue. Hashiga Kikisame and Nico Robin's eyes also fell on Luffy involuntarily. Is this the grandson of Vice Admiral Garp and the son of the Revolutionary Dragon? As for becoming the Pirate King or something like that? Hashiga Kikisame was stunned for a second, then suddenly grinned and said, I really don't know if it's my illusion. Just now, I actually felt that this kid is a bit like Uzumaki Naruto, the one from Konoha who clamored to become the Hokage. Hey, who is that you're talking about? Monkey D. Luffy tilted his head, glanced at Hashiga Kikisame, and said in surprise, wow. Is this the fishman from the sea? Yeah, the sea is very magical. After answering, Uehara Naraku still squinted and smiled, but his fist suddenly clenched, and the pitch black armed color domineering instantly covered it. The next moment, his fist landed on Luffy's lower abdomen. The pain of this punch instantly spread throughout Luffy's body, causing his body to bend over involuntarily in pain, and even his legs couldn't stand. Uehara Naraku slowly reached out and took off the straw hat on Luffy's head, put it on his own head, and glanced at Luffy casually. You just said. Uehara Naraku straightened his straw hat with one hand, looked at Luffy who was groaning in pain under his fist, and continued to ask, what king do you want to be? The first update. 4 updates guaranteed. And there is more. I must adjust my sleep schedule today. Chapter 416. Red-haired Shanks. The next one we at Baroque Works want to kill is him. Uehara Naraku's punch hurts. The pain made Luffy doubt his life. Because he is the user of the rubber fruit, he doesn't worry about the pain of fists. Apart from Garp's fist, it was the first time he felt the pain brought by another person. Give me back Shanks' straw hat. Monkey D. Luffy's arm suddenly stretched out, and he grabbed the straw hat on Uehara Naraku's head, and was about to struggle to take it back. In fact, Luffy has several questions in his mind now, and his body is still very painful, but the straw hat is undoubtedly his treasure as precious as his life, and taking the straw hat back is the most important thing. Uehara Naraku did not stop him, but let Luffy take back the straw hat, and then he hit Luffy with his arm horizontally, knocking him directly to the ground. Remember. Uehara Naraku spread out his palms and said slowly, don't say you want to be the Pirate King in front of our Baroque Works in the future. Only our boss can become the Pirate King, do you understand? I don't want to. Luffy raised his head suddenly, staring at Uehara Naraku, with a stubborn look on his face. Pirate King. I will definitely be it. Oh. Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand, and grabbed his collar, dragging him towards the Windmill Village. Then let's find a place to have a good chat. Mr. Kisame, Miss Robin, you guys go and do your business first. Hashiga Kikisame grinned and chuckled. Then you just deal with that kid. Let's go plunder this village. After Hashiga Kikisame finished speaking, he turned and looked at Nico Robin. Vice President, can I kill everyone in this village? Don't kill anyone. Nico Robin shook her head. After seeing the two of them leave, Uehara Naraku carried Luffy's body and walked to a tavern, saying casually, this village is so lucky. If it was our boss who came out, we would kill everyone in this village and burn it down. Arsehole. Luffy clenched his fists and said gloomily, you guys are a bunch of people who have tarnished the honor of pirates. Hey. Uehara Naraku knocked Luffy's head, chuckled and said, what are you kidding? We are pirates. Go to the Grand Line and ask how many people our Baroque Works has killed. Arsehole. A flash of anger flashed across Luffy's face, and he said in a deep voice, when I go to the Grand Line, I will definitely beat all of your companies. I'm looking forward to it. Uehara Naraku pinched Luffy's face and carried his body and continued to move forward. Because Luffy is the user of the rubber fruit, his face is stretched long, but his body is still dragging on the ground, looking embarrassed and funny. Windmill Village. Makino Tavern. Obviously, the tavern is closed in the early morning. However, the tavern's customers today seemed very rude. They kicked the door open and threw a person in. Hey, boss, give me a glass of juice. A sleepy woman soon walked out from the back of the tavern. It was the owner of the tavern, Makino. It seemed that she had just woken up, and there was still a trace of sleepiness on her face, which made her look a little cute. Makino rubbed her eyes slowly, sighed and apologized. Sorry, sir, it's not business hours yet. But when Makino rubbed her eyes and looked up, she saw Luffy lying on the ground, and a look of panic suddenly flashed across her face. Luffy, what's going on? This kid said he wanted to be the Pirate King. A young man with narrowed eyes and a smile spread out his palm and continued, but in this world, only the boss of our Baroque Works can become the Pirate King, so I taught him a lesson. Makino was silent for a moment, then slowly helped Luffy sit on the chair, raised his head, and put on a smile and said, I'm so sorry. The children in the village are ignorant, and I made the guests who came from afar laugh. Makino was particularly rational at this moment, because Makino knew that now was not the time to argue. Since Luffy, the man with the power of the devil fruit in the village, seemed to have been defeated, he had to endure it, so as not to directly anger this group of pirates. However, Luffy, who was helped up by Makino, obviously did not give her face, and opened his mouth without saying anything. I'm not kidding. I will be the Pirate King. Luffy, don't talk. A serious look flashed across Makino's face. After seeing Luffy close his mouth unhappily, she raised her head and looked at the pirate and continued with a smile. So the customer wants a glass of juice, right? I'll have it ready soon. Aha. One of the young men walked in, sat on a chair at the bar, and continued softly, then please ask the boss to be faster. For every minute that delays our Baroque Works, we will charge 1 million baileys. This is the rule set by our boss of Baroque Works. 1 minute. 1 million baileys? Hearing this number, a look of surprise flashed across Makino's face. After hurriedly comforting Luffy, she ran to the bar. Please wait for a moment, it will be ready soon. I'm not in a hurry. Uehara Naraku rested his arm on the table, looking at Makino who was busy. Anyway, the longer you delay, the more money I can take from you. A drop of cold sweat broke out on Makino's forehead. Because she grew up in Windmill Village, the hometown of the naval hero Monkey D. Garb, few pirates dared to offend. In the past, there was a red-haired pirate group that often stopped in Windmill Village, but those pirates would not bully the weak. Makino had never seen such pirates bullying civilians. Where did the guest come from? Makino hurriedly squeezed the juice while chatting to test Uehara Naraku's attitude. She was just an ordinary little woman. Alabaster. Uehara Naraku did not hesitate to secretly reveal some information about Sand Crocodile. Makino's brows relaxed, and he said with a smile, I remember hearing Captain Shanks mention that there seemed to be a country full of deserts. Red-haired Shanks? Uehara Naraku curled the corners of his mouth, and when he mentioned that man, the smile on his face became more and more intense. Boss, do you know red-haired Shanks? Oh, yes, the kid who clamored to become the Pirate King just now mentioned that guy. Captain Shanks is a frequent visitor to our Windmill Village. I guess he won't come in the future. Uehara Naraku interrupted Makino and said calmly, after our Baroque Works defeated the 7 warlords of the siege and banned the Whitebeard pirates, the next group we will encircle and suppress is the red-haired pirates. Shanks will not be defeated by you. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Luffy shouted at him dissatisfiedly, Shanks is very strong. I made a promise with him that the next time we meet, I will return the straw hat to him. Your juice. Sir. Makino hurriedly placed the juice in front of Uehara and looked at Luffy anxiously, hoping that he would not continue to say anything to provoke Uehara. Uehara Naraku did not care about Luffy anymore, but took the cup and sipped the straw and continued, "Thank you, but this glass of juice took up a minute of my time, and when I leave, the boss will give me 1,000,000 baileys." Makino. This pirate just said it seriously, but Makino was more worried about the news about red-haired Shanks. She couldn't help but ask, "Has the guest also seen Captain Shanks? How is he now?" "No, not yet." Uehara Naraku sucked the juice in his hand and continued slowly, "He should be fine now, but it may not be the case in the future. No one who is the enemy of Baroque Works has ever had a good ending." Uehara Naraku's gaze slowly shifted to Luffy, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't make an enemy of Baroque Works, because the Navy attacked Baroque Works in Rogue Town. In retaliation, Baroque Works chose to come and plunder the hometown of the Navy hero Garp." "Loot, plunder?" Makino covered her mouth in panic. "Well, they've already gone. It's too late for you to go and notify them." Uehara Naraku glanced at Luffy again and continued in a deep voice, "Hey, your name is Monkey D. Luffy, right? You are Monkey D. Garp's family. Fortunately, I punched you just now and brought you back. Otherwise the two members of Baroque Works would definitely kill you." Luffy was silent for a second. The next moment, he endured the pain, stood up and held his straw hat, and said in a deep voice, "I know, but I won't watch the village being looted by them. Idiot." Uehara Naraku's figure suddenly appeared beside Luffy, knocked him to the ground again with a punch, and continued, "You can't even beat me. My bounty is only 30 million, but their bounty is more than 100 million. After that, Uehara Naraku continued, "The looting of Windmill Village as a revenge against the Navy was an order issued by our boss of Baroque Works himself, and no one can stop it." This sentence is not wrong, because when Nico Robin reported to Crocodile, Mr. Crocodile actually disagreed, but Nico Robin said that Hoshigaki Kisame was determined to do it, and she couldn't stop Kisame from making a big move. Crocodile had no choice but to agree. Crocodile already regretted recruiting Hoshigaki Kisame into Baroque Works. Since this guy joined, Baroque Works has become famous, but it is estimated that the number of enemies provoked will increase. Unfortunately, things have come to this point, and Crocodile can only comfort himself. Anyway, as long as the news that he is the boss is not leaked, nothing else matters. Now, Crocodile doesn't know. The Straw Hat Boy in Windmill Village has already taken note of the boss of Baroque Works, and plans to settle accounts with this unknown boss in the future. Okay, don't worry too much. Uehara Naraku took a sip of juice and continued softly, "I have secretly told the Navy the news. The Navy near the East China Sea is rushing here. Baroque Works doesn't have time to do too many excessive things, and should leave soon." "Is that so?" Makino's face was still a little worried. After listening to Uehara Naraku's words, she looked at Uehara Naraku and couldn't help showing a hint of gratitude. Makino suddenly felt that she had misunderstood Uehara. The customer is actually a good person. What kind of good person am I? Uehara Naraku showed a bitter smile on his face. He shook his head and continued, "Since joining Baroque Works, I can't turn back. Now I can only do some small things that I can do." Second update, let's go eat. And chapter 417, tell me, what is your dream? Naraku Uehara is indeed a good person. At least in Makino's opinion, Naraku Uehara is actually a person who has gone astray, but is still trying to struggle in the quagmire. Even though he joined the evil Baroque Works, he is still trying to reduce the harm caused by Baroque Works as much as possible. Hey, don't be so discouraged. Monkey D. Luffy sat next to Uehara with all his strength, slammed his fist on the table, and said in a deep voice, "Don't you have your own dreams? If you really want to do something, do it now." Naraku Uehara fell silent. Are there problems with these protagonists? Why does it feel like every protagonist seems to want to try to talk him out of it? After a long time, Uehara Naraku calmly raised his head, looked at Luffy in front of him, and said softly, "When I joined Baroque Works, I lost the qualification to have a dream." Uehara Naraku's voice sounded a little sad. "All the members of our Baroque Works are now doing everything to serve the boss's dream. No one dares to resist his will until our boss becomes the Pirate King." Uehara Naraku casually put a black pot on Crocodile and it would not be taken off for at least a while. The Pirate King is mine. Luffy slammed his face on the table in anger. He looked at Uehara Naraku with anger. Don't you have anything you want to do? Something that doesn't matter, even if you sacrifice your life for it. Luffy stretched out his hand to cover his straw hat and continued in a deep voice. Just like I want to become the Pirate King. I want to become the Pirate King, even if I die in the sea. Besides, you are so much stronger than me. Uehara Naraku remained silent. This guy's ability to talk is not bad. But how should I explain this to Luffy? Actually, what he is doing now is what he wants to do. That is to throw dirty water on Crocodile. After a long silence, Uehara Naraku spoke. I'm sorry, Baroque Works is so powerful that I can't resist it. Even the Navy can't do anything to them. I'm just a small member. What can I do? Uehara Naraku took a sip of juice and continued with a heavy face. You will never be able to imagine how powerful the boss of Baroque Works is. Now maybe he is the most powerful person in the world, and Baroque Works is also the most powerful organization in the world. When Uehara Naraku said this, his face became extremely ugly. Even a small character like me can run rampant in the East China Sea. The people of Baroque Works can make waves in the Grand Line. Uehara Naraku turned his head angrily and looked at Luffy and said in a deep voice, you guy, you can't even save your own life now. If I hadn't brought you here just now, you would have lost your life. Uehara Naraku suddenly grabbed Luffy's collar. His face became extremely gloomy. Hey, you guys, before you understand other people's pain, don't point fingers at other people's lives. Luffy looked at Uehara Naraku, who was bursting with emotions, and fell into silence. Makino's face was also a little worried. She looked at Luffy, then at Uehara, and softly persuaded, does the customer need another glass of juice? Yes. Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and said softly, boss, your juice is delicious, but it's a pity that I can't pay you. Makino was choked by this sentence. He is obviously a good person. Why is he not speaking human language again? Just a second later, Makino's smile returned to her face, looking warm and healing. It's okay, as long as the customers like it. Sorry. Uehara Naraku looked at Makino's face and explained seriously, the employees of Baroque Works must drop 1 million baileys in each store, otherwise they will destroy the store and kill the store manager. Uehara Naraku said a little dejectedly, I got a windfall from a pirate thief before, but I secretly helped some innocent store managers who were robbed on other islands to pay the money. Now I only have a few 100,000 baileys left in my private savings. I really have no choice. So that's the case. Makino suddenly realized. At this moment, Makino finally understood why Uehara Naraku wanted to rob her money. Makino's eyes curved, and she smiled to comfort Uehara Naraku. It's okay, I have some savings before. I will prepare 1 million baileys, and I will definitely not make it difficult for the guests. Uehara Naraku looked at Makino, feeling a little bit reluctant, and continued, in fact, 470,500 baileys are enough. I still have 529,950 baileys on me, which should be enough to hand over to the work agency. As soon as these words came out, Uehara felt much better. This number sounded like it had both zeros and integers, as if he, a pirate, was living a more embarrassing life than Makino, the tavern owner. As long as Makino heard this, she would definitely not blame him for robbing money, right? Makino didn't really care. She seemed to have a lot of savings, and soon easily gathered 1 million baileys, and handed them over to Uehara Naraku, and even gave him an extra 500,000 baileys. The kindness of this woman was beyond Uehara's imagination. Makino looked at Uehara Naraku with a smile, and explained with a smile, this is to pass on the hope of life. If the guest encounters the next innocent victim in the future, I hope the guest can continue to help him. Uehara Naraku was silent. This woman is so kind. It is really unexpected that there is such a kind woman in this world. In addition to being gentle, she also has a heart willing to love the weak. After a long time, Uehara Naraku touched his conscience, took the money that Makino gave him, and asked, boss, do you have any dreams? This sentence is a bit ironic. After all, a person who just said that he doesn't deserve to have a dream would actually ask about other people's dreams, which seems a bit inappropriate. But If someone who knows Uehara Naraku is in this tavern and hears what Uehara Naraku asked, they will definitely sigh that Makino's luck is really good. Makino lowered his head and thought for a while, then closed his palms and looked up at the ceiling above. The dream now, maybe I hope Ace can be safe on the other side of the sea. Because Ace went to sea this year. What Makino was most worried about was the child. When Luffy heard Makino mention Ace, he couldn't help scratching his head. Hey, I remember seeing Ace's bounty last time. His bounty is now 900 million. Ace must have become very strong. Uehara Naraku fell into silence. After a while, Uehara Naraku glanced at Makino and held his forehead with his hand. You are a truly kind person. I believe your dream will come true. The worry on Makino's face did not diminish at all. However, Makino's thoughts soon came back again. She looked at Uehara Naraku and said seriously, in fact, the guest is also a kind person. Hey, your name is Uehara Naraku, right? Luffy stood up, looked at Uehara Naraku with a serious face, stretched out his palm to him, and said in a deep voice, hey, Uehara Naraku, let's make a promise. What promise? Uehara Naraku looked at Luffy hesitantly. Luffy, who is still a big boy now, smiled heartily and said, I can go to sea in 3 years. You have to think clearly about what you want to do most. After saying this, Luffy continued with a hearty smile. In 3 years, I will definitely defeat the boss of Baroque Works. At that time, you can do what you want to do. 3-year agreement? Uehara Naraku's face was a little interesting. After a long time, Uehara Naraku stretched out his palm, held Luffy's palm, and whispered, in fact, what I wanted to do most was to become a navy, to catch pirates on the sea, and protect those weak people. Luffy's smile gradually disappeared. After a while, the smile on Luffy's face reappeared, and he said with a smile, as long as you have a dream, you have to do it, no matter how late it is. Forget it, it's too late. Uehara Naraku shook his head and whispered, I promise you that I will think carefully in these 3 years what I want to do. Then let's work hard together. Makino standing next to him curved his eyes. The next moment, Makino suddenly remembered another thing and asked quickly, by the way, Mr. Uehara, those people who looted in the village, will they really not hurt the villagers? No. Uehara Naraku shook his head firmly, but there was a hint of hesitation on his face. I'm not sure now. Although Miss Nico Robin, the vice president of Baroque Works, looks cold on the outside but soft on the inside. But her hometown is an innocent city of scholars, but it was completely sunk by the navy with warships. She was the only one who survived on the entire island. It's hard to say whether she will vent her anger on Vice Admiral Garp's hometown because of the navy. After saying this, Uehara Naraku said in a deep voice, forget it, I'll go and take a look. Luffy, Boss Makino, you stay here for a while. Just at this time, a figure appeared at the door of the tavern. Hashiga Kikisame was holding a sturdy woman in his hand and said loudly, Uehara, we have finished our business. It is a super bumper harvest. We didn't expect that the people defending this village are a group of bandits. Mr. Kisame, I also received 1 million baileys. After Uehara Naraku responded loudly, he turned to look at the worried Makino and Luffy, and whispered, Boss Makino, I have to go first. Luffy, when we meet again next time, I will definitely surprise you. Wait. Luffy's expression was a little weird. He pointed at the sturdy woman in Kisame's hand at the door and said, that's Daten. Why are they going to capture her? Is there a bounty on that Daten? Uehara Naraku frowned and whispered, if there is a bounty on that Daten, Baroque Works may secretly exchange the bounty from the navy, based on the principle of not wasting. I remember there was. Makino said with some worry on his face, there is a bounty of 7.8 million baileys on Daten, but Daten is a good person. We have forgotten that she has a wanted order. I want to save her. Luffy rushed over. For Luffy, Daten is like a mother. No, or rather, Daten is like a father and a mother, and compared to Vice Admiral Garp, Luffy and Daten have been together for a longer time, and have a closer relationship. Are you going to die? Uehara Naraku sighed, stretched out his hand to stop Luffy, and whispered, I will protect her life, and take the job of going to the naval base in exchange for the bounty, and find a way to send that Daten to the right person. Thank you. Makino nodded to Uehara Naraku with a worried look on his face, and whispered, then, everything is up to Mr. Uehara. Makino is really kind. I can't bear to bully him. The third update. There is one more update. I have adjusted my work and rest schedule. Chapter 418 Ace, my vice captain doesn't like you, so let's go to war. The port of Windmill Village. Uehara Naraku's warship slowly sailed away from the port. Uehara Naraku stood on the warship, looking at the Windmill Village getting farther and farther away, and whispered, "From this moment on, the gears of fate will be controlled by me." Hashigaki Kisame had just thrown Dadan into the dungeon of the warship when he heard Uehara Naraku's words. He couldn't help but chuckled and said, "Isn't fate such an illusory thing, always under the control of Mr. Naraku?" Nico Robin looked at the two of them in silence. The two guys were really skilled in cooperating with each other. "Hey, it's over." Uehara Naraku shook his head modestly, a smile appeared on his face, and whispered, "Ms. Robin, find a way to spread the news that the hometown of the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp was attacked by Baroque works throughout the East China Sea and the Grand Line." "Yes." Nico Robin nodded slowly. Uehara Naraku stretched and continued to add his orders. "Starting tomorrow, let Sasori and Deidara cooperate with Kakuzu to eliminate all the senior agents of Baroque Works, leaving a few alive to leak the news that Crocodile is the boss of Baroque Works." "Yes." Nico Robin mourned for Crocodile in her heart for a second. From now on, the Sand Crocodile will never get a trace of peace, and he will become a chess piece that they can abandon at any time. Nico Robin called the Dendenmushi of Sasori and Kakuzu respectively, asking them to cooperate with each other to hunt and capture the employees of Baroque Works. The Red Sand Sasori said that he could cooperate at any time. Only after hearing the news, Kakuzu said something that frightened Robin. "I know, leave this matter to me. I will arrest all the members of Baroque Works immediately." "Where are you now?" Nico Robin was silent for a second. Nico Robin had a vague feeling that the members of Baroque Works that Kakuzu wanted to capture in exchange for the bounty might include her and Hashigaki Kisame. Nico Robin sighed and said softly, "Mr. Kakuzu, stop playing these word games. You should know what Mr. Naraku means." "Yeah." There was a hint of regret in Kakuzu's cold voice. "Are you really unwilling to cooperate with me? That's a bounty of more than 200 million baileys." Nico Robin hung up the Dendenmushi in silence. Is this Kakuzu really obsessed with money? Hearing this, Uehara Naraku couldn't help rubbing his forehead. He felt a headache for Kakuzu's stinginess. He sighed and continued to count the harvest. This time he reaped a lot in Windmill Village. Side quest, where the Pirate King Straw had once. 1/1. Quest completed. Reward. Life energy increased by 100,000 points. Armament haki increased by 100,000 points. Observation haki increased by 100,000 points. And Conqueror haki increased by 1 level. So, Windmill Village is a real novice village. As long as you wear that straw hat, it is equivalent to getting a pass to become a world power. Just looking at it now, Uehara Naraku's Conqueror haki strength is the known peak. Side quest, defeat Monkey D. Luffy. 1/1. Quest completed. Fixed reward. Summoning contract BO Demon. Summoning contract BO Demon. You can summon BO Demons active fight, consuming 3000 life energy points. This reward seems a bit tasteless. But with Zack's physique, can he continue to bully Luffy in the future? Side quest, pinch Monkey D. Luffy's rubber face. The quest is completed. You will be rewarded with 10,000 points of life energy, 10,000 points of armed haki, and 10,000 points of observation haki. These are the rewards you get in the Windmill Village. Half a month later, the warships led by Vice Admiral Garp and Colonel Tinner arrived late and rushed to the Windmill Village that had been looted long ago. Fortunately, there were no casualties here. They were not the first to arrive. It's just that Garp has the highest rank here. Garp and Colonel Tinner also carefully questioned the villagers who had contact with Baroque Works, and finally learned from Makino the hidden truth of the looting of part of the Windmill Village. This so-called hidden truth. Anyway, Uehara Naraku's people have left, but Uehara's kind image remains in the hearts of Makino and Luffy. After listening to the so-called hidden truth for a while, Tina bit a cigarette in the corner of her mouth and fell into melancholy. Is it really Uehara Naraku who gave the Navy intelligence and saved Vice Admiral Garp's grandson? That kid sounds pretty good. Garp frowned and continued slowly, although I still feel that something is wrong. That guy did save Luffy, the bastard boy, otherwise, the Navy will definitely lose an admiral in the future. Hey, Grandpa. Luffy sat at the bar of the tavern and shouted dissatisfiedly, I don't want to be a Navy. I must become the Pirate King. Bastard boy. Garp picked up Luffy's collar and punched his grandson out. You are too deeply poisoned by red hair. The grandfather and grandson were communicating their feelings. Colonel Tiner didn't look at it either, but just looked at Makino and continued to ask about the news about Uehara Naraku, because this was what the Navy Marshal Sengoku specifically told him. Sengoku wanted to try to develop Uehara Naraku into an insider of the Navy. Yeah. Makino nodded and continued in a low voice. Mr. Naraku mentioned, when he was chatting with Luffy, that he once wanted to become a Navy and protect the weak. Unfortunately, he has now joined the pirate organization Baroque Works and will never have the chance to join the Navy again. After saying this, Makino's face also showed a trace of worry. The kind female owner of the tavern whispered, Mr. Uehara should have entered the Baroque Works by mistake, but he also saved many innocent people. After that, Makino told Colonel Tiner all about their contact with Uehara, which made the beautiful Navy colonel feel a little regretful. Such a good person was forced to join the Baroque Works. I really don't know what the past of Uehara Naraku was. If that guy really joined the Navy like his dream, maybe his rank could be a major now? Is this fate? Therefore, when Colonel Tiner reported this matter to Marshal Sengoku, she did not forget to feedback this point and even emphasize the credit of Uehara Naraku. You don't have to worry about this matter. After learning the information, Admiral Sengoku of the Navy ordered in a deep voice, from now on, just pretend that you have never come into contact with Uehara Naraku and don't reveal all his information. But, obey orders. After Buddha Sengoku hung up Tiner's Denden Mushi, he dialed another person's Denden Mushi. Hello, Major General X Drake, how is the matter going? That I instructed you not long ago to form a secret sword force to lurk in the pirates. After hearing the reply from the other end, Buddha Sengoku ordered in a muffled voice, don't worry, but I have a good candidate here. No, or a very suitable candidate, you can try to contact him. Buddha Sengoku's beard trembled, and he whispered the name to the person on the other side of the Denden Mushi. That person is now in Baroque Works. His name is Uehara Naraku. Although he is in a criminal organization, he still uses his own way to enforce his justice. While Buddha Sengoku was still chatting with Major General Drake on the other side of the Denden Mushi, another Denden Mushi in the office rang. The Navy Admiral's face suddenly showed a trace of anger. After he connected to another Denden Mushi, the sound from the Denden Mushi made his ears hurt. Marshal, something bad has happened. The Navy general on the other side of the Denden Mushi seemed extremely anxious and said hastily, the Spade pirates who just arrived at Dressrosa have declared war on the 7 warlords of the Sea Doflamingo and his Don Quixote pirates. What? After a second of shock in the eyes of the Navy Admiral, he immediately regained his composure. That Ace is indeed a restless guy. It's even more excessive than that bastard Roger. You continue to monitor and report the battle situation at any time. Yes. There was still panic in the Navy's voice. Grand Line. New World. Dressrosa Palace. Doflamingo, Ace and Uchiha Sasuke stood high above the Dressrosa Palace, and the three of them were confronting each other here. On the ground was a group of Don Quixote family cadres. To be honest, Doflamingo really didn't want to provoke Ace and Uchiha Sasuke, two super rookies, because he knew how strong Uchiha Sasuke was. If possible, Doflamingo would like to win them over as an ally. After all, they are both very strong. Unfortunately, just when Doflamingo was holding a banquet to meet Ace and Uchiha Sasuke in private Port Gusti, Ace declared war on the Don Quixote family at the banquet. Everyone was eating happily. Why did they suddenly declare war? Because Sasuke said he hates this country. The reason given by Port Gusti Ace was very weird, which made the Don Quixote family a little unacceptable. My vice captain is unhappy, but you are laughing so happily. This should be a provocation to the Spade Pirates. Ace, you idiot. Uchiha Sasuke didn't know what to say. Sasuke told Ace bluntly that he didn't like the Don Quixote family in the passionate kingdom of Dressrosa. Actually, it was because Sasuke wanted to leave a prefix impression in Ace's mind, so that he could find a reason to start a war in the future and Ace would not object. Unexpectedly, Ace directly started a war with the reason that his vice captain was unhappy. This idiot. I really don't know what to let Sasuke say. This is great. The two of them fought directly in someone's house. Now they have just experienced a round of Conqueror's Haki competition, and the entire banquet hall was directly destroyed by their Haki competition, and the battle area was placed in the palace. Doflamingo was naturally a little powerless when facing Ace and Sasuke, two people with Conqueror's Haki. Even Uchiha Sasuke's Conqueror's Haki made Doflamingo unable to compete. Doflamingo looked at the two people opposite him, grinning a ferocious smile, and praised, "Just talking about Haki, they are really two super scary newcomers, don't act like a senior in front of us." Uchiha Sasuke pulled out a supreme big sword that he had snatched in this world, pointed it at Doflamingo, and said coldly, "Doflamingo, what I hate most is guys like you who are not strong, but like to pretend hard." Hearing this, Ace couldn't help scratching the back of his head, laughing and said, "But Sasuke, aren't you the coolest person on our ship?" "Shut up. We are fighting." A flash of anger flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's face, and his captain was so scared that he immediately covered his mouth and stepped back a few steps. Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help but support his forehead. This idiot captain really makes people worry. Finished. I owe another update. Thank you, for discussing the big plan and Zenaro's crowdfunding. By the way, you can give rewards to the characters. Never mind. Good night. Go to bed. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 419 Doflamingo, the name that guy gave me. Is it a death warrant? Shoot the line. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Sasuke and Ace were communicating, Doflamingo quickly shot out a white line from his fingertips, trying to launch a sneak attack directly. This tiny white line was almost invisible, but the force it flew out was like a bullet, with greater power than a bullet, and it quickly shot towards Sasuke's body. Sasuke swung his sword to block the white line directly. A flash of red light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Doflamingo with indifference. Under the gaze of the Sharingan, I can easily see through any of your movements. Don't be so clever. The smile on Doflamingo's face remained unchanged. A group of white lines suddenly appeared on his fingertips. He continued with a low smile. There is no harm in trying. Treble, Diamond, all of you retreat. Dover. The members around couldn't help but look at Doflamingo. These are two super rookies with a bounty of over 900 million berries. Even in the new world, dominated by the four emperors, they can still have a place. Back off. A hint of coldness flashed across Doflamingo's face, and he said in a gloomy voice, "This is not a battle you can intervene in. Stay away now. To be honest, this battle is not fair." After Doflamingo saw Sasuke and Ace's Conqueror's Haki, he knew that he had to fight Sasuke and Ace alone. Even if the other cadres of Don Quixote rushed forward, they could not match one of the monsters. The rules of the new world are completely different from the first half of the Grand Line. Because here, after a person's military power has reached its peak, only a true king can deal with another king. Portgusti Ace watched Doflamingo give an order, and a group of members swarmed back, looking very majestic. Ace imitated Doflamingo, and said in a cold voice, "Hey, Sasuke, you should retreat. This is not a battle you can interfere in." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke couldn't help rubbing his eyebrows. "You are the one who should retreat. Your target is Whitebird. Let me deal with this small character." "Well, you make sense." After Ace nodded slowly, he couldn't help but said, "But I'm the captain, and they sent out the captain to fight." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke's face suddenly became gloomy, and his voice was mixed with a hint of chill. "Your target is the four emperors on the sea. If you, the captain, take the lead in everything, what's the use of me as the vice captain?" The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke rushed directly towards Doflamingo. His fingers suddenly stood up, and a cold voice fell into everyone's ears. "Chidori Sharp Spear." Lightning lights were thrown out by Uchiha Sasuke. A flash of surprise flashed across Doflamingo's face. Under the perception of his observation haki, his figure twisted in a strange posture. However, just as he dodged the Chidori sharp lance composed of lightning, a ball of fire gathered with flames rushed towards Doflamingo. Fire style, great fireball technique. Spider's nest. A flash of surprise flashed across Doflamingo's face, and he waved his hand to create a ball of hard spiderweb to block the attacking great fireball technique. The ball of fire quickly burned the spiderweb to ashes. However, this also gave Doflamingo enough time to evacuate, and the ground of the palace was quickly blown to pieces by the great fireball technique. I heard that the vice captain of the Spade Pirates is a ninja. Doflamingo met the rushing Uchiha Sasuke and grinned. It seems that the abilities of ninjas are more interesting than we thought. The next moment, the two men's arms collided. The impact of the collision between the Conqueror's haki and the armament haki instantly swept across the entire Dressrosa. The earth began to shake in an instant, and huge waves were set off on the sea. Is it only this extent? A scornful smile flashed across Sasuke's mouth. He could clearly feel how powerful he was. In this collision, he almost crushed Doflamingo. This guy is so weak. He is even worse than the two generals Aokiji and Kizaru. The next moment, a battle of physical skills broke out between the two men. Their fists were covered with armament haki, and they fought into a ball. No matter how Doflamingo used his string fruit ability, he could not break through Sasuke's defense. Doflamingo's face darkened, and he turned over and kicked out. White lines spread out quickly from his feet. Ashirazo line. I told you. Uchiha Sasuke tilted his head and easily avoided the attack of the Ashirazo line. His eyes flashed red. I have seen through everything about you. Doflamingo, your fate has long been determined. The next moment, Uchiha Sasuke drew out his ninja sword and suddenly slashed. When Doflamingo tried to defend and dodge, the sword seemed to have eyes, penetrated all his defenses, and slashed diagonally on Doflamingo's chest. This attack even cut through the armament haki covering Doflamingo's body, leaving a long and thin wound. Countless dense knife lights flew out. Doflamingo knew that his armament haki was not strong enough, so he condensed a spider web to resist Sasuke's attack, but it was still useless. Can't stop it. Can't stop it at all. A slash directly broke the spider web defense. Doflamingo's figure quickly retreated. He didn't want to be cut in half by Uchiha Sasuke. 10,000 things heaven attraction. Sasuke looked at Doflamingo with contempt. His fingers suddenly clasped. The light of the Samsara in his eye sockets flashed, and a gravitational force suddenly burst out. Doflamingo's body was involuntarily sucked towards Sasuke. Damn, it's gravity. Doflamingo's fingers hurriedly pulled out white lines, entangled huge stones one by one to try to stabilize his body. Just as he was in a stalemate, a black flame suddenly shot out from Sasuke's hand, and this flame escape instantly pierced through Doflamingo's body like a sharp sword. Blood splattered. His combat IQ is pitifully low. Sasuke clasped his palms carelessly, looking at Doflamingo with contempt. Fortunately, that idiot Ace refused the title of Shichibuke, otherwise, wouldn't he be on par with a waste like you? Doflamingo knelt on one knee on the ground, stroking the wound that pierced his body. The white lines on his fingertips spread out quickly and quickly sewed up his wound. This Sasuke is too arrogant. Those who don't know would think he is the captain of the Spade Pirates. But this guy's really too strong. Just the abnormal and powerful domineering of Sasuke made Doflamingo lag behind before the battle. Coupled with his various strange abilities, as well as superb swordsmanship and physical skills, the Uchiha Sasuke is simply an all-round strong man. This guy didn't even use any particularly powerful abilities in the battle, as if he just did it casually, and he beat Doflamingo into a mess. How long have they been fighting? Doflamingo feels that he has no power to fight back, as if he is facing the monsters in the new world. You dare to hurt Doflamingo? Just at this moment, a sharp voice fell into their ears, and Diamond rushed over waving the sword in his hand like crazy. Back off. Doflamingo hurriedly waved his hand to create a huge white line and directly knocked Diamond out. He looked at Sasuke and laughed softly. Mr. Sasuke and I are fighting between kings. It doesn't matter what they do. Uchiha Sasuke spread out his palms indifferently, looked at Doflamingo with a cold face and said, besides, I can't avoid stepping on a few ants when killing a little bug, right? This sentence is really overbearing. This is clearly not treating the Don Quixote family as human beings. Doflamingo's forehead throbbed. He looked at Uchiha Sasuke, who was suppressing his anger, and a sinister smile slowly appeared on his face. He is indeed the most terrifying supernova in this sea. After saying this, Doflamingo suddenly changed the subject and said, "It really makes people curious about Mr. Sasuke's life experience. The surname Uchiha is very rare. I wonder if Mr. Sasuke has heard of the name Uchiha Itachi. This name was told to him by the person behind Kakuzu. Now Doflamingo seems to feel that he can use it to test Uchiha Sasuke. Maybe he can find an opportunity." Uchiha Sasuke's body stiffened for a second. The next moment, Doflamingo waved his hand and turned everything on the ground into white lines. This is his fruit awakening ability. Once the fruit awakens, everything around can be turned into its own fruit ability creation. The ability of the string fruit is to turn everything into a line that can be controlled by oneself. White lines of wild waves. Tens of thousands of white lines rolled up and swept towards Sasuke. These white lines instantly wrapped around Uchiha Sasuke's body and bound him directly in the white lines. Uchiha Sasuke just stood there and let the white lines seal him up. "Who told you this name?" Uchiha Sasuke's voice came out from the white lines, and purple light was projected from the dense white lines. The next moment, a tall figure broke free from the white lines in an instant. The purple complete Susanoo giant stood proudly on this land. To be honest, the size of Susanoo was not shocking in Dressrosa, because Pika, the highest Kaga of the Don Quixote family, could transform into a 1,000-meter high stone giant, but the momentum between the two was completely different. Just by seeing the purple complete Susanoo, Doflamingo seemed to see the disaster and destruction around this Susanoo through his observation haki. This is not an ordinary giant. The tall Susanoo suddenly pulled out the ninja sword and slashed it towards Doflamingo, as if it could cut the entire Dressrosa in half. No, not as if, but it can definitely do it. Doflamingo's face changed, and he instantly manipulated countless white lines to gather together, turning them into a solid spider web shield to block Susanoo's sword. Unfortunately, Susanoo's sword directly split everything. Doflamingo looked at the huge slash that went straight through the ground, leaving a deep gully on the ground. Does mentioning this person seem to have angered Uchiha Sasuke? Doflamingo's expression couldn't help but change, and a drop of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He raised his head and said coldly, "Mr. Sasuke, the battle between us is actually under the surveillance of others, and perhaps it is also controlled by him. That is the person who gave me this name." "Shut up." Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, looking down at Doflamingo underground, manipulating Susanoo to point the ninja sword at him. Doflamingo. Uchiha Sasuke could hardly suppress the anger on his face. He stared at Doflamingo and continued in a cold voice, "Did the person who told Uchiha Itachi this name forget to remind you?" A hint of madness flashed across Uchiha Sasuke's face, and his eyes became colder and colder. The domineering aura burst out from Susanoo's body, sweeping across the entire Dressrosa. "If you use this name to threaten me casually in front of me, I may not kill you, but it will make you live a life worse than death." Doflamingo's face changed. Something really went wrong. The person behind Kakuzu was pitting him. Mentioning this name can save his life, but it will completely infuriate Uchiha Sasuke. Why didn't that person tell him about this? It happened at this time. Treble moved closer to Ace and asked carefully, "Captain Ace, who is that Uchiha Itachi?" Portgusty Ace's expression was no longer playful, and he was not interested in Treble's antics. His eyes were serious. Uchiha Itachi was the brother who loved Sasuke the most in the world. He has passed away. Treble's expression was not very good. Now Doflamingo mentioned his deceased brother in front of a younger brother. It feels like the situation is not good. First update. I'm almost 4,000 words in writing. I feel like a retard. And there's more. Chapter 420. A waste like you. Just accept your fate. The battlefield was completely heated. Facing the attack of the complete Susanoo, Doflamingo even had difficulty in putting up basic resistance. The entire Dressrosa was trembling in the domineering aura emanating from Susanoo. 16 sacred bullets. Doflamingo manipulated the white lines on the ground to converge into sharp and thick white lines, with the armed color domineering wrapped around the white lines, flying towards Susanoo. What a complete waste. Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, unscrupulously mocking his opponent. "Doflamingo, is this the extent of your power? I really can't understand why that person would tell you Itachi's name. Before he finished speaking, Uchiha Sasuke manipulated Susanoo and waved the huge ninja sword in his hand to perform a slash that was almost like a full moon. Uchiha Sasuke's voice echoed in this land. His voice was so cold that it made people feel cold. If a waste, like you can gain a foothold in the new world, then this new world really makes people have nothing to look forward to. As Sasuke's voice fell, a slash close to the full moon flew out. The momentum of this slash from Susanoo exceeded the slashes that everyone present had seen, and perhaps it was no less powerful than the slash of the legendary world's #1 swordsman Hawky Mihawk. Under this full moon slash, the 16 flying thick white lines were all cut off. All the mountains and tall castles in the entire Dressrosa within the attack range of this full moon slash were cut off by this slash, revealing neat cuts. Doflamingo seemed to have anticipated his fate, and the corners of his mouth still maintained that smile, but there was a bit of complexity inside in this smile. Now the only thing Doflamingo could do was to pull up a strong spider web to block in front of him, and he was also directly slashed away by this slash. Ha! You dare to challenge Uchiha Susanoo? Uchiha Sasuke stood in the crystal of Susanoo, controlling Susanoo to walk on the ground. The ground shook, and all the citizens of Dressrosa watched in panic. All the houses and buildings on the road were trampled to pieces. The pirates of the Don Quixote family rushed up, trying to stop Susanoo from going in the direction of Doflamingo, but were chopped away by Susanoo. The only one who seemed to be able to compete was Pika. The stone fruit ability user with a childish voice looked very fierce. He instantly condensed the stones under Dressrosa and turned into a 1,000-meter high stone giant. Sasuke was a little surprised at first, but when he controlled Susanoo to swing a knife, he directly split the huge stone giant into two. Facing the hardness of Susanoo, the stone giant's power could not compete at all, and it was as fragile as sand. When Susanoo came in front of Doflamingo, the huge Susanoo finally turned into a cloud of smoke and gradually dissipated, revealing the figure of Uchiha Sasuke. How ugly! Sasuke looked at Doflamingo with contempt. The Shichibuke was lying on the ground, covered in blood, and looking extremely embarrassed. He could only use his thread fruit to barely sew up his fatal wound. Go ahead. Sasuke narrowed his eyes slightly, stared at Doflamingo and said, what were the exact words that guy said to you? Even in such an embarrassing and dangerous situation, Doflamingo still had a smile on his face. He said that a man named Uchiha Itachi asked you to spare my life. It seems you didn't do what he said. Uchiha Sasuke shook his head and continued with a cold face. Even if you said this, you can't change your own destiny. Since he wants to use you as a pawn, you should learn to listen to him obediently in the future. After speaking, Uchiha Sasuke was about to leave here. Wait. Doflamingo struggled to sit up on the stone next to him, looking at Uchiha Sasuke with a grin, and continued to smile. Uchiha Sasuke, at least tell me who that person is. The smile on Doflamingo's face became a little gloomy. Who is that person? Even a monster like you is afraid of his power. Uchiha Sasuke is indeed a monster. A monster who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the 4 emperors of the new world. What shocked Doflamingo even more was that Uchiha Sasuke actually obeyed that guy's words as promised, which means that the person behind Kakuzu is more terrifying than imagined. All this is under the control of that person. Including a strong man like Uchiha Sasuke is also a pawn. I have never been afraid of him. Uchiha Sasuke retorted. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and the next moment he slowly said, forget it. Even if I explain it to you, I can't explain it clearly. In short, when that bastard's eyes are on you, it means that your fate has fallen into his control. The contempt on Uchiha Sasuke's face reappeared, and he continued in a low voice, Doflamingo, although you are a waste, but that guy wants to threaten me in the name of Uchiha Itachi. Obviously you are not useless. What do you mean? Doflamingo's face gradually became uncertain. Although Uchiha Sasuke denied that he was afraid of that person, at least Uchiha Sasuke was also afraid of the man behind Kakuzu. A super rookie pirate who can stand shoulder to shoulder with the monsters of the New World 4 emperors is actually afraid of the man who controls them behind the scenes. Moreover, this battle at least happened under the control of that person. Doflamingo's smile became more and more gloomy. Did that person set his sights on him, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and wanted to make him a pawn? But now he doesn't even know the other party's identity. Even if he wants to resist, he must at least have someone to resist. Doflamingo looked at Sasuke's leaving back and suddenly said, Uchiha Sasuke, even you dare not reveal his identity? Haven't you thought about eliminating that guy and getting rid of the person who secretly threatens you? Uchiha Sasuke stopped. Seeing Sasuke stop, Doflamingo's smile gradually increased. He tried to spread his palm and said softly, I have the most well-informed information channel in this world. You have the power of the 4 emperors. Don't dream. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted Doflamingo, and his voice added a hint of contempt and disgust. You don't even know who he is, and you are trying to destroy him? Uchiha Sasuke's voice was cold and said, there is a proverb about him circulating among us. When you see his true face and unshakable power, it is just a part of what he wants you to see. Doflamingo's forehead jumped. This Shichibuke who has an official background on one hand and controls the trade of the dark world on the other hand was shocked. What Sasuke said really fits the identity of an underground king. But now the leader of the dark underground world is him, Doflamingo. There are people who hide deeper than him. At this moment, Doflamingo suddenly remembered that his codename was the Joker in the playing cards. He seemed to be a king, but in fact he was just a clown. Who was that person? That guy actually treated him, the real king of the dark world, as a chess piece to play with. He didn't even know the identity and appearance of the chess player. The only ones who knew were Kikuzu and Uchiha Sasuke. Both of them were very afraid of him. Doflamingo's expression was gloomy. He slowly clenched his palms and whispered, is there a secret in the world that I don't know? Humph, the truth is more cruel than you think. Uchiha Sasuke looked at Doflamingo, who was still somewhat confident, with disdain, and continued in a cold voice, no, it should be said, that part of the truth is enough to make you feel cruel. After saying this, Uchiha Sasuke tilted his head and added, but when you really stand in front of him, you have a little qualification to peek into that part of the truth. After saying this, Uchiha Sasuke left without looking back. Sasuke didn't care how big a shadow he left on Doflamingo, and everything Sasuke said was not flattering that person, but the truth. Doflamingo watched Sasuke's back as he left, and couldn't help but grit his teeth. Asshole, you just said a bunch of useless nonsense. When I find out who that person is, I will find out everything about him. Doflamingo took out a dendenmashi from his body and called one of the family cards, Violet. Can you see clearly what's in Uchiha Sasuke's heart? This is a family card of Don Quixote who has not appeared. This family card is not ordinary and possesses the superhuman stare fruit, which can see through the enemy's inner thoughts with his own eyes. There's no way. A cold female voice came from the other end of the dendenmashi. She continued in a low voice, but Dova, I saw your failure, and I also saw the fear and anxiety in your heart. What an unreliable person. The smile on Doflamingo's face remained unchanged, and he asked with a smile, so, Violet, do you want to betray me now? The other end of the dendenmashi fell into silence. After a long time, Violet whispered, Dova, now you are just a chess piece played by others. Doflamingo's laughter gradually became louder, and the next moment his voice suddenly became gloomy. People living in this world will always be used by others. If I can't escape, can you be an exception? Doflamingo continued to ask with a gloomy face. Tell me, have you seen anything from Uchiha Sasuke's heart? I can't see through his heart. Violet's voice added a trace of fear. Dova, that person is more terrifying than you think. His eyes. The next moment, the voice of the dendenmashi suddenly stopped. After a long time, a person's voice appeared in the dendenmashi. I thought someone would want to cast an illusion on me. A group of ignorant idiots actually want to rely on a pair of weird fruit abilities to compete with Uchiha's Sharingan. This voice is the voice of Uchiha Sasuke. Obviously, on the other end of the dendenmashi, Sasuke who wanted to spy on Uchiha Sasuke's heart was discovered by Sasuke. Uchiha Sasuke stood beside Sasuke, and the knife in his hand fell on Sasuke's neck. This charming woman was now sweating profusely, with dull eyes and slumped. A user of the staring fruit was directly hit by the Sharingan's illusion when spying on Sasuke. Is that Doflamingo? Uchiha Sasuke picked up the dendenmashi on the ground and said nonchalantly, I thought a loser would be a little afraid, but I didn't expect you to arrange people to spy on me. Doflamingo endured the pain and said in the dendenmashi, I just want to know more about that person. You don't need to know. Uchiha Sasuke interrupted him and said disdainfully, "You are just a bug that can be crushed to death at any time. A weak loser, like you should just accept the arrangement of fate. Do you really think you are qualified to fight?" Second update. And more. Chapter 421. I have to let people know that I'm a good person. The Spade Pirates are gone. They left behind a Dressrosa that was in ruins. Uchiha Sasuke easily defeated all the members of the Dark Quixote family, including Tanahashi Doflamingo, by himself. In just one day, the Spade Pirates became the nightmare of Dressrosa. On the sea, on the ship of the Spade Pirates. According to the original convention, Uchiha Sasuke defeated a Shichibuke and his pirate group, and it was time to celebrate and hold a banquet. But all the members of the Spade Pirates were in no mood to hold a banquet. Because after Ace and Uchiha Sasuke returned to the ship, they received the latest news sent by the news bird. The criminal company Baroque Works claims to have robbed the hometown of the Navy hero Vice Admiral Garp. The Navy claims that it will launch a comprehensive crackdown on Baroque Works, and the bounties of all Baroque Works members will be doubled. Did something happen in Windmill Village? Portgasti Ace tightly grasped the newspaper in his hand, and a flash of anger flashed across his face. If those bastards dare to hurt anyone, they will be dead. Captain, no one is hurt. Yeah, we all saw it. A group of people talked at once. Because it is not known whether the Navy is trying to appease people's hearts or the truth is really so, the guys from Baroque Works did not dare to hurt the civilians in the village after all. As for the fact that Vice Admiral Garp's grandson was beaten and a bandit leader on the mountain was captured, there is no need to mention it in the newspaper. At least Ace is relieved for the time being. Only Uchiha Sasuke frowned slightly because he was the only person present who knew the truth. Who knows what kind of excessive things that psychopath Uehara Naraku will do in Windmill Village. Marine Headquarters, Marineford. Navy Admiral Sengoku is really having a headache. He doesn't know why major events on the sea happen one after another, making him a little mentally exhausted. The Admiral of the Navy naturally wouldn't worry about the problem of Windmill Village. In fact, the Windmill Village incident was not good for the Navy's reputation, but it was actually quite beneficial. In addition to increasing the Navy's anger against pirates, there was also hope to develop a Navy spy named Uehara Naraku. The trouble that Sengoku was facing now was that he had just received news that Portgasti Ace and Uchiha Sasuke, the captain and deputy captain, had just entered the new world and had caused trouble. Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, was defeated by Uchiha Sasuke. This matter was really difficult to handle because the status of the 7 warlords of the sea was related to the balance of the sea. The news can't be suppressed. Zanji Yuo slowly fed the document in his hand to the goat, sighed faintly and said, Doflamingo's identity is not easy to deal with. Did that good boy Dofu also get defeated? Vice Admiral Churu also showed a trace of sadness on his face. There is no need to deal with such things. Didn't Borsalino and Kuzan lose to Uchiha Sasuke one after another? If Doflamingo defeated Uchiha Sasuke, our navy would be more embarrassed. Huh. Zanji Yuo looked at his old friend in surprise, then nodded slowly and said, what you said makes sense. If Doflamingo wins, we will be more embarrassed. It is the most beneficial for the navy if he loses. Otherwise, the Admiral of the Navy will be embarrassed. Dressrosa Kingdom. Doflamingo and Vice Admiral Churu have the same idea. After being defeated by Uchiha Sasuke, Doflamingo was also a little worried that he would be kicked out of the very advantageous identity of the 7 warlords of the sea, but now he has suddenly figured it out. That was the man who had defeated the most powerful general of the world government. He was just a Shichibuke, so it was normal for him to lose. Of course, it was impossible for Doflamingo to swallow this anger, but he was more angry and afraid of what Uchiha Sasuke had said. Now Doflamingo was staying in a relatively quiet place to recuperate and arranged other cadres to deal with the riots that broke out in the country. Because of the humiliation of Uchiha Sasuke before he left, this Shichibuke no longer had the calmness he had before, and he exuded anger and uneasiness. After a long time, Doflamingo slowly calmed down and called the Dendenmushi of Kakuzu, whom he knew in Mogo Town. Mr. Kakuzu, do you know Uchiha Sasuke? Yeah. Kakuzu on the other side of the Dendenmushi was a little busy. After a long while, Kakuzu continued, do you want to know any information about Sasuke? I can sell you his information after applying. It should be easy to get permission. The price of information about Uchiha Sasuke is not low, but it is worth it. Let me remind you that Uchiha Sasuke is very powerful. Even among us, he is the top powerhouse. Only if you get the information, you may have a chance to compete with Uchiha Sasuke. Otherwise, you will lose miserably and be humiliated by that low quality kid. That kid has no manners at all. Doflamingo fell silent. Why didn't Kakuzu say this earlier? Perhaps he should have made this call earlier. Otherwise he wouldn't have been humiliated by Uchiha Sasuke just now. Now everything is too late. Uchiha Sasuke defeated the entire Don Quixote family and seriously injured him, making him the king of Dressrosa. Lose face. After Doflamingo was silent for a while, he asked another question. It sounds like Mr. Kakuzu and Uchiha Sasuke don't seem to have a good relationship. Yeah. Kakuzu's voice had a hint of nonchalance. Uchiha Sasuke has a bounty of more than 900 million, and I really want to kill him. Doflamingo. This Kakuzu seems to really love money. Even after Doflamingo saw Uchiha Sasuke's power, he no longer dared to provoke him. Unexpectedly, Kakuzu actually wanted to kill him for the bounty. This Kakuzu's brain circuit. He is really a guy who values money over his life. Mr. Kakuzu. Doflamingo's voice had a hint of solemnity, and he said in a gloomy voice, I hope to have a chance to meet the man standing behind you. I was defeated by that Uchiha Sasuke. Kakuzu fell silent again. After a long time, Kakuzu responded coldly, then congratulations on your survival. Your fate is already determined. All you have to do next is wait. Hey? Kakuzu, did Doflamingo survive? This was Hiden's voice. He was listening to the call next to Kakuzu. Kakuzu responded to his teammate in a muffled voice. Well, any chess piece is a valuable creature. TSK, although I don't understand why Sasuke let him survive. I feel that Doflamingo might as well die. After all, he offended me as soon as he opened his mouth. Click. Kakuzu hung up the Dendenmushi. After hearing the conversation between Kakuzu and Hiden just now, Doflamingo's face became more and more unsightly. Are they talking human words? What do you mean it's better to die? These guys are really a group of villains. On the other side, the first half of the Grand Line. After Kakuzu hung up Doflamingo's Dendenmushi, he slowly dealt with the two people in front of him. They were members of Baroque Works. The Earth Grudge had drilled into their bodies and taken out their hearts. After Kakuzu took the Earth Grudge into his body, he felt the power he had gained, the power of the explosion fruit and the power of the wait fruit. Okay. Hiden yawned, covered his nose, and couldn't help saying, clean up quickly, the smell here is very strong. There is a bounty on these two guys. After shaking his head, Kakuzu sewed up the bodies with the Earth Grudge and carried the two bodies on his shoulders. Wasting money is the most shameful behavior in the world. After that, Kakuzu added, but we have to seal the bodies first. Didn't the Navy say in the newspaper that they are going to increase the bounty of Baroque Works? Then wait until the information that they are members of Baroque Works is leaked and the bounty is increased, and then take their bodies to exchange for the bounty. When he said this, Kakuzu couldn't help but take out the bounty order. Well, Kisame, Nico, Robin and Uehara's bounties have increased again. Yes. The bounties of the three of them have increased again. Nico Robin, 240 million baileys. Hashigaki Kisame, 230 million baileys. Uehara Naraku, 60 million berries. It is normal for Kakuzu to be moved by this number. After all, the bounties of several of them add up to more than 500 million berries, which is a very rare large bounty in the first half of the Grand Line. Uehara Naraku was also looking through his own bounty and saw that the symbol on the original bounty order that only allowed capture alive had disappeared. Could it be that the Navy didn't want him anymore? Uehara Naraku looked at the bounty order and couldn't help but sighed faintly. Kisame, do you think I still have a chance if I be a good person? After a moment of silence, Hashigaki Kisame grinned and said, Lord Uehara, is the god not very happy about what he did? After hearing their conversation, Nico Robin shook her head speechlessly and looked down at her bounty order. In the past 10 years, Robin's bounty had not been touched. Since joining the Akatsuki organization, Robin's bounty has skyrocketed and is now 240 million berries. the weakest, but with the highest bounty among the three. Kakuzu's Dendenmushi comes every now and then. Let's go to Shimotsuki village to replenish supplies. Uehara Naraku glanced at his system panel and said softly, it just so happens that I sensed that the revolutionary army is there. They are people who are hard to see. After Uehara Naraku finished speaking, he continued, now I'm going to the dungeon to talk to Ms. Dadden and let her know that I'm actually a good person. The third update maybe, maybe not. Chapter 422 Monkey D. Dragon Sabo Uehara, Dadden. Inside the dungeon of the warship, Dadden had been here for quite some time. Except for Uehara Naraku who occasionally came down to deliver food, she had never seen anyone else. This was a very restrictive place for a bandit. What made Dadden most uneasy was that she didn't know where these people wanted to send her. Ms. Dadden. Uehara Naraku took the key to open the cell door and whispered, the other two adults on the ship sent me down to replenish the supplies on the ship. I have requested to take you off the ship with me. After that, Uehara Naraku looked at Dadden's puzzled eyes and continued in a low voice, after we get off the ship and leave their sight, I will let you go secretly, because I promised Luffy and Boss Makino. So you are a friend of Luffy and Makino? After Dadden breathed a sigh of relief, she quickly asked, what will you do after I leave? Won't they hold you accountable? Although I'm a bandit, I know the rules on the pirate ship very well. It doesn't matter. Uehara Naraku shook his head and explained softly, originally they wanted to take Ms. Dadden in exchange for a bounty, but recently the Navy suddenly launched a full-scale crackdown on Baroque works, and they dared not take risks. They plan to kill you in the next few days. Dadden's eyes widened suddenly. Uehara Naraku looked at her frightened expression and quickly calmed her down, saying, anyway, your bounty is only 7.8 million baileys, which is no threat to Baroque works. Even if you run away, it doesn't matter. I can say that I have killed you, or you ran away by yourself, and they shouldn't care about this issue. After saying that, seeing that Dadden's mood gradually relaxed, Uehara Naraku continued in a low voice, don't show any flaws in a while. After we leave, you can find a way to return to Windmill Village. Yeah. A touch of gratitude flashed across Dadden's face, and she sighed softly. Luffy, that bastard boy, really made a good friend. Uehara Naraku showed a kind smile on his face at the right time. No, I should say that I should be grateful to him. It was he who made me wake up. At this moment, Uehara Naraku really looked like one of his own. No one could find any flaws in him. In the evening, in Shimotsuki village, a large ship with a dragon head hanging on it stopped at the dock. Figures were running around quickly carrying food. These people were the Revolutionary Army. They had to move the food before night fell, and then leave here when it got dark. When they saw a warship coming, they were all shocked. Some of them immediately rushed to a dojo in Shimotsuki village to report to their leader. They were the Revolutionary Army, determined to overthrow the world government. The Navy was the world government's #1 lackey, and the two were definitely incompatible. However, when these Revolutionary Army soldiers were preparing to fight, they found that the people on the warship did not seem to be the Navy. There was only a young man and a rough-looking woman on board. There was also a fierce-looking fisherman and a delicate woman on the ship. Those are people from Baroque works. There was a sudden commotion in the Revolutionary Army. Anyone who paid attention to the news at sea would pay attention to this aspect. They quickly recognized Uehara Naraku, Hashiga Kikisame and Miko Robin. Mr. Uehara, it seems that you don't need to prepare supplies. Hashiga Kikisame stood on the bow of the warship, looking down at the dragon-headed ship, grinning and chuckled. We just robbed the ship. Isn't it good? Mr. Kisame, I'll go and take a look. Uehara Naraku's face flashed a trace of hesitation. He shook his head and said, maybe the ship needs some drinks. This ship looks like just an ordinary grain ship. Then you go first. Hashiga Kikisame nodded, and after watching Uehara Naraku and Dadden walk away, he waved a Samehuda in his hand, and jumped onto the dragon-headed ship, revealing his full shark teeth. Hey, we are agents of Baroque works. Now move all the supplies on your ship to our ship. This scene is being staged as expected, and a battle in which Baroque works agents brazenly robbed the Revolutionary Army has officially begun. Nico Robin watched this scene and sighed faintly. According to the current situation, can Crocodile really have a place to stay? The Navy, the Revolutionary Army, the powerful pirates, Baroque works must all be offended. Does this Uehara Naraku really want to force Crocodile to death? On the small road in Shimotsuki village, Uehara Naraku and Daden met two people head on. Both of them were wearing cloaks and hoods. They were the high-ranking officials of the revolutionary army who were rushing to the port. Monkey D. Dragon, 17-year-old Sabo. Because Sabo was 17 years old, Dragon, as Sabo's teacher, decided to let him start to get in touch with revolutionary things, which naturally included the food transfer station of Shimotsuki village. Wait. Uehara Naraku stretched out his hand to stop them and asked softly, "Excuse me, are you from the village? When will there be a ship from this village to the kingdom of Goa?" "We are not." After Sabo hurriedly explained, he seemed to react suddenly, rubbed his forehead and whispered, "Wait, Goa Kingdom, this place." Because of a disaster many years ago, Sabo lost his memory. Now that he suddenly heard the familiar place name, Sabo's head ached slightly. If you can't remember, don't force yourself to remember. Dragon held Sabo's head and whispered to comfort Sabo. His eyes passed over Uehara Naraku and stopped at Daden. "Is this Miss Daden from Mount Golba in the kingdom of Goa?" Dragon knew about Daden's existence. Or rather, Dragon knew Daden unilaterally. Because Monkey D. Dragon was Monkey D. Luffy's father, he naturally knew that Daden was Luffy's adoptive mother, the one who took care of Luffy when he grew up. "Do you know me?" Daden's face suddenly became alert. Generally, people who know her are for the 7.8 million Baileys reward. Uehara Naraku's face also became alert, and he said in a muffled voice, "We are from Baroque Works. Don't mess with people who shouldn't be messed with." "I didn't mean that." Dragon shook his head. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "I heard what you said just now, and our ships often travel to this area of the sea. We happen to go to the windmill village of the kingdom of Goa in the evening. Maybe I can take you there." "Going directly to the windmill village?" Uehara Naraku glanced at Daden. A hint of joy appeared on his face and said, "Huh. If so, Ms. Daden can meet Luffy and Boss Makino directly. Remember to take me to say hello to them." "You guy." Daden's forehead couldn't help but twitch, and he said in a deep voice, "Don't be infected by that bastard Luffy, and believe others casually. I suspect he is doing it for the bounty. I'm a bandit who has lived in seclusion for many years." To be honest, Daden didn't believe it. After all, if someone suddenly tells you on the road that they are going to your destination and can take you there, you must be a liar. Dragon spread his palm and said softly, "Sorry, I can guarantee that I have absolutely no intention of deceiving you. If it is for the bounty, I should have captured Mr. Uehara Naraku." "Mr. Dragon." Sabo, who was still having a headache, rubbed his forehead and slowly raised his head to look at Daden. There was even some pain on his face. "I remember. Monkey D. Luffy. Sister Makino. Daden. Windmill Village. Mount Golba." Because no one would ever mention these in front of Sabo. Even Dragon rarely mentioned his son and family in front of his subordinates. After all, their identities were embarrassing. Today, Sabo heard those familiar names for the first time in many years, and he finally gradually recalled what happened in the past. Sabo's eyes were fixed on Daden, and a touch of nostalgia gradually appeared on his face. There was more joy of reunion in his eyes, and his body suddenly fell into Daden's arms. "Daden, I'm Sabo." Daden looked down at Sabo, her face still a little bit unbelievable. "That little brat who ate and drank for free. Sabo, aren't you dead?" "I was saved by Mr. Dragon." Sabo slowly let go of Daden, smiled and asked, "Sorry, I have lost my memory until I heard the names of Luffy and Sister Makino just now. I remembered that we had agreed to give it to Sister Makino after finding One Piece." Hey. Daden couldn't help but pat his head with an unhappy face. "You guys ate and drank a lot in my house. Why only give it to Makino? If it was Luffy and Ace, they would definitely refute, because the improvement of Daden's family's food was because they caught the prey. But Sabo wouldn't. Now he is becoming more and more polite. Just when Sabo was slightly embarrassed, Daden suddenly hugged Sabo, tears slowly flowing back from his eyes. "Kit, I'm glad you're still alive. Luffy and Ace would definitely be happy if they knew." "Yeah." Sabo nodded slowly and said with some uncontrollable joy, "I'm also very happy that I can still see them alive." Just when the two of them recognized each other, Daden introduced Uehara Naraku by the way, and emphasized to Sabo, "Uehara is Luffy's friend. Fortunately, he saved me. He is a good man hiding in the evil criminal company of Baroque Works. Thank you, Mr. Uehara. After thanking him with a smile, Sabo continued to chat with Daden about Luffy, but concealed the fact that he joined the Revolutionary Army. As the two of them were chatting, the atmosphere between Uehara, Naraku and Dragon was slightly awkward. Monkey D. Dragon stared at Uehara Naraku with a faint smile on his lips. It's really interesting. I heard that Baroque Works looted Windmill Village. It seems that you captured Ms. Daden at that time and wanted to secretly exchange her for a bounty? Uehara Naraku nodded slowly and whispered, our company boss has a rule that if we catch someone with a bounty, we must find a way to exchange the bounty to avoid waste. Dragon looked at Uehara Naraku with a smile and continued, but the situation at sea is tense now, and Baroque Works is being surrounded and suppressed by the Navy. The risk of exchanging for a bounty is too great. You should be planning to kill Ms. Daden, right? Uehara Naraku's expression changed. Uehara slowly raised his head and looked at Dragon with a hint of uneasiness in his eyes. How do you know what we are thinking? Who are you? I'm just an ordinary person. Dragon's eyes still had a smile, but his voice gradually became more bewitching. Mr. Uehara, release Ms. Daden privately. He is actually a kind person. Why would a kind person stay in a criminal company like Baroque Works? Uehara Naraku was silent. The fourth update. Sleep. Dog's life is important. Chapter 423 Crocodile. He must have gotten Pluto. Has it finally come to this? The brilliance of human nature is hard to completely conceal. Originally, Uehara Naraku was planning to get to know each other and leave an impression of a good person, but now it sounds like what Dragon meant. Is this guy trying to win him over to join the Revolutionary Army? Of course, he had to refuse at this time. According to Uehara Naraku's experience, people will not cherish what they get easily. Of course, when refusing, he should show that he has a noble character and is willing to protect the weak and show his helplessness in life. Uehara Naraku shook his head, looked at Dragon and said, I'm sorry, your guess is wrong. I'm not a kind person. Otherwise I wouldn't have joined the Baroque Works. I'm just looking for a place to survive. After saying this, Uehara said again, as for saving some innocent people like Ms. Daden, I just did what I could, because I have the ability. I'm just a coward. At this time, just be humble. When Dragon and Sabo bring Daden back to Windmill Village, if Sabo chats with Luffy and Makino, they will inevitably talk about Uehara Naraku. At that time, they will learn about Uehara Naraku's struggle and kindness from Luffy and Makino. After all, what a person actively tells others is not as credible as the information collected by others quietly from other channels. After hearing what Uehara Naraku said, Monkey D. Dragon's smile became more and more meaningful. Oh, can we only do some small things within our ability? Dragon smiled and continued to ask, but Mr. Uehara, have you ever thought about another question? What if you are not surrounded by the evil members of Baroque Works, but a group of people with the same ideas as you? Dragon's voice suddenly became lower and lower, and he continued quietly, no matter how powerful a person can become, his power is ultimately limited, but if he unites with more like-minded people, he can save more weak people in the world. I know. Uehara Naraku shook his head and interrupted Dragon. He clenched his fists and whispered, I want to be a navy, and with many navy soldiers, protect those villages and towns invaded by pirates. Dragon's eyes couldn't help but tremble. This is also normal. Once like-minded partners in the justice camp are mentioned, people in this world will always think of the Navy. Their Revolutionary Army does have a low sense of existence. In the eyes of many people, the Revolutionary Army is a group of criminals. But Mr. Uehara was unable to join the Navy due to some strange combination of circumstances, right? Monkey D. Dragon's voice was filled with regret, as if he felt the same way. Besides, the Navy has been under the jurisdiction of the world government for a long time, which is not true justice. They are only maintaining the authority of the world government. I know. Uehara Naraku looked at Dragon and said softly, because Miss Nico Robin, the vice president of our Baroque Works, is the one who survived the Uehara incident. All the innocent people in Uehara were killed by the Navy. After saying this, Uehara Naraku continued, but what can I do about it? My power is only this little. I just want to do something I can do. I'm not qualified to think about other things. No. Monkey D. Dragon shook his head and continued with a smile. Mr. Uehara, who can possess such awareness and thoughts, is already better than many people on the sea. After that, Dragon slowly stretched out his hand, took off his hood, smiled and said, "Let me introduce myself. I'm Dragon, a revolutionary who is looking for like-minded people." Dragon? After a second of confusion, Uehara Naraku showed a trace of panic on his face. "Wait. You are the most vicious criminal in the world. You are the Revolutionary Army." After saying that, Uehara Naraku even took a few steps back involuntarily. His forehead was tightly tensed, and he said in a deep voice, "Sorry, let's say goodbye now." Why did this dragon reveal his cards? Can't everyone continue to hide their identities and have a good chat? If Dragon reveals his cards directly like this, it will be difficult for Uehara Naraku to continue his performance. If he says anything else at this time, it will arouse suspicion. Wait. Dragon hurriedly stretched out his hand to stop Uehara Naraku and explained softly, "Mr. Uehara, the Revolutionary Army will not threaten any companions. We will not hurt you. No." Uehara Naraku hurriedly shook his head and whispered, "People like me can't get involved in the affairs of your Revolutionary Army, and the Revolutionary Army is also the enemy that Baroque Works wants to eliminate. I must not be discovered by them and stay with you." The peace between them was broken in an instant. Even Daden and Sabo couldn't help but look at them. "Mr. Uehara." Drago shook his head slowly and explained softly, "I just hope you can learn more about the Revolutionary Army. You have also seen enough darkness in a criminal company like Baroque Works, right?" At this point, Drago slowly put down his arms and continued in a low voice, "We must be the people in this world who understand Mr. Uehara the most. If one day Mr. Uehara can figure it out, you are welcome to join our team at any time." "I see." Uehara Naraku nodded hurriedly. After saying that, he did not stay and left here quickly. After watching him leave, Monkey D. Drago's mouth curled up slightly. "Sabo, if you have the chance in the future, you can talk more with Mr. Uehara. I believe he is destined to become our companion." "Yes, Mr. Drago." Sabo nodded seriously. When they arrived at the port, the Revolutionary Army's Dragon head ship suffered heavy losses, and some of the supplies on the ship were also looted by Baroque Works. Dragon didn't care about being robbed by Baroque Works. Anyway, he learned from Uehara Naraku that the Revolutionary Army and Baroque Works were already enemies. In the future, they must be extra careful about this criminal company. After dark, the leading ship of the Revolutionary Army left Shimotsuki village and headed for Windmill village, where they will drop Daten. They will also learn some things about Uehara from Windmill village. For example, Uehara Naraku, as a senior executive of Baroque Works, risked his life to save Luffy. For example, Uehara Naraku has been using his savings to pretend to be looted funds in order to save some innocent shop owners. Now everything in Uehara has been arranged. The rest of the time is to wait for the moment of harvest. The Revolutionary Army will definitely believe that I'm a good person. Uehara Naraku casually flipped through the news about Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, being defeated by Uchiha Sasuke, and whispered, "Let's go back to the Grand Line via the Upside Down Mountain. Let's treat our boss, Mr. Crocodile." According to the people that Baroque Works has offended now, Nico Robin frowned and asked a question. "I'm afraid it will be difficult for the Grand Line to believe that Crocodile is the boss behind Baroque Works, right? After all, Crocodile is just one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Now that Baroque Works has offended the Navy and the world government and the Revolutionary Army, if we rashly push the blame on Crocodile, it's really hard to say that people will believe it. It doesn't matter." Uehara Naraku flipped through the newspaper nonchalantly. "Isn't Crocodile's purpose in Alabasta to find that Pluto?" Uehara Naraku raised his head, looked at Nico Robin, and continued with a smile. "We simply let those who are about to be arrested by the Navy know that Crocodile has obtained the weapon of Pluto. Isn't that enough?" Nico Robin frowned and said, "But Crocodile and I haven't found the historical text that records the clues of Pluto. It's none of our business." Uehara Naraku slowly closed his palms and chuckled. "Who knows if Mr. Crocodile got it? We said he got it, then he must have got it. As for where he hid Pluto, let the Navy check it out." Uehara Naraku's smile on his face was a little bit evil. "Let Crocodile explain it himself. See if Navy Marshal Sengoku and the world government will believe it. Anyway, they don't know the whereabouts of Pluto's manufacturing map. Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. This is such a good subordinate. Crocodile had offended so many people, which was bad enough. Uehara Naraku also put the matter of Pluto on Crocodile's head. Once Crocodile was known to have the war weapon of Pluto, the monsters in the second half of the Grand Line might be tempted. The only pity is, Uehara Naraku shook his head and said with emotion, I worked hard for so long on this trip, but the Navy didn't even want to rebel against me and even changed my wanted order. I really wish I was a Navy spy so that I could take this opportunity to directly expose all the things about Crocodile. Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku speechlessly. After a long while, she whispered, we have already planted Aokiji in the Navy as our undercover agent. It doesn't matter whether Mr. Uehara can get in touch with the Navy, right? You don't understand. Uehara Naraku asked, if a stranger suddenly told you that he was the manipulator behind the scenes of this world, you wouldn't feel anything, right? Uehara Naraku stood on the bow, facing the sea breeze and whispered, if someone who has always been a trustworthy person in your eyes suddenly told you that he was the manipulator behind the scenes of this world, how would you feel? Nico Robin fell silent. After all, it was irrelevant. Just when Uehara Naraku was still regretting that he was not recruited by the Navy, a certain Rear Admiral who was ordered to recruit Uehara Naraku was also having a headache. Rear Admiral X Drake. This Rear Admiral looked a bit rough. Major General Drake has been in the East China Sea for several days, but he has not found any trace of Baroque works. He finally understood why Admiral Sengoku asked him to recruit a member of Baroque works to be the first member of the Sword Secret Force. If there is no undercover, it is really difficult to find the members of Baroque works. These people from Baroque works are too good at hiding. Drake's expression was very ugly. He stood on the map of the East China Sea and sighed quietly, I can't even find ordinary members of Baroque works, let alone find the trace of Uehara Naraku on the sea. First update, there is also Chapter 424, Major General Drake's first subordinate Major Kabuto Yakushi. Rear Admiral Drake couldn't find the members of Baroque works. It wasn't his fault, because someone had been hunting them down. A few days ago, the Navy, through the CP organization under the world government, finally found out the identities of several members of Baroque works. Some of them had bounties on their backs. As a result, the Navy had just raised their bounties when their bodies were sent in by a bounty hunter named Kakuzu. That Kakuzu simply made the Navy bald. Navy G2 Branch Base. Branch Commander Vice Admiral Gumiya glanced at Kakuzu sitting opposite him, lowered his head, and took a sip of bitter coffee, and then said, well, thank you Mr. Kakuzu for sending the bodies of the criminals. The bounty for the 17 criminals is a total of 350 million baileys. You're welcome. Kakuzu nodded and continued to count the money. He absolutely could not tolerate the lack of money. Even if Kakuzu was twisting the money at a super high speed, he kept counting at this speed for nearly 4 hours before he counted all his bounties. Vice Admiral Gumiya was stunned. However, Vice Admiral Gumiya also knew Kakuzu's habits and did not care about the bounty hunter's quirks. It was precisely because of the existence of this powerful bounty hunter that the pirates of the Grand Line restrained themselves. Mr. Kakuzu, are you interested in joining the Navy? Vice Admiral Gumiya put down the coffee in his hand and said softly, if Mr. Kakuzu is willing to join the Navy. Not interested. Kakuzu shook his head and put all the money in his hand into the box. I'm only interested in hunting pirates with bounties and earning bounties. After that, Kakuzu added, but I have a good impression of the Navy, so when I see the Navy in trouble, I will also help. Yes. Vice Admiral Gumiya nodded, with a smile on his face. The last time my subordinates encircled and suppressed pirates, I have to thank Mr. Kakuzu for his help. After saying this, Vice Admiral Gumiya finally asked a question. So, Mr. Kakuzu is interested in becoming a Shichibuke? This question was not what Vice Admiral Gumiya wanted to ask. It was a sentence mentioned by Admiral Sengoku. If Kakuzu agrees, the Navy can apply to the world's top leaders to remove a pirate from the Shichibuke and let Kakuzu, the bounty hunter, take over. After all, compared to those pirates who rob under the name of legality, Kakuzu, the bounty hunter, is simply an angel and is truly the most suitable candidate. Kakuzu was silent for a second. After a long time, the bounty hunter asked a question that made Vice Admiral Gumiya dumbfounded. I remember there are only 7 Shichibuke. If the position of a Shichibuke is to be revoked, can I kill him in exchange for the bounty? This is really in line with Kakuzu's style. This guy's first thought was not that he had a chance to become Shichibuke, but which Shichibuke finally became a valid bounty, and he could get money by killing him. But once the news of revoking a Shichibuke for no reason spreads, the prestige of the world government will be destroyed. The balance on the sea will be broken. Even though Gumal knew Kakuzu well enough, he was still a little surprised for a moment. He quickly smiled. Ha 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 ha. I was just kidding. After all, compared to those big pirates, I still hope that Mr. Kakuzu will be our ally. Is that so? Kakuzu nodded and then said in a muffled voice, I hope that the Navy can revoke their positions someday. After all, I really want to get their bounties. Vice Admiral Gumal lowered his head and drank his coffee, not daring to speak. After a long time, Gumiya asked, where are you going next, Mr. Kakuzu? You have almost hunted down all the pirates on this route, right? Baroque Works. Kakuzu answered expressionlessly. The Navy has now raised the bounties on Baroque Works members. The most active ones alone have a bounty of more than 500 million. I will search for their whereabouts and hunt down their members. Then I will wait for Mr. Kakuzu's good news. Vice Admiral Gumiya blew the coffee in his hand slowly and couldn't help but frowned and said, the coffee is still so bad. After Kakuzu left with the money, Vice Admiral Gumiya called Sengoku's Den Mushi. Marshal Sengoku, I privately asked about Kakuzu's opinion on the 7 warlords of the sea. When Vice Admiral Gumiya said this, his expression gradually became a little subtle. This bounty hunter seems to have some problems with his thinking. He doesn't care about the temptation of the 7 warlords of the sea. He only cares about the bounties of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sengoku was also speechless. This bounty hunter's thinking is really unique. The admiral sighed and said softly, forget it. Anyway, my application to the world government to revoke Doflamingo's 7 warlords of the sea has not been approved. Although Doflamingo was defeated. But Doflamingo's identity and the position of Dressrosa can keep him safe for a while. After all, he is the 7 warlords of the sea with the largest sphere of influence. Sengoku can only think of ways to find another opportunity. Marineford. Sengoku reluctantly reached out his hand and handed his application to the goat, letting the little goat eat the application while lowering his head to review his own documents. Zanji Yuo's eyes slowly stopped and he lowered his head to look at a document in his hand. Yakashika Buto. In an operation, he discovered the ability of the transformation fruit and arrested Mr. Tufinkelery, a member of Baroque Works. He applied for an exception to be promoted to branch major. Zanji Yuo pondered for a few seconds, looked at the photo of Yakashika Buto, and made his own decision. It seems that he is a very smart little guy. Promote him to the major of the headquarters, and send him to Drake to assist him in establishing the sword force. Zanji Yuo didn't know what decision he had made. But from this moment, this decision is very beneficial to the sword secret special force. At least this secret force will develop rapidly in the future. In a certain naval base, Yakashika Buto saw the transfer order approved by the Navy Marshal himself, and his expression was slightly surprised, because he originally planned to be promoted to branch major first, and then promoted to branch colonel, so as to control this naval base. However, the admiral was generous enough to promote him directly to the rank of major of the headquarters. But why did he let him serve under Major General Drake? Who was this Major General Drake? Did he have to start all over again? However, when Kabuto Yakashi joined Major General Drake with the transfer order, he learned that there were only 2 real members of the Sword Secret Special Force. There was only 1 Major General and 1 Major. This force had not even been involved in any mission so far, and was still in its infancy. Kabuto Yakashi immediately analyzed that this so-called Sword Secret Special Force should not have received much support from the upper echelons, and was now on the verge of disbanding. He had to find another job as soon as possible, otherwise there would be no hope of promotion. If he wanted to disband this force, he had to convince Major General Drake, the commander of this force, first. Major General Drake. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and asked in a low voice, there are only 2 of us in the entire unit until now. Will the Marshal really continue to support our unit? Well, don't worry, we can ask for help at any time. Major General Drake sat on the chair, a pair of riding boots on his desk, and whispered, and we will soon have a third member in our mission. The Marshal has given us a suitable candidate. We now have to find a member named Uehara Naraku from Baroque Works, and then develop him into a member of the Sword Unit, and then we can start the first mission of the Sword Secret Special Force. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and fell silent. In an instant, Kabuto Yakushi judged that this should not be a conspiracy. Because no matter what, it is impossible for someone to hide it from Uehara Naraku and arrange a conspiracy against him. The next moment, a light flashed on Kabuto Yakushi's lens, and he glanced at Major General Drake. It can be concluded that this is a very pitiful person. To be honest, if possible, it would be the best choice for Admiral Drake to disband the Sword Secret Special Forces and let everyone go their separate ways. Unfortunately, he is going to a dead end. Kabuto Yakushi looked at Admiral Drake, as if he saw the shadow of Black Zetsu in this Navy Admiral. Maybe this is what it means to not know whether to live or die. Don't look at me like that. Major General Drake couldn't help but cover his forehead, and said in a deep voice, who knew that members of Baroque Works were so hard to find? Even CP can't provide any help. Hey, newcomer, do you have any ideas? There's no particularly good way. Kabuto Yakushi pushed his glasses and whispered, I personally captured a senior agent of Baroque Works. According to my observation, these members of Baroque Works seem to like to be active on the Alabasta route very much. Kabuto, do you suspect that they have a base there? Not sure. Kabuto Yakushi spread out his palms, hooked the corners of his mouth and smiled. But I know that there must be people there who know the whereabouts of Baroque Works members. Because when I rushed to report, I happened to get a piece of news that Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, publicly stated that he would expel all members of Baroque Works in Alabasta and eliminate the danger to the people of Alabasta. Ha 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 ha. I thought so too. Major General Drake clapped his hands and praised, Kabuto, Marshal Sengoku praised your sharp mind. I hope you will not disappoint him. We will set off to Alabasta now and find the man named Uehara Naraku as soon as possible. Yes. Kabuto Yakushi slowly lowered his head. If Kabuto Yakushi did not lower his head now, he might accidentally reveal his pity for Major General Drake. What a poor Major General. He must not know what he will face in the future. Second update, and there is more. Chapter 425. I'm not very happy. I want to see him. Wherever Uehara appears, the world will surely become magical. On the way to Alabasta, Kabuto Yakushi almost figured out the nature of the Sword Secret Special Force, which is a spy force intended to infiltrate the pirates. This is really interesting. A force used by the Navy as spies. As a result, they recruited 2 real spies first. On the way to Alabasta, Kabuto Yakushi reported this to Naraku Uehara, intending to let Naraku Uehara and Rear Admiral Drake find a suitable place to meet. It doesn't matter. Naraku Uehara's voice sounded particularly kind in the Den Mushi. Mr. Drake, this is a Rear Admiral of the Navy. I should go to see him in person. When he docks, tell me your location. Naraku Uehara's voice suddenly became a little gloomy again. At that time, I will let him see a pirate who is in the dark, but has a heart towards the light. On the other side of the Den Mushi, Kabuto Yakushi couldn't help but push his glasses and grinned. Is it true that everything was secretly planned by Lord Naraku? Yes. Uehara Naraku's voice also had a hint of realization. I was still wondering why the Navy would give up on a member like me who was suitable to be lured to defect to Baroque Works. It turns out that they have been ready to recruit me. Sure enough, everything is not beyond my expectations. Originally, everything was arranged. As a result, in just half a month, the Navy changed the bounty on his bounty order from only alive to no matter life or death. Now it seems that they are worried about arousing the suspicion of Baroque Works. On the one hand, the Navy stated that all members of Baroque Works were treated equally, and the bounty for all members was no matter life or death. On the other hand, the Navy's top brass asked Major General Drake to come and persuade Uehara Naraku to surrender and invite him to join the Special Forces. What a clumsy show. When Kabuto Yakushi said this, he couldn't help but smile. How do they know that even gods are just playthings in the hands of Lord Naraku? How can a corrupt navy escape Lord Naraku's control? 2. Uehara Naraku modestly said, chuckled and praised, Kabuto, you did a good job. You infiltrated such an important force so quickly. Otherwise, I would not have got such important news. I thought you would have to stay in that naval base for a while. Because Lord Naraku made Baroque works the public enemy of the sea. Kabuto Yakashi pushed his glasses and whispered, I just happened to catch an agent of Baroque works. Okay. Uehara Naraku chuckled and ordered, then do as we did before, so that Major General Drake will have no one to rely on except us. Yes. Kabuto Yakashi agreed respectfully. Okay. Uehara Naraku's voice added a hint of sigh. We are going to take a boat to climb the upside down mountain now. Let's talk about it when we meet. Red Earth Continent Upside Down Mountain. This is the entrance to the Grand Line. The warship full of orange trees under Uehara Naraku crossed the entrance to the Grand Line and was slowly pushed to the top of the mountain by the upstream current. The warship was surrounded by the sharks of Hashigaki Kisame and there were no twists and turns along the way. It's incredible. Hashigaki Kisame grinned and said, I didn't expect that there are upstream currents in the world. Yeah. Side quest. Cross the upside down mountain at the entrance to the Grand Line. 1/1. The quest has been completed and the reward is 10,000 points of life energy, 10,000 points of armed color domineering, and 10,000 points of observation color domineering. After Uehara Naraku nodded, he glanced at his system panel and whispered, okay, let's cross the upside down mountain quickly. Let's get ready to welcome a Rear Admiral. HMM. Nico Robin walked out of the cabin and handed a glass of juice to Uehara Naraku and Hashigaki Kisame. A look of surprise flashed across her face. Welcome the Rear Admiral. Mr. Kabuto's report. Is the Navy coming to hunt us down? No. Uehara Naraku took the juice, sucked it, and chuckled and said, that Rear Admiral should be here to invite me to join the Navy and let me become an undercover agent of the Navy in Baroque works. Nico Robin shook her head speechlessly. What on earth was the Navy thinking? They actually wanted Uehara Naraku to be their undercover agent. Their admirals were all undercover agents of Uehara Naraku. The journey was very smooth. Except when leaving the upside down mountain, they encountered a huge whale blocking the entrance to the Grand Line. Uehara Naraku kicked it away with a clean kick. Crocus, the guard at the Twin Cape at the entrance to the Grand Line, was angry but could not say anything. He could only watch the warship swim past him. If it were 20 years ago, this guard would never let Uehara Naraku, the guy who bullied whales, leave like this. Alabasta. When Uehara Naraku returned here, King Cobra of Alabasta was almost discredited, and the country had completely fallen into revolution and rebellion. Obviously Crocodile's plan had begun. Crocodile is so short-sighted. Hashigaki Kisame looked at the recent news about Alabasta and couldn't help but grin and sneered. He only knows how to stare at this desert kingdom. Well, Nico Robin nodded and said softly, Crocodile knows that we have returned to Alabasta. He wants to see us now. It seems that he wants to talk to us. Then let's go and meet him. Uehara Naraku played with the orange in his hand and said a little bored. It's really interesting. He actually wants to take the initiative to expose his identity to us? No. Nico Robin's eyes flashed with a hint of embarrassment. She looked at Uehara Naraku and softly corrected him. Crocodile means that he just wants to meet Mr. Kisame, probably to discuss the matter of replacing the 7 warlords of the Seijin. This is a bit embarrassing. Crocodile doesn't seem to take Uehara Naraku seriously. What about me? Uehara Naraku put down the orange in his hand, narrowed his eyes, and showed a kind smile. Didn't Mr. Crocodile mention me? Nico Robin fell silent. After a long time, Nico Robin said softly, Crocodile doesn't seem to want to see you, but he promoted Mr. Uehara's digital code to senior agent Mr. 4, which can be regarded as a promotion. I see. Uehara Naraku crushed the orange in his hand with one hand and waved at Kisame and Robin indifferently. Okay, then you go. Yes. Nico Robin nodded hurriedly. Hashigaki Kisame couldn't help but grin, revealing his mouth full of shark teeth. Lord Uehara, if you are unhappy, can I ask Mr. Crocodile to behave a little? Whatever. Uehara Naraku waved his hand indifferently. It's better to teach him a lesson, so that he doesn't always treat you as a little brother. You will replace Jinbe and become one of the 7 warlords of the sea in the future. You go to see him. I'll find a place to rest. Now I really hope to meet Major General Drake as soon as possible and tell the Navy all the news about Crocodile and Baroque works. After that, Uehara Naraku left with an unhappy look on his face. Why is he so angry? Nico Robin shook her head helplessly and whispered, if Mr. Uehara showed his powerful strength, Crocodile would never dare to ignore him. And wasn't Mr. Uehara's original purpose to hide his weakness? No. Hashiga Kikisame interrupted Nico Robin and grinned. Miss Robin, if a god stood in front of you and you humiliated him because you didn't know him, do you think the god should be angry? Should? Nico Robin looked at Uehara Naraku's back and nodded slowly because she saw Uehara Naraku's figure disappear in front of her eyes in an instant. This scene made her eyes freeze slightly. What kind of ability is that? If you know too much, you will live a short life. Hashiga Kikisame grinned and said softly, let's go and meet this Mr. Crocodile, and let me teach him a lesson. Hashiga Kikisame solemnly tightened his samehada. Nico Robin couldn't help but frowned and murmured in a low voice, I remember that Mr. Kisame is good at water abilities. But in the desert, it doesn't matter. Hashiga Kikisame's smile remained. For Hashiga Kikisame, any battlefield can be any place, as long as he is not facing a guy like Aokiji who specializes in restraining him with the ability of the ice fruit. When they were going to meet Crocodile, Uehara Naraku was lying in Nico Robin's coffee shop flipping through a book and received a call from Kakuzu on Denden Mushi. Uehara, is it convenient? Kakuzu's voice came over. Uehara, Doflamingo has offered 200 million baileys to get your information. Can I sell it to him? This Kakuzu wants to make money. After a moment of silence, Uehara Naraku suddenly said, let Doflamingo choose a place by himself. I'm a little unhappy and want to see him. The third update, I'm so sleepy writing. I keep writing and deleting, and I'm not satisfied. Maybe there is no. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.